Right, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, can you hear me? How you doing, Alan? Hello, Lost Souls. Hello, Michael. Thank you. Hello, Ash. Natural Born Serial Killer. Dave Kelly, good evening. Tiffany, hello. Roger, good evening, sir. Who else we got? Danny Austin, of course. Jack Ablaze, thanks for joining us. And I think that's it for the moment, isn't it? KP Nuts, here we go. People coming in now. KP Nuts, Ricky, how you doing, my friend? Rob C, Lynn, thank you. Hello, how you doing? Sarah, Paul, good evening. We'll give people a few minutes to come and join us, and then we'll move forward. Ooh. I've decided not to wear the bench or a bench t-shirt tonight, seeing as yesterday I got called Mr. Bench more times than I care to remember. So we're wearing my PAP t-shirt tonight, my channel t-shirt. Not today, Tiff. I've not set it up on this new computer yet. I had to go to sleep this afternoon, as you know. Yeah, it's not set up on this computer yet. The old computer I have wiped completely to get that to a level where it's going to work properly. Got a network for two, and once I've done that, I need to install a few bits and pieces for the phone into work, and then I need to take a screenshot of the hard drives, and then I can then move forward and start doing other bits and pieces. But yeah, for this evening, there won't be a phone-in this evening like last week, unfortunately. But we will get back to it because I know how important the phone-in is to people. So we will get back to that just as soon as I can, just as I will get back to putting out content again on a daily basis. Now I've got the new computer and we're fiddling with that, getting that sorted out properly. I'm very confident that I will be back to doing my daily content either within the next few days or by Monday. Not tomorrow, but the following Monday. So either before the end of the week, I'll be back to putting stuff out, or it'll be the Monday, but it will be one or the other. Sitting here not doing, just pulling my hair out, figuratively speaking, of course, over getting this this computer thing sorted out has been a nightmare. But I have been getting some help, and many thanks to the person who's been helping me, which is actually, God bless the UK. It's helped me loads, like properly loads. Spent quite a few hours on video calls with me trying to get some stuff sorted out, and I can't thank him enough for doing that. So God bless the UK. If you're watching, thank you. And everybody else can thank him as well, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be this close to getting back to normal. So he really has helped me massively. Who are we missing here? Matt Mitchell, how you doing? Chris Farity, Mans B, good evening. Paul McCrory, how are you, my friend? Rich, nice to see you again. As I say, because there's not going to be a phone in at the moment, again, still fiddling about with a few bits and pieces. Hi, Stewie, thank you, appreciate that, much appreciated. What was I going to say now? Oh, fuck me, it's gone. I was going to say something, then it's gone. Is that a flag allowed? Probably not. It's going to get me a knock on the door at some point, isn't it? I am Mrs. W. Happy birthday, Mrs. W. Was it today? I've had a sleep since, so yes, it is. Yes, it is today. Yeah, yes, it is. And Sprinks. Yeah, I was going to say something, and it's completely gone. Got fucked right off. It has. Oh yeah, so there's not going to be a live stream tonight, but there will. No, there is a live stream tonight. I mean, what? I've not long woken up. My bad. There's not going to be a phone in tonight. There will be a panel tonight, which I'll do same as I did last week. I'll put the link in shortly. Give people a few minutes to come in first of all, and then we'll pop that link in the chat. God bless the UK, as I say, has been helping me. There's still a few bits that need doing. Hopefully that will be done. Obviously, he's helping me in his spare time, so I'm not going to be chasing him and saying, I want it done now, because he's helping me in his spare time, and I appreciate that. So anyway, sing it, Heather, happy birthday. You really don't want me to sing. You really don't want me to sing. Anyway, I did in the Discord. I did. Said happy birthday to you, squash tomatoes and poo. Happy birthday. I went to a zoo. Oh shit. I've been told. Okay. Heather, this one's for you. Although you're going to wish it never happened. Right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Heather. Happy birthday to you. Yay. 25 again, Heather. Fucking hell. What? Nobody's hitting that golden buzzer? Oh, I'm disappointed. It's a no from me. Fucking hell, we've got an awful lot of critics out there tonight, haven't we? Oh dear. Same to you, God bless. Just been talking about you. Your ears must have been burning. Now, if you go back to the beginning and play it on 2 speeds, you can catch up in about 15 minutes, and you'll be able to hear what we were saying about you. Yeah. Unless you were hiding in the background listening. But I'm not going to tell you what we were saying, just in case you weren't. And oh dear. So yes, obviously, happy St George's Day. I know it's a bit late in the day to be saying that, but there we go. It's still St George's Day for the next few hours at least. So therefore, I can still say it. Some people might even be out having a drink. No, Mans, what you can probably hear is the little girl upstairs. Yeah, that'll be her. Again, I've not set this up properly. I've got OBS working again. Yes, finally. Although this is a bit jumpy, I need to change the frame rate. You can see my hands are a little bit jumpy, so I need to change the frame rate and some other bits and pieces. So again, this is just the first live stream. No, I did a live stream last week, didn't I? I think on this computer. But this is the first one that I'm using OBS again and whatnot. So yeah, so there are some bits I need to fix. How bad is that anyway? If I look on the YouTube side of things, yeah, that's quite bad. It's quite jumpy. Let's do that. Yeah, it's a bit jumpy, but it'll do for now. At least the picture is clear, although it is a little bit on the jittery side. So yeah. Anyhow. Oh, wrong one. So again, I've got to set the noise gate up, Lost Souls, and I'm surprised because this is, I mean, it's a Rode mic, but it's way cheaper than the Rode podcast mic that I've got, which should be more sensitive. This one is the shotgun mic pointing directly at my face, so it should really just be picking up me more than any other noise. But clearly you can hear it, so my apologies if it is a bit of a pain in the arse having to listen to the other noise in the background. So again, I've not set up the noise gate properly, so it's picking up stuff in the background slightly. Danny Austin, shush, don't say that. You'll have people come round trying to rescue them. I did have a shave yesterday, Bearded Vet. I did have a shave yesterday. I did have a bit of a polish afterwards. In fact, that one's run out, so I was using that one. Smells like, well, it's meant to smell like wild rhubarb. Up close, it smells okay, but when you spray it, it doesn't smell as good. I've had a trim. I've had a trim Inspector Gittos. Right. Oh, hang on a minute. Right, with that being said, let's we've got 100 people watching. Let's get the panel open. Let's start taking some questions from the God bless, be nice, or I'll take your spanner away. Paste. And there we go. So let me pin that. Okay. Hello, Roger. Hello, Paul. Hello, Scott. Hello, Stuart B. Hello, Silas. Hello, Legal Activity. Hello, Phil. Hello, Barry. If I've missed anybody, hello, John. If I've missed anybody else, I apologise. Don't think. Oh, Claudia, hello to you. Joseph Benoit, Mickey Mouse, thanks for joining us. I think we're done there with everybody that's commenting so far. Anyway, hello, Bumblebee. Hello, Aid. Down at Fraggle Rock, grab a Fraggle by his cock, swing him round your head till the Fraggle's dead. Stick him in a bin and take the Fraggle in. If he tries to out, knock the Fraggle out. If he makes a run, stick a chainsaw up his bum, turn the chainsaw on. Rum! Now the Fraggle's gone. Ta-da!
Oh, Lord.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening.
Evening, guys. Is my mic working?
Pardon?
I should hope so.
Oh, that's all right.
I've been say that again. Is it working? I don't know.
How are you both doing?
Good.
Yeah, not bad, mate. Not bad.
Good stuff. What are you wearing there, Roger? Is that a warning, grumpy old git? Oh, close. Yeah. Close.
Ooh, close. Grumpy old
Yeah, I'm
git
still,
before,
in,
grumpy
still in
old
the
git
same
under
sort of
the
mood
bed.
I was this morning and this afternoon. So.
Oh, fucking hell. In that case, you better sit in the back for a little while.
When I think of grumpy old git under the bed, it sounds a bit inappropriate.
Happy birthday, Mrs. W.
Thank you, my darling, and thank you for my card.
Oh, you got there on time. Brilliant.
Came yesterday while
It actually came while Danny and Ollie were here,
Oh, wow. Excellent. Okay.
along
Did
with
you
a
hope-
bottle of gin from her brother, so she was well made up.
Hiya, Paul. How you doing? Hi, Timmy.
Probably,
What happened to Rev's live stream last night?
I don't know. I think he got a little bit drunk after. Apparently, well, I had a message earlier saying that Rev got absolutely
he fell asleep.
last night.
He
fell
fell
asleep
asleep
on the
in the
live stream.
chair, and that's why he took it down this morning.
So yeah, but I'm surprised he was up this morning as early as he was doing a live stream.
He couldn't even be asked to get dressed.
Right. Yes. Hold on a second.
So,
Hang on, Jack. 1 second. Hang on 1 second. Scott Andrew Horn. When you say it was your birthday? When was your birthday? This week? Was it this week?
Yeah, I remember people saying happy birthday to him last week.
I know we've got another birthday coming up on the 26th, which is Bumblebee's. So Bumblebee is it's her birthday on the 26th. And that's what day is that? Wednesday. It's possible I'll be back up and running by then, but if I'm not, I'll say it now. Happy birthday, Bumblebee, for Wednesday. Oh, I can hear some tweeting. Who's got the window open?
oh, it's me. I've got the window open.
No, it's fine. You can leave it open. I can just hear the birds
Okay.
tweeting. That's all.
Yeah, waiting for you.
Jack's coming from the garden. That's why he's in the dark.
Well, to be honest, I thought noise cancellation is on. I don't know. That makes it even worse because you can hear more of it.
Scott's birthday was on the 14th. It was on the 14th of April. Did we say happy birthday to you last week? I can't remember.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
I can't remember. I don't know.
Danny.
Thank you, Stewie. To be honest, I'm still trying to catch up with the WhatsApp messages. To be honest, I literally had thousands of messages in WhatsApp, and trying to go through them all and catch up is a nightmare. You can imagine doing everything on my own, and then obviously everything else. It makes it difficult to get a full day out of me these days. So, but there we go. We keep moving on, don't we? We keep plodding on.
I have an interesting topic to bring to the table, if you don't mind.
Go on then.
The alerts today.
Yeah.
So we all spoke about it before anyway, and conversed and what we thought was going to happen today.
Yeah.
One prime example being, regardless if you turned the alerts off or not, but you still had a 4G or 5G capable phone, it would still go off. It didn't go off for me, and I had the alerts off. Now my dad's went off, my mum's went off because they had their alerts on. And when I switched my alerts on, shortly after that, it sent me the alert screen.
Yeah, will do.
Okay.
So I think
Well,
it's like a. Go on, Karen.
I've not received anything. Nothing at
Really?
all. My phone's been on. I had turned the alerts off. Again, we didn't know what was going to happen until the time we were supposed to get the alerts. So it was all sort of guesswork up until then, or best guess, so to speak. But yeah, my phone's
If
been on
you
all
turn
day.
the alerts back on, you'll get it.
Right. Staying off then.
Well, we had two. Mine are running on 2 and 3G, as I say. I had nothing. Heather reduced her phone down from 4G to 2G yesterday. The daughter had hers on silent, but it did vibrate. It didn't give an alert sound like they said, but it did vibrate.
Right.
Okay.
Some of the kids had theirs turned off and it didn't come on. But I've heard reports of people who have had other apps shut down on their phone, they turned them off. And when this alert had passed, they went in and some of these apps had turned back on.
Okay. So
And that's on iPhone.
Yeah.
Can I just confirm something there, Bumblebee? Can you just explain what you mean by that?
Evening, Simon.
Evening, fellas.
You haven't even got to say anything to that. It's just right in front of you. Oh Lord.
Well, I don't know yet, Kaylee. I won't know until I go in and have a look in the in the back office. I've not had an alert yet, but if you've done it, it probably should have come through. But I'll check it later. Hi, Chrissy.
What was I going to say? One of the reasons why a lot of people were quite, I guess you could say, worried about it is because, if people are in a situation where they're vulnerable, I don't know, if they're in a toxic relationship, right, where their partner's always controlling what they do, when they do it, things like that. There has been mention about it on the news and stuff. Will this alert? Will it expose the fact they've got a phone hidden away, or you get what I mean, right? You might have seen something.
I've seen that. Yeah.
But in the actual settings, you can actually turn like the wireless emergency alerts, which you mentioned about before on Android. You can make it so it only vibrates instead of just sound, I think.
That I'm not sure about, to be honest.
I mean, I might be wrong,
but that was a concern. I mean, there was concern about people with like autism, with animals as well, freaking the animals out, etc. So there was a lot of concern around it. The fact that it's not, not everybody's received it is a little bit, even people whose phone was on. I think I know some people who's, I mean, yes, I've turned the alerts off. Again, none of us knew what was going to happen until it happened. It was all best guess scenario type thing. But as some of you have said, or I think some people have said this evening already, when they turned their phone back on, the alert then came through, which again is what I said. If it's a push notification, it will sit in a queue waiting to come through. So when you turn your phone back on, it then comes through, which is what I've said.
So I switched mine back on earlier and it came through.
Right.
And obviously you can turn you can't turn the sound off, but that you can turn the vibration off if you wanted to. And then if you go over to emergency alert history, it actually shows you the message of what you would have seen at around 3 o'clock-ish.
Right. I've to be honest, I've got no interest in going in there and looking, to be honest, myself. It's switched off, it's staying off. I don't, that's just me. Do you know what I mean? I'm not knocking you for going and having a look or anything like that. If lots of people have turned it on to see if it would come through afterwards, which is fine. But I'll get my information from other people on that. If it's come through afterwards, now I know I don't need to turn it on.
Yeah.
So
the thing is though, is it? I mean, what's the point of spending billion? I don't even know how much they spent on it, but what's the point of spending tons of money on it, right? If it's going to put people at risk, not everyone, but it's going to put certain individuals that that it's supposed to be protecting at risk, not that particular alert.
Right,
just in general.
because this is the government. They're the way they'll look at it is, okay, we've got, you know, a couple of 100,000 people, for example. It's just a number I pulled out. Yeah, a couple of 100,000 people who might get found out for having a mobile phone, but yeah, we've got millions of people who could be saved.
Damage
So-
limitation. Damage
Yeah.
limitation.
Yeah, so they don't care. They don't care.
And if they did, it'd actually be trying to help us, but they don't. They're not interested.
You know, to be honest, if anything, they should, you know, if somebody's got a mobile phone, it's going to be on silent anyway. In that situation, so what should have happened is they should have at least got a text message beforehand, you know, a couple of weeks beforehand, saying, you know, this is what's going to happen. You need to do this in order for your phone not to go off on that day, you know, because we need you to be safe or whatever. Do you know what I mean? They should have had that warning before, because it's taken weeks for that actual warning to come out about people that might have.
It was literally only because one of the abuse groups said about it and brought it up on mainstream media, and then they
Right.
started posting it.
So it as Roger says, I mean, it took weeks for them to even bother saying about that, which it should have been at least right from the very beginning, because, you know, if you're in a controlling relationship, it's going to be very difficult to get to your phone in order to change the settings on it, for example, because your partner's going to be watching you and following you and all that kind of stuff. So they should at least have been told weeks in advance, rather than waiting for a charity to turn around and say, yeah, but what about this? And I think that's pretty bad, to be fair.
It's like calling 999, right? But using code words. So as you know, there are false calls or hoaxes, right? That their intention is just to call 999 to waste their time. But I have seen videos where they are in need of an emergency. They are in a serious situation where they need help, but they use code words like the one I've had recently is, "Can I order a pizza?" Right, and then they'll use certain code words to. And they'll say, well, sometimes the dispatchers or the call handlers, sometimes they will know what's going on, but other times they will, you know, they'll cut them off or whatever. Say, oh, you know, you called the wrong number. This is an emergency line, etc. But you do get some that kind of think outside the box a little bit.
Well, that pizza thing is something that they've spoken about before. The police have mentioned that before as well, about for people to do. So I think that's a good idea. To be honest, I do think that's a good idea. You know, because at least that way you get the address of where they need to go, isn't it? So you know,
It could have been worse. I think it's Norway or Sweden. They fucked up the time and they did it at 4 a.m. in the morning by mistake. Imagine getting woken up by that.
Yeah.
Blurry-eyed, especially Pat after a Monday morning. He's had too many brandies and trying to read it. Fuck me, we're gonna get nuked.
I was talking to my dad earlier, and I said to him about going down to Parliament and knocking one of the MPs out.
Well, I thought he was going to say not. I thought he was going to say going down to Parliament and knocking one out.
There's too many wankers down there already.
Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth. Hello, Mrs. W. Go ahead, Mrs. W.
Thank you, darling. Can I assure Jack there is no way a 999 call would ever be hung up on? I used to do it. I worked in a call centre and did emergency services and operator services and things like that. And I actually took a call from somebody saying he'd left a bomb in a pub. It was a hoax, but I took the call. There are all sorts of protocols where, and this is a long time ago, I can assure, so it was in place back then. If anybody calls through and they started doing something silly like trying to order a pizza, the first thing you do is ask them if they need assistance and they cannot speak. It's a long-term protocol. It's always been in place. It's not something new. It's something that people on the outside just aren't aware of. So
Unless,
you
of
never
course,
hang up on a 999 call.
There is one exception to that, Heather.
Hmm?
There is one exception to that, and that is if you're one woman vigilante. then they'll hang up.
No, unfortunately, you cannot hang up without
I
a
know.
manager.
I know. I was joking
not
because
allowed.
that's the claim all the time, isn't it? They've hung up on me. They've hung up on me. So I was just
But it's
taking a
usually-
mickey there.
I know
it's
you're
usually
taking
the
Mickey
other way
Parley,
around.
but it would have been a manager. It would have been somebody that knew who this was. They would have been marked on the system. And when you phone through, all your details are visible to the call handler at the other end. Your phone number, your address, if the phone is registered to you, so that they can, in an emergency, get services on the road and to you, even if you're not able to communicate where you are.
Yeah.
If you are at home, they will get somebody to you.
Do they track your location, or like how do they actually get where you live?
No, it'll be a registered address. It would be a registered address.
Right.
So
Okay.
if you're not at home, then it becomes more difficult. But you can see the area somebody's in with a mobile from.
Okay.
It does sort of show whether they might be at home. So, and God knows where technology is now, because I'm talking 20 odd years ago.
Also, is it
Talking around
true
the
that
millennium.
you press a certain amount of buttons silently on the phone? Say like you ring up 999, and if a woman is in, but she can't talk and she's scared, but she can press a certain code on the phone, like numbers.
Number 5, I think it is.
It's 3 numbers.
I don't know about that, but obviously the tones would come through, and you would be alerted to the fact that it was somebody that was unable to speak.
Yeah,
So
that's
you
it.
would
Yeah.
immediately put it through to the police.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
What next?
Right, Roger's
What's
doing
happened?
something down there. He doesn't want it on camera. It's all right.
Hey, Roger, stop being weird. Stop being dumb.
Roger, put it away. Put it away,
No, I was
Roger.
gluing my false chops in.
I thought he got his shark bait out.
I can feel
My
them
dad always says
rattling
if you
around.
play with it, it will fall
With
off.
that, I'm going back to my chair, but as I say, it was 20 odd years ago when I worked on service, but you would never, ever hang up on a 999 call. Never.
Right. I forgot to do that. I'm presuming that was you, Lost Souls Paranormal. I forgot to do that because I was.
I just looked up and thought, what the hell?
No.
All the chat had gone.
Oh, why quiet for a second? Thank you very much, Danny. I did go back to earlier on. Look, for starters, don't listen to him. He's too kind. He did a lot himself as well. So the only thing we had stuck with yesterday, I was trying to do the networking on his PCs yesterday. I hadn't eaten for 2.5 days, and I'm diabetic. And I was a bit of a kerfuddle towards the end, but I got it done there, didn't I? In the end, fixed it. But and thank you very much for the spanner. I've lost two Poundland spanners lately, but I've gained a snap-on with a lifetime warranty. Much better quality snap-on. Anyway,
Why
we
is
know
it computers are such a pain in the ass? Honestly.
Oh, Jack, I'm going to ask you something while I get a second. Right, you know those things that Danny's just bought? Those like
Stream
what are they called? Yeah,
Stream Deck.
Now,
Yeah.
why can't you get something like a Corsair, a programmable gamer's keypad board,
Yeah.
and then program those like an numerical pad, or add another pad into it to do the same thing? Right, so you
Wait.
use those stream decks to like go yay or something else, like, or a bit of Rev Sideways go da 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 da. Why can't you do the same with that, where you can program the keys on a Corsair gamer's key, like on a Corsair programmable keypad? You can address each RGB, you can address each key.
Yeah. But the thing is the problem with that is you're limited to the amount of buttons you've got on there. Whereas the Stream Decks are endless. You can have pages within pages within pages. You can have like 10 pages like stacked. So page into page into page, so on and so forth, right? And you can have them all full of different soundboards and all these different things, right? There's lots of other things. You don't just do it for that, but because I've got one for streaming, like one for streaming buttons, and a little sensor beep. One for gaming stuff, and then one for volume, so I can sort my volume up. So if I don't want to listen to you guys, not obviously I do, but if I don't, I could just mute my browser through there.
But it's viable, isn't it?
Yeah. I've seen people make their own keyboards up and do that, but the problem is the faff and it's like dealing with computers, building computers, figuring out all the stuff, especially when you're using voice meter and stuff and sorting out all the audio channels. It's a pain, right? Whereas you got the Stream Deck it's all built in. You haven't got to piss about with it. Pardon my French. You haven't got to mess about. You can just get on with what you need to do. Job's a good one.
Right,
I mean, let's move
on from that. We start losing all viewers.
No, don't.
But next time you go live, I'll have a chat with you when you're doing your gaming.
Yeah, no, I've been having trouble with my computer recently. I've had to clean it out a bit. But it took me like 2-3 hours.
Moving on. Come on, guys.
So have we got any questions from the comments this evening? We've still got space on the panel as well, by the way, guys. The link is pinned in the comments if you want to jump up.
How many can have 10 in it? Is it 10?
10 altogether, yeah.
Yeah.
I think just be warned that I might ask you to touch your nose or your ear or stick your tongue out or something.
Piece apart.
I thought you were
I recognise that.
I thought you were going to be inappropriate or something.
touch your toes and spell run.
Yeah, good idea. Speaking of that, Dan, touch your toes and spell run. Oh, what we're like, eh?
Oh, I'm going to have to get some more beers, aren't I? For God's sake. It's going to be one of those nights.
The camera angles change because I've redone the entire desk at the moment, just trying a few different things out. I do have my other camera. I'm lagging a little bit there, which I'm trying to find a power cable for. If I do, that will go in front of me behind the screen that I'm looking at now, so I'll be able to flip between the two cameras. But at the moment, no, I've got a power cable here somewhere. I just can't find it at the moment. So
what you can do is go buy a new one, and then the next day you find the old one, and then put that one back on Facebook Marketplace.
So I know. Oh, I did buy that other hard drive, by the way. Bought that this afternoon.
Oh, did you?
Otherwise, change the camera angle.
Cheap, how cheap is that?
I know.
And you can pay it in 5 as well.
I've just paid it.
No, I'm not from Liverpool. I'm not rich.
Probably cheaper.
Rich.
It's cheaper to pay it in full anyway. It always is compared to paying it in.
No. Listen, no, Jack.
Amazon. On Amazon, you can pay it.
And then when you pay by PayPal as well, if you either do the credit one where you get 4 months free interest, or you can do it without being approved for 3 months.
Yeah. It's just like it's like Klarna and what the other one's called.
I was going to say Klarna, yeah.
And it's delivered, and it hasn't cost you fuel, and you haven't got to go parking. You haven't to go past the spice heads and the skag heads. And
is there any downsides to it though? Apart from the fact that you get it,
it builds your credit history up as well. Even if you don't want to do it, just do it because it builds up your credit history. It shows that you've paid back.
Yeah, what's the others? Lay-by, Klarna, and ClearPay are the ones that I've got. And I have used them in the past, but I don't use them that often. But now and again, I'll use them. But I'll prefer to use a credit card, only if I've got the cash to pay it at the same time. I'll use a credit card, and then I'll pay, and then almost directly afterwards, I'll go and pay it off. So it shows that I'm getting a debt and repaying that debt quickly without any issues, and that helps with your credit rating.
See, I heard something about that a while ago. You know, someone who is pretty on the internet, he mentioned about how debit cards are one of the worst things you can have compared to a credit card. because you're always in, well, not debt, but debits taking things away.
No, debit card, you can only spend what you've got.
Right, okay.
So
And
a
then
debit
credit,
card, a credit card is spending somebody else's money, and you've got to then pay it back.
Pay it back, yeah, which then
Yeah.
increases your credit score if you pay it back. What is it, within a certain time, or is it?
Yeah, if you pay, as long as you don't miss your payment, then you're okay. So
Right, okay.
normally you'd, if I brought something on a credit card now, that would go on the balance that I've got to repay, on my next repayment date.
Right.
So I only ever use a credit card when I know that I've got the cash, or not cash, but the money in the bank or whatever. So if I wanted to buy the Stream Deck thing, for example, let's say it's 130 quid. If I wanted to buy that on a credit card, or if I wanted to buy it anyway, I would see if I've got the money for it. If I've got the money for it, then I'd buy it on a credit card, then pay the credit card off. But you've also got extra protection if you buy stuff on credit card as well, because the credit card is also partly responsible for any issues that you might have with it, not just the seller.
Right, okay. And do you have to pay the full amount of what you spend, or can you pay it in installments?
No, you have like a minimum amount, which
Right,
is
okay.
just paying off the interest that it's charging you, or you can pay off a recommended amount, which is paying off your interest and a bit of the balance, or you can pay it all off, or anywhere in between, really. But providing. For me, I don't like the idea of just paying the interest off, because what happens is you don't clear it. You're not clearing it at all. It's just sat there. You're just paying the interest off, and that's where you start paying more money. If you pay it off as soon as you get the debt, or way before your bill comes in, if you pay it off,
you're not going to get barely any interest from it.
Then you're literally just paying off what you've spent, basically. Check Brummislav question.
I never knew that about a credit card, Thank you. I never knew about that. I thought it was a lot different to what the internet makes them out to be. Like, you shouldn't touch them and this and that, and they put people into so much debt. But they can, if you ain't got a clue what you're doing and you don't pay the stuff that you buy back, I guess.
Well, you'll know when you go into the shop to buy your next Stream Deck and they cut your card up, Jack.
Yeah.
Right, I've got a question here that I need to answer. No, they can't break in, but I heard some people discussing this similar situation on a stream the other day, and I was sitting there saying to myself, well, some people are giving bad advice, right? When the people come knocking at your door initially, okay, you haven't got a license. We've come to ask you whether you've got a TV and you're watching live television. You don't have to talk to these people. There's nothing in the law that says you have to talk to these people, okay? You can just close the door in their face and ignore them, okay? They cannot, at that point, make entry to your property, all right, at all. Cannot do it without your express permission. That's the first thing. Secondly, they can, if we know courts are corrupt, so they can sometimes go back to the court, bullshit on their form, go to the court and say, oh, we heard a TV in the background, or we saw a TV through the window, at which point a court can then give them a warrant.
Sorry about that.
That's right. At which point the court can then issue a warrant for them to come back to your property and come inside and have a look around. If, however, they come back with a warrant and you do not assist them, which is really wanky, but the legislation says that you have to give basically all necessary assistance. So if they come to your property and they see you've got a computer and they want to have a look on your computer to see if you've got BBC iPlayer, if you refuse to open iPlayer on your computer, that is actually breaking the law, or breaking the legislation, shall we say. So you could, at that point, theoretically get done for it, right? But it's unlikely that you're going to get done just for not helping them. but they can't make entry. They can't threaten you if they come and knock on the door and you say, I don't have one, I don't need one, I don't want one, and they say, right, we can break in and check. That is absolutely false. They cannot break in and check. They have to go back to a court and ask a court for a warrant in order for them to come in. That's the only time they can actually. But I believe it's only a peaceful entrance. Okay, so again, if you don't open the door, there's not a lot they can do. They might turn up with the police to try and frighten you, but they can only, as far as I'm aware, make peaceful entrance, like bailiffs. Bailiffs can only make peaceful entrance. So if there's a window open, for example, then theoretically speaking, they can climb for a window if they've got a warrant, but they cannot force your door open, jimmy your window open, drill a lock out, or anything like that. They can't do any of that stuff. But as soon as you open the door, and if the police are there, then this is why the police get involved, because the police will then threaten you with arrest and shit like that, which is then forcing you to let them in when you know they are allowed in because they've got a warrant. But when you see them at the door with the police, most people's arse is going to fall out and go, oh shit, the police are here, I better let them in. But if you don't open the door and they don't know you're in, they cannot force entry to your property to check.
If I'm
There's a lot of
right, man, it used to be if you know how the bailiffs work, they come round for the first time to have a chat with you and try and sort it out, obviously trying to extort more money out of you.
And if
But
you've let them like vampires, yeah,
but it used to be if
Yeah.
you let them in that once, that
Yeah.
gave them the right to walk in the next time.
yeah, like vampires. As I say, once you invite a vampire into your house, then you're fucked.
There's a lot of good YouTube videos out there. They even show ones where the police have turned up with a warrant, and some of these people on these YouTube are quite clever, and they've told them about it as being common law and everything else. Secondly, if you just don't want the hassle of that, just ring them up. I know it's a fucking pain in the ass. I can't be arsed either. But if you ring them up, say, look, I don't watch any of your live broadcasts or anything like that. I have a Fire Stick. I watch Amazon Prime TV or Netflix. And they say, okay, simple as that then. And then they give you, not that you should have to fucking do it. That's the angry thing about it. But then they give you a 2-year thing where they're not going to contact you or send anybody around because you told them, no, I don't watch it. And you get 2 years each time. But you've got to call them up to do it.
There was another question there that. Hang on, where is it? To the Carol. Does the warrant need to be signed by a judge? Unfortunately, these days it doesn't.
Magistrate.
And I know, well, yeah, magistrate. It's unlikely to be a judge that signs it, but I know what you mean by a judge. Everybody says judge. I call them a judge still sometimes. But unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily have it. Well, it doesn't have to be wet ink signed these days because everything's moving forward. Everything's going tech, isn't it? Let's face it, everything's going electrical. So, providing it gets sort of rubber stamped, if you like, at the court, then it's pretty much a valid warrant. Unfortunately, I don't agree with it. So before anybody has a go at me, I don't agree with it. But it can be, and often is, just rubber stamped. Black Belt Barrister talks about that a bit more in depth on his channel. So you can always go check him out. Chili John Carney is another one to go and check out. Chili John Carney almost solely deals with TV licensing issues. But yeah, I'd go and check those out. Look for the on Black Belt Barrister's video as well. But yeah, it doesn't have to be signed with a wet ink, signature and then given to you with that wet ink signature. You can imagine the courts that have to do a signature for you, a signature for the on the one that goes to the TV company or to the bailiffs. And they'd need one for themselves. So a judge would have to, or a justice of the peace or a magistrate would have to sign 3 warrants for every property, at least. So they're not going to do it. So what they do now is they stamp it, scan it, and then that's why they show people on their iPads or their tough books, as they call them.
Well, the thing is, people leave their curtains open, don't they? And they come and knock the door, and you're sat there watching EastEnders if you're that depressed, and they take a picture of it. That's what they need as evidence. I guess the net curtains, you know.
Unless obviously you balls up and give them information that you shouldn't have given them. Yeah.
I did just want to mention as well that when you said earlier about how I don't know, so you didn't have a TV or you didn't watch it, right? Let's just look at your situation, right? You barely use the TV, Dan. It's mainly the computer you use, but you use your TV on the odd occasion, but you don't use it frequently, right? Say you're in that.
All I ever do is the occasional evening, maybe on a Friday or Saturday evening, mainly. I'll put Fire Stick on, and that's it.
Yeah.
I haven't had the TV. I've not watched a TV broadcast in 2 and a bit years now, I think.
How many people use their aerials these days? It's mainly the elderly, isn't it? Because they're not tech savvy and they've got the internet and the Wi-Fi.
Well, in that regard,
hello.
Good evening,
Tina.
everybody.
I did just want to say briefly before I forgot, because I will forget otherwise, that in that brief regard though, when you can, I mean, when you go on BBC iPlayer, no matter if it's on your TV, your phone, or your computer, it always says, when you click on something, you need a TV license to watch this, right? You either click, I have a TV license, watch it now, or whatever, or you click, I don't have a TV license. If you click, I don't, then it won't let you watch it. If you click, I do, then it will let you, and it will sometimes give you a reminder for the PG lock thing. But in that regard, right? If they came to your property or whatnot, and you know you didn't have a TV license, but they said they wanted to have a look at your computer, and you let them in or whatever, now. They could go on to the BBC iPlayer website, right? But that doesn't prove anything. They need evidence to prove that you was watching certain program or a program on that at the time.
Postcode and address in it, because listen, my wife does watch the BBC iPlayer, but we haven't got a license, and she's used someone else's.
You need to give her a slap, mate. Get you in trouble.
Yeah, she slaps harder.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you know what she's like. So yeah, you have to do something. You can't just go into BBC iPlayer. You've got to put in some identification of some sort in it.
It doesn't.
Right.
Hold on.
Another question from Brummy. If you're watching Sky Sports live football, you need a license. I'm on the 5th floor flat. I'd love to know how they got in there. As I've got an intercom buzzing. Right. So what they tend to do is buzz. If they're going to a specific address, they'll buzz on somebody else's address to let them in.
Mm.
Okay. Or the caretakers.
Or the caretakers, yeah. So here, I get it here. This is only a 4-block of flats, but I'll get people buzzing on the door sometimes and, can you let me in, please? And I'm like, who are you? And I've come to see such and such. And so I'm like, well, buzz their fucking door then. You know? So they try and buzz on other doors in order to get let in without alerting you that they're coming in. If they're in a flat. Now, they can do that. Nothing's stopping them from doing that. They can come up to your door and they can potentially hear the TV through the door. They still need to prove enough that to a judge or to a justice of the peace or a magistrate, they still need to prove enough in order for them to sign to stamp a warrant. If you're watching Sky Sports live football, I can't say you shouldn't be watching. You should be watching it without a license because, you know, that's not. It's not about encouraging people to do anything that could get them into trouble. But you can, yes, absolutely. You can watch it without a license. But again, there is ways that they can find out if you're watching the TV. And again, when somebody knocks on your door, it's unlikely that you're going to turn the volume down on the TV or unplug it before you answer the door. So you could go to the door with the TV playing in the background. You open the door and go hello, thinking it's a neighbour, and it could be TV license in there who can now hear the TV playing through your hallways, for example.
Yeah, ring doorbell is cheaper than a license, and you just sit there and fucking click on it, think like, fuck you, I don't know you, I ain't answering the door. There you go, job done.
Yeah, that sounds like a perfect.
Can I raise a question about that, Dan?
By all means.
State nursing homes have individual rooms for their elderly patients. They have individual tellies. Did you know they only pay one license fee? And they can actually have up to 100 patients in one
That's
place.
the same in the prisons as well.
Yeah, I think it's they class it as it's like as a household, isn't it? It's like if you've got
No, it's a business.
No, I know, but what I mean is, if you're at home, you don't need a TV, you don't need a license for the 7 TVs you've got in your home. You just need one license. And I think it's a similar thing when you've got somewhere like that, a nursing home or something like that.
When it was looked into,
If you've got a touring caravan, your home license will cover you for that as well.
Yeah, but you actually do if you look at nursing homes, it's only state-run nursing homes that get away with it, not private.
Oh right, oh okay.
So blocks of flats, if they were all elderly, would they be still charging them if they were being cared for by social services? I don't think so.
Yes, Carol.
Thank you,
unfortunately, Carol. That's the way it works, and thank you as well. So if you want to watch Sky Sports, you've got to pay for Sky Sports. Well, you know, when I say you've got to pay for Sky Sports, all of that stuff, right? And you still need to pay the BBC as well. Yes, that is theoretically how it works. Now, I don't see why, and I've said this years ago, not on here, but I've said this years ago, I don't see why, if you're using a service like that, that's providing your TV, then I think that the TV license, if it's going to be paid, it should be incorporated into what you're paying. Because let's face it, we're paying fucking stupid amounts of money, 60, 70 quid some people are paying a month for Sky TV, if not more than that. So why are they not taking out the £4 a month or whatever it is and covering your TV license with it? You know, so that would solve a lot of problems for people, but they won't do it because it's all about everybody making money.
Yeah.
And all of us spending money.
Are you aware, Dan, as well, there is a new emergency signal in the UK for anybody that requires help? Physical signal. Do you know that one?
No. Is it this one? Right. Help! Help!
Put your hand up straight like this.
Right.
You bend your thumb inwards and you put your palm down. And you repeat if nobody sees you. Hand up, thumb in, fingers down. There has been several people several people have been rescued with that, including a child. A child was taught it in school, middle school, the domestic violence signal. So he put his hand up in a market.
In America,
put his hand up in a market, put his thumb in, put his fist down. A couple saw it. They separated the man that was with the boy, got the boy away, and found a police officer. And the boy wasn't his dad; he'd been snatched.
Yeah,
right. Where was that in England?
It's saved people in the States.
The UK use it, yes.
Yeah.
Domestic violence. Men can use it if they're being assaulted or chased, all that kind of stuff. Hand up, thumb in, fold.
Yeah, Dave, I've said this before, and there are a lot of people that say that acts are acts of Parliament and they've got no standing in law, etc. The thing is, if the government and the courts take acts as law, then we're fucked no matter what we think. We have to take them as the same thing. We have to say that they are law because that's how it's being dealt with. That's how they're using them against us. So unfortunately, we have to turn around and say, okay, an act, or it's an act of Parliament, but it's also a law. The common law is completely different. Common law is based on predetermined rulings, if you like. Like case law, like you've heard of case law. So this is what's happened in that case, and then when a judge looks at another case similar to that, they'll look back at that case that was similar and see what was worked out then. But that's how stuff can become common law. Again, in the name as well, it's common. It's how it's always been dealt with, and it's how they deal with it from then onwards. But common law, for example, can be overturned by a judge if they decide to do something different. So some punishments, for example, for some things have been completely changed in the past. I can't think of any off the top of my head because I wasn't expecting this conversation, but something that had been dealt with in one way years ago could be dealt with completely different now, and that would set the precedent moving forward.
And there's also been a reverse of that. You remember that case with the tractor where those guys drove the car onto his property and he took it out with a pickup. He got his forklift out and he tipped it over the wall, and he won it on a 1684-86 law of the Englishman's home is his castle, and he's got a right to defend it. And he trashed the car. He threw it over a wall. That was so funny.
But again, if that had gone the other way, that would have set a precedent moving forward. You know, so
the judge
and that would have
warned him, and his barrister said if you continue, it could go either way.
Yeah, what won it for him was the fact that one of the lads was, well, they were both drunk. One of them got onto his land and assaulted him, punched him in the mouth twice, and he had a thick lip and blood coming out. So that's why it went his way. Assault as well.
So they do, Mike. They punish us anyway that they can get away with it for any excuse. Absolutely.
We're all screwed. No matter what we try and do, we have to pay. Pay. They don't care.
If you're not
like, you know, this 150
through your taxes.
Yeah, this £150 payment to all of those on benefit, which I got last year. Now the DWP want to stop it for those who are pensioners on the lower scale and anyone disabled. They want to stop it because we apparently have too much money in our bank.
Yes, Brummy, if you're watching live stream on YouTube that is not being what's the word? Broadcast, that's the word I'm thinking of. If it's not being broadcast by a mainstream media channel, then you can watch that without worry. If you're watching, unfortunately, but this is the problem. This is where there are issues, because you could watch, you could watch me all the time, or Roger, or whatever. Okay, and you watch us all the time.
You wouldn't want to do that.
But if but there is also the opportunity for you to watch BBC when they do a live stream. Okay, and this is where there's a big grey area in all of this. Okay, because it needs to be, I believe the wording, and I might be slightly wrong. Somebody will probably put me right with this. Equipment that's capable of receiving a live signal.
That's correct. Yeah.
So if you've got YouTube on your computer, if you've got a computer that's capable of receiving a live signal, if you've got YouTube that you watch YouTube on that computer, there's a possibility you could be watching BBC, ITV, Sky, whatever, and they're all mainstream, and therefore you do, as far as I'm aware, need to be in possession of a license. If you're watching videos that are a week old, that's different. You're not watching it live, you're not watching it at the time of broadcast. So therefore I believe that's different. So although you don't need to have a license for watching, my channel, Roger's channel, whatever, there is still that argument that you have the opportunity to watch BBC on that device because it is capable of receiving a live signal. Again, I believe because it's the piece of legislation, it is the onus is on the people saying that you have been watching it to prove it. Yes. So as long as you don't say, yes, I have been watching it, but only once, for example, then there's very little that I think that they'll be able to do about it. But you have to be careful how you... That
was the argument, Dan, over the Sky Wi-Fi TV with no cables, because people believed for a long time you had to have cables in the back of the telly to, for not to be called a receiver. But that's still being challenged in court by Sky because it is actually cable free. So there are no antennas, there are no satellite dishes. It's a completely free TV that goes through the Sky Wi-Fi. Yeah. They're still trying to argue at the BBC that that's receiving from the Wi-Fi. But the Wi-Fi belongs to Sky. This is a massive battle they got going on at the moment because none of what they produce at Sky is not live. You don't see live stuff except for the weather, and that's crap anyway because they can't get it right.
Yeah.
So why should we fucking pay for that?
Now, Lost Souls has just put there should be an opt-in choice for anything by the BBC. This is something I've spoken, not on here, I've spoken to people about in the past. I mean, look at technology now, okay? Look at when you set your TV, you get your new cable box or whatever, and there's all sorts of fucking dabby-doozy stuff on there, and you can do all sorts of things with it, right? Now, it's basically a computer, let's be honest. Your TV receiving box is basically a mini computer of some kind. Now, there should be, when you tune your TV, especially with smart TVs, when you tune your TV in, I don't see why, when it goes through and it says, this is your list, you know, you press tune, so it scans through and it says, here's your list of 95 channels. You should be able to go through that and opt out of channels that you don't want, that then can't be shown on your TV. Okay. Yep. And it would take a rescan or a restart of the system in order to then put that TV channel back on. But I don't see any reason why they can't do that. It's, you know,
they don't want to lose the money. That's what it is. It's down to money. They do not want to lose the money. If they're building an app, they're saying, just like Netflix, so people can subscribe. If you look at the target numbers of people now watching television, it's very bloody low. People are going on to other sites that provide free services like Sky. You've got a lot of other channels. You've got there's a load of foreign ones coming in. You can see all the programs that we want to watch on that. I'm actually moving away from Sky. I'm going to FreeSat. I've got a satellite dish in my garden that gives me exactly the same channels I can see on the fucking TV with BBC. And it's free. It's £250 for the box because it's got a terabyte hard drive. You can record three channels and still see the fourth. And it's completely free. Just buy the box, hook it up, you're done. There's no charges at all whatsoever. You've got the internet on there. You can access anything you want through the internet. Do your shopping on it, everything.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing. I'm pulling away from Sky.
See, look like this, right? Say you ring up a taxi firm and you want to lift into town. So you get that taxi, but the other taxi firm says, "Oh no, hang on a minute. Oh, you can't use that taxi firm. You got to pay me. I'll take you. And if you don't let me take you, I'll give you a fine." That's the same thing with the BBC.
Yeah. It is.
What you don't pay for the license. Yeah, you watch someone else's, but wow, I want the money still. And if not, I think you know. Come on,
you're right, Si. That's right on the nail. And where's the biggest entertainment you can find anywhere now on any channel? Because I can tell you, it's fucking YouTube. Not that kind.
Is a prick.
Get out!
It's YouTube. YouTube is the biggest one. You got YouTube all over it, and they do news reports, they do updates on laws, all sorts. Anything better than TV, it's fucking repeats.
It's the only place you can watch decent, like it's 20, 30 years old, but comedy.
Oh, you know, Alf Garnett. Remember Alf Garnett?
Britain and stuff like that.
Alf Garnett, Till Death Us Do Part. I love that guy. He's a racist asshole, but I love the fellow.
No, hang on a minute. My kids are more Alf Garnett than me. Trust me.
Really?
No, Dan,
I'm not getting involved. I'm scared of your kids.
I love shows like that. I just love open shows where you can't even do comedy now because somebody in the audience will get offended by whatever you damn well say. There's very few comedy clubs now.
I mean, they've even got a warning on fucking Walt Disney films from the 50s and 60s and 40s.
Yeah, I know.
Oh dear.
What was that bloody woman that tried to ban Andy Pandy and all those kind of things years ago? What the hell was her name?
Andy Pandy? Oh, come on. What is there Andy Pandy you could ban?
What was her name, Roger?
Whitehouse?
Yes, Mary Whitehouse. She tried to ban Andy Pandy because it was a male Andy Pandy getting into the box with the girls that were there, and that was sexist. She tried to buy Trumpton. She tried to buy what was that boat one?
Masturbates.
Oh, that was funny. The cartoon. What was the cartoon called, Roger?
Captain Pugwash.
Captain Pugwash.
Captain Pugwash was watched by generations of children until 30 years later they realised the names of the characters. You had Master Bates and Seaman Staines.
Well, they knew exactly what they was doing.
Well,
oh yeah.
Look at the Magic Roundabout. You know, Zebedee was always
Zebedee.
Listen, when they put Captain Pugwash together, they knew exactly what they was doing with
they
names,
did.
Right? There's a lot of things, right, that will go over kids' heads. Yeah. I think whoever made Captain Pugwash must have thought, fuck me, everybody's so many, millions and millions of mums and dads having to sit there watching this shit. right? So let's
Yeah.
let's give them something to fucking laugh about. So they put some. So I think they've put some of those like innuendos in there. You know what I mean? A child's not going to fucking know what that means unless somebody tells them.
It was found 30 years after its original showing, and they suddenly banned it because it had sexual content. And I was like, it took me that long.
Do you remember Up Above the Trees and Houses? Now, if you watch some of the stuff back then, it was a bit naughty as well. And it's only now I'm adult. It's only now I'm adult, and I've watched somebody put it back on YouTube, say, "Oh, watch this." You think, "Fuck me, that's not real," and it is. Even Saul Goodman.
If you want to see a funny one like that, watch the Australian series Aggro. He's like a Muppet puppet, but it's almost a blue version. He used to work alongside a blonde woman. They used to be hilarious.
The one I like, I don't care what anybody thinks, is Ahmed the puppet.
Oh,
yeah.
Ahmed
yeah.
I kill you. I kill you. Exactly one.
That's the one.
I love that.
Guys, can you do me a favour, guys? Can you just everybody in the comments? Can you just tell me if you can hear this and how clearly?
I can hear it, a little bit of it, not clear.
Right, so it's not coming through there. Let me try something else then.
Music.
Give me a second, and I'll see if I can fix this.
Sorry.
Window capture.
Yeah, Andy Pandy was having sex with Loopy Loo, apparently, Simon.
Well, it's just like I said, it's like Simpsons, isn't it? The Simpsons were like when you sat there. Oh, it's funny, but there was lots of like jokes in it, wasn't it? You think, and predictions.
Yeah. Gone are the days when we could actually have a childhood, eh?
Yeah.
Now it's all about everything's grown up now. You've all got to learn to do things now. Even children as young as 8 got to be told about sexual connotations and what they need to do for their boyfriend if they want one, or a girlfriend, or whatever.
As young as four, just go on to the Welsh. Oh, what they call not Pap? It's Pap. Something geese in Wales. Anyway, it's another story.
Basically, they want to bring the books in from the United States, which tell children as young as 5, 6, 7, and 8. They've got to write a list for their teacher. How do you touch a boy? Do you want to touch his willy? Where do you want to be touched? What position do you prefer? Do you like anal sex? This is for kids.
Yeah. Wales got it. Yeah.
If I was a mother, I would go into that school and I would say, "I'm taking my child out because you're a bunch of fucking perverts." And
there's a lot of homeschooling going on. A lot of people start doing homeschooling. Anyway, let's get on with the show.
Right, can you hear this? Give me a second.
Oh God, rainbow.
Yeah.
Very low. It's very low, Dan, but I can hear it.
Still not coming through. Right, okay. I don't know. Again, I'm at the moment.
Yeah, I can hear. Oh,
yeah, that's Jack.
Oh.
Right, okay. I don't know what to do because I didn't set it up beforehand because I didn't know we was going to go down this conversation. But basically, I'm going to I'll put a link in the comments so you can go and have a look at it yourself. This is what you was just talking about, how things have changed. Some of the things they used to say.
Yeah.
So there's a link. It's 3 minutes long. Don't watch it yet, obviously, but watch it afterwards. This is Rainbow talking about playing with their twangers.
Yeah,
Wow.
told you. There's loads of stuff.
Oh my God.
You've not seen those videos?
No.
Honestly, it'll have you pissing yourself.
Yeah,
it will.
I shall have to have a look for those. See if I can find them on YouTube.
It's not just one of them. There's like loads of them, and you know one about how she. Just gonna watch it, especially like Rod, Jane, and Freddie. They're obviously doing a fucking threesome because like the way they talk to her. Oh well. Luckily, I must have had a good childhood because at the time I didn't realise. It's only now I'm older. You got a sicker sense of humour and dirtier.
We didn't know it. As children, Simon, we didn't know those words. They weren't
No.
spoken to us as kids.
No.
You tell someone to F off and stick your fingers up, but not the words they're talking about now, like anal sex and penetration, all that kind of fucking stuff. That was not in a child's vocabulary. They
Yeah.
didn't have a
My
clue.
childhood started
Right.
early then.
It depended if you wrote to Jimmy if you could get Jimmy to fix it for me or not.
God.
Right. What's buffering? Is it me that's buffering, folks?
No,
Yeah, Lost Souls just said it as well.
I'm not getting no buffering.
Heather's does.
The whole stream. It shouldn't be me.
can't
God
see
bless.
it.
God bless the UK. Will tell you it shouldn't be nothing to do with my computer.
Well,
Yeah, it's
I
not-
thought it was
Tell
because
you
I
what.
got too much open, so I've just shut down everything but the YouTube stream and StreamYard now.
Oh, hang on a minute. I am on the I'm on the back out. I'm back house. Hang on a minute.
I can
No?
see everybody fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's all right. It's all right on the YouTube. I was on when I said yeah, it's okay on the I'm back house on the StreamYard, and it's playing perfectly fine. So let's go
Right.
to the StreamYard YouTube.
The way I've got mine set up, I can only
Oh,
see the chat there. I can't.
I think it's probably
No?
your signals, to be honest.
Because my picture, my
Is everything
stream,
all right now,
feed
Channel?
on
That's
here
right.
is perfect, but on YouTube it's freezing and
I'll be
Well,
back
just
in
got-
2 secs, guys, all right?
Yeah, all right, team. I've just gone on YouTube and everything's perfect. Is everything all right now, guys? Because it seems to be great. I was watching on the other one. Yeah, everyone's saying it's okay now. I'm running at 720. It's okay.
Yeah, that's all mine comes through at is 720.
Well, it
mine's
should do. It should
coming
be,
out
it should be
very
8K
laggy.
on your PC now. You bastard.
Again, settings that I need to go through and sort out still. But there we go. Anyway, do we have any more comments? Any more questions in the comments this evening? Because last week, I think we done quite well last week. We had loads of different comments. It turned out to be quite an interesting stream. So more than happy to take comments from people or questions from people in the comments.
Yeah, I think we covered cryptocurrency to death.
Sorry?
We covered cryptocurrency to death.
Oh, fuck that. I noticed things like prices of fuel have gone down and the energy is supposed to be going down a bit, but the price of food is fucking still skyrocketing. And I think that because they think, oh, we got away with it. It's a bit like the Brexit, and it, that's why the prices are going up. Or it's because of the lockdown. That's why the prices is going up. They put them up a bit. Yeah, there might have been a little bit of problem at the first time, and like with the fucking Ukraine bullshit war. But then now they're thinking, oh, we're getting good money out of this. Let's continue with it.
What they're doing is testing out the public's tolerances on how far they can push.
Well, it started with the lockdown, didn't it?
Yeah.
Did you get the noise, Dan?
No.
No, nor did I. Turned it off. And
No,
no noise came through on my tablet either. But there are people reporting on some websites that
There's
as
a
the
lot of people saying it's
Yeah,
still
you're buffering.
on
Yeah, you
YouTube.
are. You're buffering. Every day you're buffering.
basically what they're saying, Dan, is as some of them that got the noise, their phones got hot immediately after, and they're having problems with their network. Their phones are not working.
Right.
That's
Well,
probably
mine-
because they didn't take any action when they got the alert.
Mine seems to be, well, I mean, I've not received anything, but mine seems to be,
Mine's working, but people are saying when they got heard the noise and they went through the script stuff, they turned it off, went back to their phone later and to check it out, and they were getting hot and they weren't able to contact any of their network phone calls and stuff. So
right, I've got some people saying the stream's down.
My stream's fine.
I can see your stream's not down.
My stream's fine, Dan.
It is on the YouTube, but you're probably watching it, Teen, on the StreamYard. It is gone down on the YouTube, but the chat's still going through. Let me just do a refresh.
I've got the YouTube one up as well, Simon. It's working fine, and I can see the chat flashing
I'm
through.
spinning. I'm spinning.
Buffering here. I'm just going to refresh.
There is some buffering on it.
No, I'm just getting a spin. I'm on a gigabit internet.
Yeah, mine's spinning as well.
Yeah,
it is spinning on YouTube.
I'm still getting a chat.
So can you? I mean, if it's buffering, the chances are you can't hear me. So
no, we can hear you. Hold on a minute. Let me just hang on a
yeah,
second. Let me just mute on that one. Oh, I've got to mute my mic. Got better mute my mic as well. It's going to be loud.
It's YouTube that's buffering. I got you on StreamYard, no problem.
Yeah. No, I've just gone over to my YouTube. And,
YouTube's buffering really bad.
And it's just, oh no, it's started again now. Hang on a sec. Has it?
YouTube's broke.
Yeah, it's come up. Yeah, it's back up.
Yeah, mine's back up.
Buffering.
All right.
It must be YouTube, mate. I don't think there's anything to do with you.
It's back. It's back.
Right, Michael Castrian says it's buffering on other streams too.
Right,
Yeah, it's back now.
So it's
Okay.
YouTube, it's not you. So yeah.
I know it couldn't be me. Although saying that, I've not had any major catastrophes tonight, so there's bound to be one at least.
No, don't
this
twist it.
evening.
Don't
Well, you
twist
have.
it.
You let me on.
No, Dan, it's not you. It's not you, because I tell you why. Our Streamlabs is working perfectly fine. You've got 5 on a panel. It was a YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's working fine on both now. So.
Hey,
Hi,
how you
Gabby.
doing, Gabby?
Hiya, hey Gabby.
Good to see you.
everybody. Yep, good to be here.
Always a pleasure, young lady.
How you been?
Ah, not bad. Thanks.
Good.
What about yourself?
Well, a bit stressed over trying to get all this sorted out back to normal, so I can get back to doing my stuff that I do. But we're nearly there. Nearly there. Should be back by the end of the week, if not Monday next week. I reckon
Great
is
stuff.
the latest that I'll be before I get back to putting my content out. So
Don't stress about it. Just, you know what I mean? Take it in your own time.
Yep.
yeah, I stress more. I stress when I'm not doing stuff. You know, I although it might seem like I'm a lazy bastard, but I don't like not doing stuff. So, you know, the fact I can't do much physical wise these days, sitting down in front of a computer that actually works, I miss. So yeah, I will. You know, it's been a while, and I need to get back to it for my own sanity, to be honest.
We'll get there, mate, don't worry.
Stop it. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Stop it. It's barking at somebody going by the window.
Good guard, dog.
Oh, aye.
But they're saying YouTube is fine now, Dan.
Right. Okay.
Right. That's just somebody walking past. Stop it.
So, right. Do we have any more questions that anybody wants to ask the panel? Again, due to the fact we've not got the phone in, obviously we missed that part of the, you know, of the stream at the moment. So for the panel to try and think of stuff to talk about for 4 hours can be a little difficult. So
Here's one. How's Jamie getting on?
I don't know. I've not spoken to him for a week or so, 2 weeks.
Well, he knows where you are every Sunday night, and if he wants to come up,
Yeah.
come up with me.
Hmm.
Come on, Jamie, get your finger out. Stir it up a bit.
I've got a question for you and for those in the chat to see what their responses will be, if you wouldn't mind, Dan.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When the Queen, before the Queen died, she allowed Charles to give Camilla the title of Queen Consort, as most people do when they're the partner of a royal member of the family who is head of the state.
Aye.
Charles has now changed it so she will be called Her Majesty Queen Camilla.
Nah.
Yeah, I
He
don't
has
think the
changed
Queen.
it. She's going to
I
be
don't-
crowned Queen.
Yeah, I don't think the Queen would have accepted that.
No, she didn't. She didn't. She said she couldn't have it. She said she had to be consort.
Yes,
But she's
he's
not
not my
going to be.
king. And I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to. I'm not being anti-royal. I love the Queen to bits. And, well, I've grown up with her, haven't I? Every Christmas, she's in my house. 3
Yeah.
o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
But I think he should have advocated and given it straight on.
So do I. Yeah. So
And
do
he
I.
is not our king. He's got shares in Serco that are letting all the things in. He wants to be the head of all, you know, he's not the head of the church. He says all, oh, you know what I mean? But, and everything else. He's just not, he doesn't look after his subjects. And that's that.
Aye.
It's not for me. Yeah, I got that one. That's fucking brilliant, isn't it?
That's
Yeah, right.
nice.
2 minutes.
The Queen said she could have Queen
Sorry.
consort because her husband, Prince Albert, was the consort to the King, the Queen. So it's been done through royal families for generations.
And
But
it's
now
Prince Philip.
Charles has changed it himself. He's making her Queen.
Yeah, Prince Philip. He didn't. What a
Sonny.
brilliant bloke he
Oh,
was.
you're
Wasn't he?
right.
I liked him.
Oh, I like Prince Philip.
Yeah.
Yeah, he spoke his mind. He didn't bullshit. He wasn't like the royals, so he didn't care.
None of that woke bollocks.
Yeah, he didn't like it. No, he wouldn't have had any of this just going on today. He hated
Good
it.
evening, Sonic.
How you doing, guys?
Yeah.
Roger.
Hello, mate. You all right, Sonic?
Right, Sonic.
Not bad. Better late than never, I suppose.
So, what does the panel think about her being called Her Majesty the Queen?
Wrong.
Terrible.
Some people disagree with this, and in fact, I got a bit of backlash about this last time I spoke about the Queen. I don't care for any of them. That for me, they make no difference to my life. They've made no difference to my life. That discernible difference that I'm aware of. I still struggle every day, as everybody else does. That nothing that they've done that I can say has made any difference to my life, whether they're here or not. I think it's an outdated concept, to be honest. I think kings and queens are an outdated concept. I think the only reason that we have them still is because it brings in some revenue.
It does, yeah.
Some people might disagree with that. I just don't.
Everyone's got their opinion, Dan. You're entitled to that, and I can understand why, because it doesn't impact on us in a direct way. You're right, it doesn't. We see it in other ways, but people don't open their eyes to that.
Other
Because
than the bursary they get out of our taxes every year.
Yeah, but also it's not going to happen anymore, I don't think. The Queen owns 2 companies, Crown Estates, TH Real Estate.
Just
Both of those
dropping off a
companies.
cam for a minute, munchies of a roll.
Okay. Basically, those 2 companies pay for public places like community centres, children's parks, skateboard parks, updating railway stations, flower areas, land given for parks and stuff. But they also build shopping centres. Mine's a classic. I had 2 police officers talk to me. I had a camera on. What are you doing? What are you doing? They don't want cameras in here. They can't stop me because my centre is owned by TH Real Estate, public, because it's owned by Her Majesty, and it's owned by Devon County Council. I pay my taxes too. So go forth and multiply and leave me alone. So, yeah, they didn't like that answer. They said, oh, we can trespass you. Go on, then I'd like to see you try because I'll take you to court. So, not a problem.
Yeah, so I'd much rather have William as king than that turd.
I would, yeah. I thought that's what the Queen was going to do before she passed, was to say to Charles no, because he's into. I have never known a person who's going to be crowned in a church who's a divorcee, because Edward VIII had to step down when he wanted to marry a divorcee, because you can't be defender of the faith if you're a divorcee and get married in a church. But no, the church are changing it.
There is no faith anymore, though.
Is it defender of all faiths?
It is defender of all faith, yes.
Apart from the Christian faith, that's gone out the window. I mean, I'm not religious anyway. Do you know what I mean? But
most of them are in shambles. They're selling off churches like hotcakes because nobody's going anymore. They ain't got any faith in any of them. But it is defender of the faith. So you have to look at what she did, not him, she.
Yes,
Prince
yeah.
Charles is already being investigated from during COVID when he got his right-hand man to get a load of money, bring in 2
£4
Arabs.
billion in a bag, wasn't it? In a, what was
Yes,
it?
it was. And one of it, he got 500,000 euros from each Arab. One of them was given a lordship and is now in the House of Lords making rules on our country.
Wow.
He did that.
Globalist piece of shit.
Oh,
And he's
Not
going
my
to be
king.
king.
Never will be. And apparently, when it's doing the coronation, there's going to be loads of activists that don't like this. They're going to do rape alarms and stuff like that to scare the horses.
Yeah.
They're stopping
Well, that's
shops selling eggs
well, that's
as well.
dangerous.
Cruel.
That's
That's
dangerous
dangerous.
as
Yeah,
well.
like I said, I don't agree with that. There's other
Yeah.
ways
No.
to disrupt it.
I
Not
think,
for people
I think the people close to the area, like the crowd, their bags are going to be searched, and they will be searched. And if they find it on them, they'll be removed. So, because
But is that a
could cause,
bullshit story about the rape alarms? Just try and get the public on side, so we're against them. A bit like all the other things, like have a jab, don't have a jab. That kind of wear a mask, don't wear a mask. Oh, they're going to set rape alarms off. Let's go get them. They're evil people. But they might not be doing it. They might be a protester, and now they're being targeted by general public because they might do these rape alarms to hurt the animals.
yes, it would hurt the animals. It would scare them.
Yeah, I know, but it could be a bullshit story to try and get public on side for him. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It could be, yeah, but there are protest groups that want to go and disrupt it for definite. There are many out there, so they don't like the king. So
You've got to think though as well, but surely like the horses at the very least would have the same kind of training as like the police horses.
They
to deal
do,
with, like, loud noises and all that kind of
they
stuff,
can take
and
it.
military horses.
They don't usually bolt in gunshots like you've seen. So they're used to guns and then the loud guns, the big ones they set off. But you have to remember, a rape alarm is a different frequency. It's very high, and that can cause damage to a horse and a dog. If it's too high, that pitch is too high, it can upset their hearing. It will drive them wild. If they do this, they will go wild because it's the noise that penetrates their eardrum. We only hear at a certain frequency. Dogs, cats, and other animals and horses hear at a very higher frequency, and that will really hurt them. It causes them a lot of pain.
But again, even if there's some people out there that aren't that fussed about the animals, which there's going to be, it is still a dangerous thing to do. If the horses decide to bolt, not so bothered about the cunt on their back, but if the horses decide to bolt,
if they run into a child, run over a child,
Yeah. At the end of the day, by the way, I say it's not exactly the animal's choice to be put in that role. It's animal cruelty. At the end of the day, if you're going to be doing shit like that to them, it's mistreatment, it's abuse.
Well, they should be charged with it if they do this kind of thing in their court. I agree with that. They should be charged.
Oh, totally.
Not the animals' fault. They got to go on parade. The animals are trained to do what they do, but there's only certain things they can tolerate. Any animal would go for the same, but it's because these alarms are so high pitched. You set it off and it immediately hurts a human ear. But you think about what they can do to a dog or a horse or a cat. It's 10 times bigger.
So how do you stop them? How do you stop this?
Well, the only way to stop the alarm is to put the pin back in. So if they open it up and they throw it, it's going to keep going until somebody finds the pin.
Oh my goodness.
They are very loud. 120, 130 decibels.
Yeah. 120 plus.
it's like Sonic screaming.
I'm not quite that high pitched. Of course not.
So as I say, for me, not one of my topics of choice. Royal family and stuff like that. As I say, it's for me, it's an outdated concept. It's used for revenue generation, and the fact that we've been paying for them out of our fucking taxes. When I don't care if you're fucking royal or not, get a bastard job.
Really?
Yeah, well, some of them did in the olden days with the Queen. I mean, I think one of the husbands was a photographer, one was an artist. They did do jobs back then. They did earn their own money, but today's business, they all want their rich bit. I mean, they have cut down in the palace. They've taken out all the maids that used to dress the Queen. It's no longer required. I think there has to be a head of state from a royal family, as they are, but I don't believe we should get rid of it because what's the option? Do like America, hire a president every 4 years. Do you want to go down that route and find somebody orange like Trump?
Well, they
Yeah, well,
always
we
start
still-
the speech with "my government." Well, no, it's the government rule them at the moment.
We still have to hire dickheads every few years, though, don't we?
Every 4
Yeah,
years, yeah.
it's the same. It's the same, kind of the same as the shit we've got here. As like prime minister, though.
You do
It's just a
need to have
different title.
someone that's over Parliament to hold them to task. Even though
Yeah,
the
but-
reporters would say the Queen doesn't control it, she still had a say in what was done privately. She would tell them when something she didn't like. I remember about 4 years before she passed, they gave her about 36 or 37 new bills to put through. She read through it. She didn't agree with half of them, so she took them out of her speech. No, I'm not saying that. Go back and think about it.
Yeah, but now she's gone. They'll just get Charlie Boy to do it.
Of course, he'll comply.
Oh, he'll probably come up with another 100 or 200 more that we don't like.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Well, he's all for the green thing and the eco thing, and he's behind the WEF.
And the refugees. I mean, look at how many are performing, doing the singing at the coronation and everything else. I tell you what, it's going to be a shit show.
Your
I
kids
think,
will.
I
your
think
kids-
what he's done, I think for his coronation, what he's done is dangerous. He's invited over 1,000 members of the public to sit in
Aye.
on the coronation.
Well, let's
Be
hope so.
handpicked.
Let's hope so.
Your kids will be. Your kids will be.
Sorry.
Your kids will be abused. You'll eat bugs, and you'll fucking like it.
Mhm.
You'll own nothing and be happy. I just think as well, but how much fucking money it's going to cost to like we're talking money, changing like the coins and the notes and shit, taking her
Well,
face off it, putting his on it.
He's been doing
But I
this,
think-
but that started about a year before she passed. They knew she was going,
Yeah.
so they started a year
Right.
before she passed.
But I want to put it
Quite-
past
quite
them if I use this
frankly,
shit as an excuse.
everybody's bitching about how much this coronation is going to cost us.
Mm.
Well, in
Fucking
fairness, they do have finances in place that are usually put in place for many, many years to cover the cost of it. The police
do.
and
That's-
that of it, I don't know, but the bulk of it they do cover from what
They do cover, yeah. They've got
That's
millions,
what-
well, billions of pounds in the bank. They cover it from their own money. So
Yeah.
they
So
only
that's-
they don't own Buckingham Palace. So I made a suggestion once, and I got told I'd be trying to like slapped on the wrist by a police officer for saying it. I said we have the world's biggest council house in London. It's owned by London Borough Council. It's not owned by the Queen. Stick the fucking Albanians in there and see if they like it.
But that shit I was talking about with the money though, you know what I mean? That globalist piece of shit, I want to put it past them to try and use that as an excuse to then try and take money out of the circulation altogether, to try and use it as an excuse to say, oh, it's like, save money, instead of like changing everything. So they
That is not owned by the family. Yeah, the castles they own.
Right, though.
The castles they own and the other properties they own those from generations past, but they've never owned Buckingham Palace.
Hang on.
Take the money out of circulation, make it a cashless economy.
We won't get a cashless economy, DJ.
No,
Never
but
happen.
I know, but that's what they want though. I want to put it past
Yeah,
them,
but it'll
right?
never happen. They can't. They rely on money for exchange.
I can't see it.
No, I can't see it
It'd be
myself.
hyped up a lot too much.
Yep.
The Queen
What happens when all
herself-
the power goes
Queen
down?
herself on her last address to Parliament said we must save.
Yeah, we have to. If you get an economic crash, or let's say we've just turned no coins from tomorrow, and all the power shuts down, how the fucking hell do we get food? How do we pay for fuel? Because it's all online. You can't do that. There has to be a backup.
That'll be sanctioned.
There has to be a backup, which is cash.
'Cause
Look at Russia. Russians are advised by Putin never to put savings anywhere and don't keep cash in the house, so they rely on the banks. When they started to invade Ukraine, most Russians lost all their money in the bank because he took it for his war. And the banks crashed. Couldn't get nothing out. There are people in the far parts of Russia that are starving to death because there's no fuel, there's no food. He don't give a shit.
Oh, I don't know. That's another stream, but I've seen different. They look after their own there. Their energy bill, like gas, is capped in most places to about £10 a month. Eat as much as you like. There's
That's
Russians.
because they provide it. They've got the pipelines. We don't.
Yeah, it's not that bad a life in Russia. At least
It is in certain parts of it. It is not in the cities. Not in the cities. You look at Petersburg and you look at the main part of Russia. That's luxury. You go out to the woods and out to the smaller communities. They still got outdoor toilets. They live by wood. They haven't got any gas out there. There's lots of Russia that ain't got gas. They're not connected.
Look at the size of the place. It's the biggest country in the world.
Yes, but it's not populated the biggest country in the world. It's only big by land. A lot of the land they can't use. It's too remote.
I mean, there's so much to talk about this right now. I won't go into it all now, but go on to Telegram.
No, I know. That'll be another time.
I have to say, and I haven't got a dog in the race, but looking back at what's been going on and going back into 2014 and before that, I am pro-Russian out of the two. There's no war, it's a special operation, but we won't go into that now.
No, we won't. But we'll agree to disagree, Simon, eh?
Oh, no,
how
no.
normal people do it.
We debate, Tina, we debate.
Of course. That's what it should be. But we're not falling out over it. We're not arguing.
No, I'd never fall out with you. And I'd like to hear other people's points of views.
Yeah,
I don't need to run to a safe space.
I don't want to see or hear either of you going to other people's channels slagging each other off.
I never would.
That would never happen. Never.
No. I respect everybody's chance to speak. That's their opinion. You shouldn't argue over things like that. We're not children anymore. We're grown-ups, for God's sake. Well, I think I'm one.
Aye.
So sometimes
on that note, hello, all you fuckers on Discord.
Place. Yeah.
It's an adult thing to do.
Take it to Discord.
Oh, God, bloody place.
Yeah, it's
I don't go in any of the chat rooms anymore because the stuff I see on there is like, bleh. So I only go on when you guys are on. I go on to VC. I don't go on to the chats. It's just pants.
We have started cleaning it up a bit.
It's not good, Roger, is it?
Well, what I've mentioned here before in the past, like, I've seen what's been going on here and there and that, and I'm just thinking, hang on a minute, aren't we all English or Scottish or Welsh? We're all United Kingdom. We got all this shit coming in from Calais. We got all this other shit going on, energy crisis and this and that and that and this. Shouldn't we all be looking after each other? Because no other fucker is. If anyone's going to be there for each other, it's us. Us guys here now. Us in the chat. Us in the panel.
That's why they go after us, Simon, because we are separated. Most of the countries around the world believe the UK citizens are blinded by what's going on. They do exactly as they're told. No one challenges anything. And that's the truth. Very few people will stand up and challenge on a point. They're too scared.
This is why I always put this in the chat. Look, you see it there. Wise up. Welsh, Irish, Scottish, English, unite people. Because we do. We need to stand up together. And that's it.
We do.
What these people are doing is focusing on each little step as it happens rather than putting all the steps together and looking where they lead to.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
True, right.
Sometimes I do get fucking sick and tired of being a shepherd. I'll just let them get lambs to the slaughter. Alan Snack Bar, off you go.
Alan, do you say Alan Snack Bar?
Oh, yeah. There's not too much of that going on right now as well. If you look at EU meat codes as well, I mean, I've got Aldi's and I bought some meat from the chicken wings. I looked at the EU meat code on it. Oh, a lot of the meat comes from Two Sisters, a place up north. They've got like 4 or 5 different slaughterhouses. Now, that's supposed to be, you're supposed to know what you're eating. And as a Christian, I'm not going to go into it because I'm going to incite someone to come on channel. But none of my views are respected. None of my anyway, let's fucking move on from that. I'm going to go to Tesco's in a minute and get my 3 for 1. Three club card, get some beer. Oh, dear.
Can you hear me okay, by the way? Do I sound all right?
Yes. Yeah. You sound gorgeous, Jack. You sound gorgeous.
I was just about to say, do I sound beautiful? There you go.
Yeah, that's baby's day.
But your background, Jack, is still giving me anxiety.
Oh, don't talk about Ukraine. It's not Ukraine.
Anyway, what about blue, red, and white? It's white and red. St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day. It's never too late to say that. Never too late.
Jack.
Yeah.
You're so beautiful. if you know, you know. I'm not going to say any more than that.
Oh, don't fucking start me off for Christ.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Anyway,
Yeah, that's it.
mo-
Got to do
moving
that.
on.
Oh no, maybe not.
The only problem is the volume's too
You're
loud.
so beautiful.
No, hang on a minute. You got it wrong. You're so pretty.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
You're,
You're so pretty.
you're so pretty.
You got a pretty mouth.
Oh God. Anyone
Can
got
anybody,
ask?
There's a lot of people that
Can
don't
anybody
understand
tell me-
what we're talking about, so we'll move on from that. Go on, Tina.
yeah.
can anybody tell me where St. George was born?
Turkey.
Thank you. Turkish
Yeah.
saint.
Oh no, was it? It was called Parrot. Was it Parrot?
No, give me it's got some C's in it. I fucking can't remember that.
Cappadocia.
Parrot.
Cabbage.
Persian.
He was called Cappadocia, Turkey.
Was Turkey now, isn't it? They call themselves Turkey.
Yeah, but his surname is Turkey, spelled Turkiye.
How
Uh,
racist is that?
275 AD, and
Yeah.
he was given the Saint George was a Christian who is venerated by the saints in Christianity by the Romans. Turkish.
See that whole backstory, but the whole thing with him like slaying a dragon and shit like that. That's
That's right,
supposedly supposed to have taken place in Spain.
No.
Yeah.
There's a place in Spain. It's supposed to be a place in Spain. But it's
Supposed to.
happen.
Well, every
But
story
according
takes.
to legend.
If
Well,
you go through,
it couldn't have happened anywhere. There's no such thing as fucking dragon.
no.
I mean, but according to the legend, though, with the story, the spot where it's supposed to have happened, it's somewhere in Spain.
Have a guess.
That's
Have a guess how Saint George died.
Heart
Well, let me
attack.
guess, was crucified.
Decapitation.
Oh,
He was torn apart.
Yeah, the dragon bit his head off.
Yeah.
worms and head and everything.
I'm just waiting for a funny joke now. That's all I'm waiting for.
So I think according to the story, but after he slayed the dragon, he used the sword that was covered in blood, and he just smeared the dragon's blood in a cross shape on his chest, and that's how the flag came about, apparently. But that place was supposed to have happened in Spain. I've been there and visited the site. It was pretty boring, to be honest with you.
Don't lie. You've not been out of the country, you lying bastard.
Fuck off! I've been to Spain, I've been to France, I've been to Amsterdam.
Your criminal behaviour order won't let you leave the country.
Don't fucking tell them that.
So, can I give you another useless fact? And if there's any children listening, please close their ears.
Useless?
Yeah, well, you might think it might be. Father Christmas, St. Nicholas, a 4th century bishop who lived in ancient Rome town of Myra and a Demir in Turkey, reputed to neither be plump nor jolly, but did understand a long-standing reputation for charity giving and gifts. And he was, again, Turkish.
So apart from the turkey, Jimmy Savile.
Perhaps that's why, with 2 of our saints, that we developed the turkey for Christmas dinner. Ta-da!
I just find it ironic that St. Nicholas or St. Nick is another slang term for the devil, Satan.
Yes.
Satan being an anagram of
Yes.
Santa.
And there are stories of Satan, one of Satan's agents, Saint Nick, going out to give gifts to children to guide them to hell.
Yep.
That's
And he
David's
appears
story.
in red.
Yeah.
I didn't need
That
guiding.
would be called a Jimmy Fiction.
I found my own way there. I didn't need guiding to help.
You're already in hell. I'm sorry to tell you guys, there's no way of going down. This is hell. Where we live now is hell.
I thought
If
you were going to say go and find another channel.
This is hell. If you look at the Bible readings from the very beginning, and God said to Adam and Eve, I'm going to send you down to hell, they landed on earth. So there's nowhere to go after this, guys. That's why it's so shit here. We're already in hell.
Well, I'm going to follow the highway because I ain't climbing any fucking steps.
I'm not going up there, no. I'm going down there. I'm going to light a fire.
Fucking had to be one, didn't there, Tiffany? Had to be one of you.
Right.
Hey, I think we all know you would. Fucking hell.
Why would you want to go to heaven when you got to behave yourself? Go down to hell and have fucking parties 24 hours a day. Yippee!
Exactly.
Well, if you go to Paradise for some, you get 72 virgins. It ain't that bad a deal.
Yeah, there's no such thing as 72 versions.
If there is, there won't be when us lot get there.
But what is a man going to do with 72 fucking computer geeks?
Well, if you've blown yourself up for the sake of going to Allah to get your 72 virgins, how the hell are you going to fuck them anyway? You're being bits.
Bit Satan.
You're blowing yourself up. You're not going to go anywhere, are you? You don't just suddenly.
The thing is, when I go to Tesco's in a minute, there's this little love. I've got to be nice, right? She is a lovely little Muslim girl, right? And every time I go in, I usually go in about this time, and I'll go and get some extra beers. And she looks at me. I say, "What?" I say, "Listen, is it true or not? If you go to Paradise, you could drink wine. Is that correct?" She goes, "Yes, that's correct. It's in the Quran, isn't it?" She goes, "Yeah." I said, "Well, look, I'm just getting to Paradise now. Why not have it now? Why wait?" And she just like shucks her shoulders. She can't answer it.
What, you paid more of it?
No, not what. I'm back. Anyone want anything from the shop? Hot noodles or baguette crisps?
Oh, hot noodle. Hot noodle.
Maybe a
I'm
chocolate
going to go for noodle wine.
Back in a minute.
I want from the shop.
Give me a kilo.
Chicken pot noodle. I'd love one of those.
Can you hear the sound effects, by the way?
I got that on aisle 47.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the right moment. You can probably hear my voice. Oh, no, you can't hear my voice. Oh, you can. No, you can't. Can you?
Well, we've just responded to you, so I'm pretty sure we can hear your voice.
Is it different?
Fuck is
Oh,
deal with
no.
that shit.
No, sounds like normal.
You've got an echo going on a loop there with it, Jack.
What about now?
That's better.
No, that sounds funny. What mod have you got on for that voice?
Nothing.
Ah, don't be horrible.
It's fine, don't worry.
I think you must have a little bit of
Now that's the Jack I know.
Talking sense.
I mean, he is right. I do fart a lot. I do have to give that credit to my dog though, because she does not stink. She stinks the room out.
Yeah, everyone blames the dog. Poor dogs.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, poor dogs.
She smells like DJ Sonic on a bad day.
Mate, you better about to smell me in a fucking bad day, trust me.
Exactly. I don't want to smell you at all. I want to be in a mile proximity of you.
Chemical warfare, son.
That's what we say about my dog Rosa. That's what it's equivalent to, anyway. Oh yeah, you didn't hear this soundboard because I made it the other day, but
Bonjour, you fucking wanker.
What the fuck?
Crazy.
Oh, Jesus.
It's getting like the Revs channel, isn't it?
yeah.
Oh, I bet you lots of fun creating that shit.
I need to find some shit for mine. But
Yeah.
again, I need to get the computer. I need to get the computer sorted out before I worry about the Stream Deck thing, and make sure that's all up and running properly.
So how much more you've got to do to get the system running, Dan?
I'm hoping I'll be done just after midweek. If I'm not done after midweek, then I'm going to leave it till Monday.
Okay.
But I've got the new computer up and running. God bless, he's a bit jealous because he had a look at the specs of my computer and done some bench testing on the computer, and he called me an arsehole because it's better than his. The old computer I've just completely I've managed to grab everything from one computer and put it onto the new one. The old computer I've reset it, factory reset basically, so that needs networking now up to the new computer so that I can use that one basically as a storage device.
Yeah, I got you.
And just sort of shift everything over to there if I need to. But also, if I'm doing a stream, I should be able to stream from one computer while doing everything else by doing all of this on one computer, but using the
Yeah.
other computer just to use the processing power to stream it, to
Oh,
make the
I've got
stream, hopefully make the stream a little bit better. But that's the plan anyway. But that, again, that's something that can be done in the future. But I'd need to get this networked up properly. Once I've got that networked up properly and I've got everything where I need it to be on the computer, then I can start doing my videos again.
It'll be better when you move, because then you can set up a proper studio, can't you? And get it sorted.
Yes, yeah. I'm going to get some. I can't remember what they're called. Vary poles, they're called. Which basically will go from the floor to the ceiling, and you extend them so that it's a bit like. Do you know the poles you get for like
lap dancing
in the shower?
Oh, I know.
They've got rubber ends, and you extend the pole to each
That's
wall.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a bit like that, but it's more industrial, if you like, for photography. You've got like you put it up and touch the ceiling and the floor, and then you've got a clamp which just puts a little bit more pressure on it to hold it in place.
Yeah.
So I need to get 2 of those, a bar to go across, and then I can lift everything up off the desk, and I can have a clear desk. Then I can have the monitors on.
Oh, I got you.
I can have the lights on the poles, the mic on the pole, and I can completely clear this desk and just have the
that sounds great.
The mouse and the keyboard on there, which would make things a lot.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Better.
Dan,
Can we take some pictures so we can see how it's going?
Can you, if you're thinking of having an early one or what, because it makes my choice on my next drink a bit easier.
Well, I had a sleep this afternoon, so I'm not
there's every
necessarily.
chance we'll be going on a bit then. Yeah, no worries.
I suppose there is a slight chance.
I just don't want to do a sigh and fall asleep on a stream.
So I'll show you what I've got. Hang on a second. So this is what I've got at the moment.
Right.
So I've got obviously the old computer down there, the new computer there.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's a lot to take off, isn't it? So once you've got those monitors up, that's going to make a big difference to your desk space.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're only using 2 monitors then?
Yeah.
At the moment, I am, because I'm still trying to sort that monitor out. Once that monitor's set up, I can put that monitor back on that computer and have the 3 monitors running from there.
My God, it looks complicated.
That's what we call a office tour.
Yeah. It's a lot to put together, Gabby. It's not easy. I'm getting a curved screen, which is one long screen. So I was going to buy 3 screens, and trying to get those to work together is a pain in the ass. One turns on, 2 turns on. So I'm getting a full curved screen.
I've just seen we've got another guest in the back here.
Ooh.
Right. So I know that's definitely you, because you've just reacted to my comments, so I can bring you on without asking you to do something silly.
Okay.
Hi.
All right,
how's it going, guys?
We need a welcome song for every person that joins, you know.
No, I want that sound bite that you've got there. So every time
you fucking wanker.
Yeah, so every time somebody comes on, I can welcome them. I can welcome them properly.
Oh, that's great.
Well,
I could just do that.
How you doing, Saul? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I did a roast dinner today.
What did you have? What meat did you have?
Beef, man. I always do the beef. I don't like cooking pork, but I have it now and then.
Yeah,
but I like beef, man. Nearly like every week.
I don't often have a chance to have roast dinners these days. Having to stand in the kitchen and prep all that stuff. I'm fucked after 5 minutes of standing up these days. And I know people say get a chair, but to get a chair, I've then got to twist and have my legs point in one direction and my body point in the other direction to do stuff. And that hurts just as much as well. So it's difficult. I think the last time I had a roast dinner, I think it was who cooked me the last roast dinner? Was it No, I cooked the last roast. No, I did. I did cook the last roast dinner, and that was for Lost Souls Paranormal and Danny Austin. But that was fucking hard. That was hard work. I did need help from them both.
Yeah, it's strategy, mate.
So, in other words, you stood at the kitchen door, giving them pointers and telling them what to do, kind of thing.
Yeah, I should sit in the corner, shouldn't I? I go, no, don't do that. Do it the proper way.
Yeah, everybody has their own way of doing the preparation, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Aye,
so
mine's just called a microwave.
You can't do a roast dinner in a microwave.
You don't eat out of that, do you? Jesus.
I can. What's that fucking the TV adverts of Wiltshire Farm Foods? Microwave dinners for one, specially prepared. Just put it in 3 minutes later. You're
Have
golden.
they stopped doing the microwave roasting bags then?
I don't know.
Don't know. Never.
You used to be able to get a bag that you put your chicken in to put in the microwave, and
Oh, I remember those. Yeah.
the chicken.
Oh, I don't know. Look, I've never heard of a microwave one. Never heard of a microwave one. But then I cook properly. You see, when I cook, I do it the proper way.
I've yet to fucking see that shit.
Well, I don't
Well,
do it at all. That's why I keep her.
You don't need to see it, Sonic. Ask Danny and Lost Souls.
I remember years ago, right? You know, like how long it takes to cook a turkey, right?
Mm.
I was at this hotel, right? I knew this guy who worked in the kitchen, and they'd just had this new oven fitted, but I'm talking like 25 years ago, right?
Yeah.
But this thing would cook a turkey in over 2.5 hours, about 2.5 hours. Yeah. So I don't know. You know, it takes hours and hours, doesn't it, to cook a turkey, right? But this thing, done.
You just take it to the back of the shop with the guys with the blow torches.
Oh, God.
Yeah, seen that. Yeah.
Gone are the days.
To be fair, what they may have been doing, and this is just me being, devil's out, because you know me, I don't like to take sides, right? So, they one of the things we used to do when we plucked the chicken, because we used to have chickens, we used to, we had
it
chickens.
seals the skin up, doesn't it?
But it burns off the bits of feathers that are left.
Yeah.
So they could have been doing that. It depends how golden the chicken was getting while they were doing it.
Chin chin.
Burning off the green and blue bits.
Oh.
I hate turkey. Don't like it.
Very
I can't be sauce with it.
Very true, bearded vet. Very true.
My Christmas dinner is 21-day matured Angus steak. That's my Christmas dinner.
I'm supposed to be waiting for an OT to get in touch, Bumblebee. Again, I mean, I hopefully soon. Hopefully.
Oh, so good, man. Hello, mate. I just got back from the shop. Good to see you, fella.
Still there, guys.
Did you get me a pot noodle?
Yeah.
I told you I've got them here already. What flavour do you want? I'm not joking either. Dan would tell you. I've got about 42,000 aisles down my room here of all different things. I won't do it now, because I've had a drink. But if you name me something, I'll go and find it within a minute or two.
I'll release his address when the zombie apocalypse happens.
What's that, Rod? You'll be wearing a dress. Again.
Oh.
Yeah,
Interesting.
all over the place there.
Just had an email saying from allegedly from Amazon saying please open the attachment because of unusual fucking activity in your account.
Oh no! Yeah, look at the rest. It's Amazon app and whatever, and look at the rest of it. Is at the
I know. It's not even the email address I use for Amazon.
Wow.
And then you open it and it says,
"Bonjour, you fucking wanker."
Well, I don't know how it works with me because I used to get one or two, and I ain't even got an Amazon account. I ain't even got a
Yeah.
PayPal account.
Well, that's the thing, right? I mean, if they send out 10,000 emails, right, they've literally only got to get a handful of people, which law of averages says that you're going to find,
Aye.
a handful of people in there that are gullible enough to fall for it, or not gullible enough to fall for it, but don't understand how the scams work. There's a lot of old people getting online and stuff.
Yeah, they do get caught out quite a bit, Dan, don't they?
Yeah.
So it's a wanky thing to do, absolutely a wanky thing to do, but it's clever because again,
the benefits of having a home phone, which is what I've got on all the shopping channels I've got, on all the medical stuff I've got, it's my home phone number. Now it's on answer machine permanently, and the irate messages I've had from we've been trying to get hold of you. Fucking ring us. And it's like, who the fuck was that? So I just go back on the recordings and just laugh, delete, laugh, delete. Oh, that's fucking 3 times in one day, laugh, delete. I don't give out my mobile that often to any organisation. It's my home line, and I never use it. It's turned permanently onto host, and that's where most of the scams will come in.
There's an app you can put your mobile phone, and it freaks the fuck out of people. It's called Call Recorder. And what it does is, it's a handy thing. I got it on there because I forget everything. So every time someone rings me up, I'll ring someone else up. It automatically records a call on my mobile phone. But the good thing about it as well is that it also tells you 99.9% recurring all the time who's calling you. So if like Ben Smith's calling me, I've never fucking spoken to him in my life. I'll answer the phone and go, hello, Ben. He goes, oh, hello? Yeah. He goes, oh, I was looking for blah, blah, blah. I said, yeah. He goes, but you just call me Ben. He goes, yeah. Have we spoke before? I said, not to my knowledge. I was like, how do you know?
Does that mean you've been recording my calls with you?
No, because we go on WhatsApp. We go on WhatsApp.
Is that so you can listen to my? Is that so you can listen to my accent when you're alone at home?
No. I just watch the stream back later on.
WhatsApp is the best way to make calls.
I was talking to him the other day and I couldn't figure out whether we were on WhatsApp, Facebook,
Well, WhatsApp is guaranteed, isn't it? You've got security there, so you don't have a problem. I've had Messenger. I've had Messenger. I've got rid of Messenger because I got hacked with people putting dozy stuff up. Facebook, I've literally made private to only a select few because I got hacked on that by other people, bringing their mates on it who were putting up things like racism, drugs, and all that, suicides.
Yeah, the amount of fucking WhatsApp groups and Facebook chat groups, not the actual groups on Facebook, but the Messenger, Facebook Messenger groups. Yeah. I go onto my fucking onto my messages sometimes. I go, who the fuck's that? And there's like 70 people in a room, and it's just one person just posting shit. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing in here?
Yeah, now, exactly. What of it?
I'm not being funny, but if that happens, and if you let's say you're being a little bit less, well behaved in society, shall we say, and the police pick you up for something, and they go through your phone, and you've been added to a group without your knowledge, which is happening, that could be very bad for people.
It will.
And they're not going to believe you. I mean, you can prove it eventually. You can prove that you was added by going to Facebook or whatever. You can't, if it's, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it works on WhatsApp, whether you need to agree to join that particular group. But I don't think you do. I think that because I've been added to groups on there before, and all of a sudden I've seen fucking messages from people I've got no idea.
I've not had it on WhatsApp because you have to have the person's phone number you're contacting. You have to request a link on WhatsApp. On Messenger, anybody can go on there. And I ended up being swamped by about 2,000 fucking Yanks trying to sell me furniture. And it was like, where the fuck did they come from? So I just shut it down.
Like I said,
my
Facebook
is private. What's that, DJ?
I was just saying, think yourself lucky it's a bunch of Yanks, no Indians. Fuck.
Well, somebody did put up a post on Facebook, I think it was Wednesday, that there's a thing going round on there where people are getting you to join a group or click on this, that, and the other. and all they're doing is getting your profile to forward on to third parties. And
I think Janine put that up, didn't she?
it might have been Janine, yeah.
I think it was Janine who put it up.
Yeah, there's a lot of that about where you click on something and you get bounced over to some fucking cretin over in Norway or something.
Yeah, if it's somebody I don't know, then I don't click on it.
Well, Sonic said think yourself.
Well. Sorry,
I was going to say Sonic said think yourself lucky it's not somebody from India. The thing is though, Sonic, if it's somebody, you could be entitled to some compensation to that car crash that you had. You might be missing out.
You know what? I might just start telling them I had a crash, even though I never fucking.
That's what I did when I got round to giving them my registration number. They got a bit upset.
But that's the thing, though. I just tell them it's a bit difficult to give them the registration number of the vehicle because they be little red and yellow toy car things. They don't come with a license plate.
There is a woman on an American site. She's a lady that does the scam calls, and she started it off as a joke. Now she's making money out of it for her YouTube videos, and she gives them. One guy rang up and she said, "This is the Texas whorehouse. How can we help you? Blowjobs are free today." And they hang up before she finishes. And she's like, they won't even speak to me. She comes up with all sorts. The nunnery of the forest ladies. Would you like to come and see our naked fannies? All this kind of stuff comes out of her mouth. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. She is so cool, though. She shuts them right down. She don't give a monkey's what she says.
Aye, crematorium, you kill them, we grill them.
Yeah, it's what she does. She just comes out with all sorts every single day. And I watch it all the time for a giggle. It's so funny. I mean, it's a look on her. They bloody hung up again. They don't even want a conversation. Why are they ringing me? So yeah, she's come straight out with it off the bat. She's not reading anything. She just blurts it out. And I'm like, that is so cool. That's the way to stop scammers. But there is one tech guy in the UK. I love that guy. He's John somebody. I'll see if I can find a link for you guys. He is amazing. He has actually got into scammers' computers in India and other countries.
Yeah, I know you're all about. He's good at me.
Online.
And he sent cameras in and he put things in packages.
Yep.
Yeah.
In one company, he had all 300 people that were there looking at a big screen and showing all of their faces looking up because he hacked their webcams. He got right into the lot of it and all going, "We're up there. Why are we up there?" So they were begging him to stop. And he got money back for people. The transfers. He found out wiring account. He got money transferred back to victims. He's a clever guy.
So you was going to say so a moment ago.
I was just saying, these phones and everything now, these scams and stuff, they just put like a, like you might just click on something, and the next thing you're talking to some hooker in China or something. I don't know.
Well, that's no good. If I was talking to a hooker, I'd want it to be around the corner.
Yeah.
Didn't our friends get one of those calls, Dan, early hours of the morning about somebody ordering a black penis, and a lady called her to ask if she wanted any other services?
Yeah. I remember that.
Get one of those?
I don't think. I'm not sure whether it got delivered or not.
Well, the woman was then talking about sex and if she wanted to have video sex and stuff, I think it was, and she was getting really frustrated about that.
Oh dear.
Missing for 12 days now, Dan. What are we going to do? I'm having withdrawal symptoms. I've got no brownie to watch.
Well, I've not even thought about it, to be honest.
No,
a new fella put her under the patio.
It's 12 days now since she was last on a video. 12 days. That's when she said she was.
How are you doing, buddy?
Hi, Paz.
Who?
Hello.
Ex-British Army Paz.
Yeah. I seen him in Simon's stream yesterday, I think it was, or the day before.
Yesterday he was in there. Yesterday he popped up.
He's an interesting guy, he really is. Some story.
I got what was I going to say then?
Don't know. No bad reader.
Fuck off, you. No, can't remember. Fuck it. It'll come back to me.
I don't get a time to get these fucking cold calling fucks, man. You just like get an annoying tune ready to play. I just put them on hold and just fucking play it. You just turn it up.
Hold on.
You just leave them to be stuck with.
Well, you could get it years ago where there was a little box you could get a DJ with swear words and stuff on it and link it to your phone, your home phone. So as soon as they rang, it would be "fuck off, you twat." So, and those kind of things would go across. I do love that, DJ.
Thank you for holding. Your call is important to us.
Yeah, but you didn't put the briny bit in. Yeah. I want that bit in there as well.
That's what we used to do. Right, are you going to get me copyright struck?
No, it's a free tune.
Like, better be. Well, come up there and
He made it up himself.
I'll slap that hair right off your face, lad.
It's free now. You've got it.
Now you've put me off again, you wanker.
Whoa, that's a big glass, Esto. Nice.
Nice.
Ears? I can't hear you, Saul. No,
you're muted, Saul.
Welcome.
So is that a Grenadiers?
Yeah, I was just saying that's in the delirium glass.
Ah.
Have you ever seen that beer?
No.
No.
Where's that from?
Never had it.
It's Belgian.
Wow.
It's a Belgian beer, but you get like a gift pack, yeah, with the glass.
Wow, that's
in
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, glass is nice. It's quite
beautifully
big.
made. It's huge. Wow. It's real cut glass.
I like the stem on that. It's pretty funky.
Yeah, nice. Enjoy your drinking that one.
Yeah.
Always tastes better in a good glass.
Yeah.
Like, you can't beat crystal for whiskey or brandy. Good solid crystal glass for that. It was so nice.
Just wanted to cut in and say that my wife's not very well this evening, so she's not on today.
Oh, I hope she gets well soon, darling.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, sorry to hear that.
Get better soon, Stitch.
Yeah.
Get well soon, Mrs. Goodman.
Yeah, she's in better, bless her.
It's not nice when you have a downer. Cheers to you, mate. I've got me water. I'll toast you with me water on my council pop.
What are you drinking, Sol? That looks a nice, pretty glass.
Delirium. It's like it's the glass I've got. I've just stuck a Foster's in it.
It's like that.
Within honour of the alerts that were coming out today.
Yeah.
I don't envy you guys. I don't drink alcohol anymore. But the worst drink I've got to say I ever had was what? You can drink for me. Help yourself. I had some Dutch snaps about 30 years ago. I went to a Radio Ham rally. 400 of us turned up in Hull, and they brought this little tiny brown bottle in. And they gave me a thimble, and I drank this stuff, and I was like, my feet were literally frozen to the floor. But I started getting drunk, and the legs up in about 50 fucking seconds. I thought, what the fuck is this? And I almost toppled over. They got me to sit down, and literally I couldn't feel my legs. The strength of this alcohol. It was like, oh my god.
You sure it wasn't a hip goal?
No. They were drinking it out of these thimbles. They were bloody mental. They turned up with 2 vans stocked with alcohol just for 3 days.
There's only like 10-20% in it.
No, this Dutch stuff is handmade. It's like the same thing as the Irish whiskey.
Patang.
It's homemade.
That's good stuff. Really
it's homemade stuff. This is
moonshine.
But it's powerful shit.
Patang, they call it in Ireland. Is that right, Rod? Patang?
Yeah, it's Pachine.
Yeah, I always get that wrong.
Yeah, my uncle used to do it in the barn, and the first time he let me try it, he took me out and just took a scoop out of a 45-gallon barrel.
My God.
Oh, there's cracking on this Bud Light.
Well, that would save the energy crisis, wouldn't it? Especially with the fuel costs.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, if you get a good enough green, it'll turn you that way anyway.
Yeah. Mega pints.
Yep.
Instant night.
Don't forget.
No. That's just
Right,
the trees moving.
Oh, we didn't put WhatsApp in your PC, Dan.
Yeah, you can.
What?
We didn't
There's
do
a
that.
PC download for WhatsApp.
WhatsApp.
No, I know.
Yeah,
Why,
WhatsApp. I didn't put it on your PC. We didn't do that. That's one of the things we didn't set up.
Oh, that's right. I just do it. Just go to the web page, scan the QR code.
Yeah, go to Windows. Go to Windows WhatsApp download. Don't go to WhatsApp itself. Go to the Windows download for it.
You don't want to miss any WhatsApps, do you?
Oh no, I don't. Anyway, I've seen them.
I've only got it on my phone. I don't put it on the computer.
Bounce it.
Right, I'm gonna. Hey, Sonic.
Yeah.
Do you give me permission to make a soundboard out of one of your DJ remixes?
If you want. Are you on about that briny one? The bit which was
License it. So you're not very clever, are you? So you could have licensed it and made some money out of him then.
I could charge him. Charge him. Copyright.
Hey, but then I could say no, I won't be able to say. I want to say it's under fair use, but I don't think that's how it works.
Nah, but if it's to copyright that shit, then that wee bitch should for fucking what's it? Get royalties. It's her voice.
Yeah, I want to do something. Hold on.
Why the fuck do I get money with it?
Right, hold on.
Okay.
Right, do we have any questions? Any questions from people watching for the panel? Anything you want to discuss? Anything you want us to discuss?
Say, like earlier on, you was talking about the BBC.
Yes,
they're on something too.
Big black.
Big black.
Big
black, new big cunt. Stance. Sorry.
Hang on. They're on what, Saul? Say again, mate.
They're on something till, aren't they? They've got some money coming in.
Oh, of course they have. That's why they don't want to lose it. They don't want to lose it, do they? They've always been in the government, or they've always been in the government's pocket, and vice versa, because, which is why the government have backed them up with legislation for all this stuff, no doubt, because they want the BBC to report what they want them to report. They always have. And if they don't say, right, well, look, at the beginning, if they didn't turn around and say, look, we'll put this into fucking legislation. You give us some kickbacks and you give us some fucking airtime when we need it, or you lie for us when we need it. And that's what they've been doing for the last fuck knows how many years.
Oh, post-war at least. They would only put out what they wanted.
Be back in a minute. My dog's needing attention.
No worries. No worries.
All right, Gabby.
Yeah, the only one I liked when they first came out was Channel 4 because they were very, very crude and very direct with what they put on there. They didn't give a shit about what the BBC or anyone else thought about them. They just went for it. And I used to love Spitting Image. And I read a thing, the Queen wrote a letter to the directors and the producers of Spitting Image, and she loved the way they portrayed the royal family. She was a right giggle with it, apparently, when she was watching the programme. So she was.
Did you see that one yesterday, team? One of the BBC fact checkers that they installed in was found to be a total lefty.
No, oh yes, I did see that. Yeah.
And he'd been in there for some time as well.
Yeah.
Right, guys, talk amongst yourself for a moment. Just going to go make a very quick cup of coffee, and I'll be right back.
Coffee?
Nah.
Yeah.
Roger mentioned there, Brian. He's away for a wank now.
Did you hear about the university, Roger, who the students voted someone in and didn't realise by mistake they voted in a Conservative? No, they're trying to get it null and void. They're trying to redo the vote, and the university said nope. They voted in this. I think he's British Indian, but they voted him in because of his policies and didn't realise he was a Conservative. So yeah, they're really pissed now. So,
well, the Tories now have got a lot of their members that funded them. They're withdrawing their support as well. It's all falling apart around them now.
Every party's the same, mate. Don't matter who you vote for, they're full of shit. So.
Well, they got rid of Abbott today, didn't they? They suspended her and took the left whip.
She's been suspended, but she'll come back because she'll play the race card again. She'll get back in. Don't worry about that. The one they should get rid of is Sir Keir Starmer. That man's a lying asshole.
The Lords blocked
the
banning of the European Court of Human Rights as well.
I didn't know about Sir Keir Starmer, Saul, that he was the one when he was the head of the Chambers and the CPS. He brought in a law to ensure that any migrant can come here and get immediate finances.
Yeah.
He produced that law, and I was shocked by that.
He went to court as a lawyer and
he was working.
Right.
probably at that he was probably invoking that because of European law. All right. I mean, I don't know how long ago that was, but
It was about 30 years ago, and he was also head of the CPS and refused to prosecute Jimmy Savile with the first four young victims.
And Labour have just also bringing in that, and I think in Scotland as well, that they should, I think it's Scotland first, minimum 18,000 benefits each migrant.
Yep. Well, the government that stopped Wales, Mark Drayford said he was going to give money to the free money to any migrants that hit their area. And Wales is a small country and they're already swamped with people with major problems.
He wanted to give them.
Well, the actual Rishi Sunak has put a block on it. He said you can't do that because it's not just Welsh money you're using. It's money from the entire United Kingdom. You get money from Parliament and that belongs to England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales. You can't make that decision. So he's put it on a block at the minute.
Well, the SNP are on a very slim plank with the.
They are, aren't they? No, they're looking for burner. They're looking for burner phones. How can government get away with having burner phones? That's crazy.
So much is coming out about them.
They're skint. They haven't even got an auditing team that are strong enough to even try and look at the finances. All the ones they had when Fishface got kicked out, they walked out.
Maybe I alluded to this the other week.
That's what I call her. Fish. Well, she's called Sturgeon, Fishface.
They've got their own money up there.
They basically in serious trouble for a whole party. They're going to go, so I tell you. What you've got left is Conservative. I think you've got a Labour Party up there, DJ, and you've also got like a Green Party or Liberal Party. So they've not got enough to make it. They've not got enough individually as parties for a government. So they're going to have to come together and reach an agreement somehow because the SNP are going to die by the end of this year.
From my point of view, I think it's very, very difficult to actually say, oh yeah, it's going to end up like this. I think it's going to be I think it's going to be messy up there for a long time yet.
Oh, I think it will. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be messy down here for a long time yet.
You're talking about so much money they got away with. They've got away with billions.
Historically, right, they've always been, to wanting to do their own thing, and you're never going to get it out of them.
When you got my father-in-law taught me as a Marine, when you're a common man, you look after your family, you save your money, you do what's right for your family. When you get a politician, they've got money, but they want more. So they will do dodgy deals whenever they can to get more. The more they get, the more they want. And that's bloody true. And he died in 1988. And he gave me that advice about a year before he passed. And he said, politicians are not worth the money you pay for them. They're liars, cheats, and backstabbers. And that's all they ever will be. They don't care. As long as they get what they get in their pocket and in their bank, they don't give a shit about the common man. But that's who employs them.
So the only one that ever entered Parliament with good intent was bloody Guy Fawkes.
Yeah.
Well,
I think you said that last week, didn't you?
Yeah.
I think he says that every fucking week, to be honest.
Absolutely right. That is
right.
They are supposed to work for the people. They were given their jobs by the people. They should roll their shirt sleeves up in their jackets and do the damn job they were elected to do, but they won't. You can't get anything out of them. They do all the talking and they
wrong button.
New guy anyway.
Sorry, I didn't mean to press that. That was an accident.
Yeah, they do all the talking, but the promises they make are fake. I've had local councillors turning up here for the May elections, and I've had them knocking on the door. I said, don't knock on my door. Are you going to vote? No. Why are you not going to vote? Because you're all liars and cheats. And I shut the door. Go away. When you give it an honest politician.
I roasted one. I roasted one of them. Into my
Did you?
Oh, yeah, I roasted one of them. Yeah.
Which one was that? What party did they belong to?
He was Conservative. Oh, well, she puts to make sure the lights are on in the town at Christmas. I said, what fucking town? Town's gone.
Yeah, exactly. My city is a capital of Devon. I would now say it's a capital cesspit, the best cesspit in the world. We've now got 400 in the city. The bus station we've got's been shrunk. Opposite there's 200 in tents. There's bottles of piss all over the floor, shitting in toilet bags because there's no loo nearby. You've got drugs on the main high street, drugs at South Street. So if you're a tourist getting off a bus, that's the first thing you see.
Vote Pap.
Yeah. That would do.
Yeah, microphone. Oh, it's.
You and I You and I can be on opposite benches, Dan. Imagine the language.
My right honourable lady, fuck yourself.
Right, your gentleman across the house, go fuck yourself too. So yeah, we'd have good fun.
Mr. Speaker, you're a twat. Shut up.
That's the first thing I'd do is sack a speaker. Mr. Speaker, shut up. We can fight amongst ourselves. We don't need you as a referee.
I don't even know if Dan heard this or not, but it was an accident when I pressed it. But
Right, honourable nipplehead.
They wouldn't put anyone like us in a place like that because we're not of the same, what they believe, the same standard of them, the gentlemen, the ladies, the ones that went to posh schools.
Right, we don't know how to conduct ourselves.
Yeah, we do. Normal people speak.
Hang on a minute. How can you say that? Have you ever watched the Houses of Parliament live? What a bunch of people in our country.
It's one of the funniest things on TV.
It is. It's like I'm spitting image.
It is. You're right. I wrote to the Speaker of the House. I wrote to the Speaker of the House a while ago, and I wrote to him saying, "I've just witnessed on Question Time with Prime Ministers 2 grown men calling each other cabbages, idiots, and onions. What the hell is going on?"
It is all really fucked. It really is. Good job. Us British, us United Kingdom. We got a good sense of humour.
We do. Yeah.
That's what keeps us going.
The other names they can call each other, that's the best they can come up with. Cabbages and fucking onions.
Yeah. But if you ever watch Australian TV or Japanese TV or Chinese TV, they take the piss out of them. Yeah. They say, look at this lot fighting over each other.
I watch a bit of German TV. So.
What are you doing, Jack?
Nothing.
Sonic, wasn't it?
Nothing. No, it's not Sonic. Is it
Nah,
Sonic?
he's using one of my mixes, the briny one.
Yeah, one of his mixes.
Don't do it while we're talking, though, Jack, please.
Just imagine.
It puts me off. It puts me off when I'm trying to think of something. It puts me off. So
you can imagine a panel like us, Dan. Who would you select for your panel? Come on, pick the names that you want on your side of the bench.
Well,
who are you going to pick as your parliament?
Oh,
pick the first 5 people off your head. Who are you going to pick?
Well, that's not good. That's going to leave 2. That's going to leave 2 not on it. And
come on,
well, putting them on the spot.
There's 8 of us in here, you know what I mean? So why don't you 4 each in total?
I think Sonic would have to be Minister for Entertainment, wouldn't he?
Court jester.
Cool.
Yeah, court jester. Yeah, absolutely.
I'd have Simon as Speaker of the House.
Thank you.
He can shout us down, can he?
Oh, I
don't know. I think Roger's probably. I think Roger's probably the one who.
No, Roger's missus. No, Roger's missus. She'd sort them out.
Oh, yes, she would.
Yeah, I've seen her in action.
That's true, she would.
I've seen her in action. Hairs on the back of my neck.
Yep. Ever will be good for that job.
You're lovely, Mrs. Whittaker, but I wouldn't like to piss you off.
That should be the secretary.
I try not to for my own safety.
It's a health concern for you, Roger.
Health minister.
It's when she creeps up behind me in the dark and then all of a sudden the face appears on my shoulder.
Oh, I've had that. I know. Someone got one right then. Who was that?
That was me, God bless.
You'd be a good speaker, Heather.
On the side chat.
You've seen me in action. Was that when I had to go at Nathan? When I made the hair.
Yeah, it was.
It was. Yeah, not everybody saw that.
Oh fuck! I've just noticed in the side chat, Blitzer, Blaz, and Noah, DJ Sonic, Minister for Autism.
Dan's party last year, somebody said something, and I'm like, he's mine, leave me alone, fuck off. On the street, stranger in Liverpool, I don't give 2 shits. I'll be I'll keep you lot in order. Not a problem there. I'm honoured.
Oh, that's well done. We've got you then, Ever. If we get into Parliament, we'll elect you. Don't worry.
I don't mind. I don't mind somebody taking a firm hand with me, Mrs. W.
I'll tell you what, she's got a hell of a grip.
Oh, fuck.
I thought there were love bites around your neck, Rog.
No, that's where she bites the chunks out.
It's the finger marks.
But if you look how Parliament ran 30, 40 years ago, it was a gentlemanly concept. They would have their own policies, but they would negotiate and agree on things and join together. But the last 10 or 15 years, it's just gone mental.
It's because there's
mental.
no bowler hats or umbrellas anymore. That's why. No masks.
Yes.
Get them back.
They don't need money. They don't need to behave themselves, do they? Because we can't fucking touch them.
No, that's the problem.
The House of Lords even worse. They get 300 quid a day or whatever it is. Not even for 5 minutes.
Yeah, but that's because you got like fuck knows how many hundreds of fucking old people sitting in a room smelling a piss and cigar smoke, right? Of course they're going to argue.
There are a few young'uns in there in their 60s, although the average age is about 90.
About 25 years ago, something like that, I was invited to go and speak at the House of Lords.
Were you?
Aye. But the BBC, I think it was, I don't know who it was, but they wouldn't pay for somebody to come with me.
Oh, no.
I couldn't travel there. I couldn't travel myself, you know. So I had to decline.
Well,
you would have said your taxi.
I should just got a taxi and tell them to pay it. That's true.
You'd
But
have
I
paid
was
it.
in Scotland and down there, you know. But that was the nearest I got to the House of Lords. And I will tell them straight, I know.
Right, I'm sorry you couldn't get to go, Gavin. That's bad.
Yeah.
That's
I
bad,
bet that
Gavin.
place must
Sorry
stink
for
like the
that.
front row of a Daniel O'Donnell fucking concert.
But
Dan,
they
you've got a
did
question
invite
from the
me.
captain.
They did invite me, but see now, they don't, I mean, the kids now, they don't recognise me, you know. It's so different now to 25 years ago. Parliament
Right.
is.
Well, literally, when they ask you to vote on anything, all they're doing is asking your opinion because they won't take any notice of the result.
Nope.
Exactly.
Nationwide.
And you only need to look at fucking DJ. Why did I say DJ? Sadiq Khan. Fucking hell. I don't know how I don't know why I got you two mixed up, Sonic and Khan.
Fuck.
Yeah, you've only
I'm
got to look at him and this fucking the money for the cameras. So you know, he spent that money before he even before the consultation was even over. I don't even think it was even begun at that point.
No, and they've been
Sadiq Khan. Look at the celebration. Sorry, go on, Rog.
I was going to say they've been found to have falsified the results as well.
Yes.
They're just crooks, that's it. At the end of the day, crooks.
So, going back to Sadiq Khan, did you see his celebrations he laid on in Trafalgar Square for the Eid celebration?
Ramadan.
Yeah, was there any celebrations for St. George's Day today there by any chance? No.
There was, yeah.
I think Manchester had a big parade. That's all I saw in the news.
Well, I did ask West Yorkshire Police because they put a picture up on their Facebook the other day with their headquarters all lit up in purple or something for Eid, and I posted a comment like I said, "What are you going to do for fucking St George's Day?"
Yeah, there was a big march in Hull, I think it was as well.
But Sadiq Khan is facing an inquiry at the moment because he's now trying to say that this the e-greens areas he's trying to produce, even if you don't have a car, he's going to charge you $5,000 a year.
Yeah, but the other thing as well is that even though he's blatantly lied, and I think he's been caught out quite.
He has,
quite obviously that he's bullshitted. He's still going to get people that vote him in. He's still going to keep his fucking job until he leaves. He won't be fucking sacked. They'll let him leave. You know,
there is a vote. There is a vote they have to take, and there's another one coming up in 2024.
It's like any of them, though. Anyone in these positions, they're always allowed to leave. No, hardly ever does anybody get the fucking boot for stitching people up and lying and being corrupt. They're allowed to leave, and they get fucking pension and benefits and all the rest of that bollocks. And it's wrong. It is fucking wrong. You wouldn't get that from any other fucking job.
No, you wouldn't. No. Do you want to answer that question from the captain?
Yeah, I'm going to put that to the panel as well. So, how would the panel stop the nationwide knife epidemic? Did you see the video of the crazy man in Manchester with a huge machete, broad daylight, couldn't care less? So, I'll start with you, Tina, and then we'll work our way around the board.
Machetes. Okay, that is a massive weapon. It's killed a lot of people, injured a lot more. What the hell does a single person who's not on a fucking sugarcane, plantation need a machete for? It is not a weapon that we use in this country.
See, now you've just messed up there, Tina.
Why?
You just said a sugar. You said a sugarcane plantation, and the lad that got found with the machete was a black lad. And someone might say that you're connecting sugar plantation to the black lad. Therefore,
we've got sugar plantations.
Racism.
No, not racism.
I know.
Sugar plantations in this country, right? A machete should only be allowed to be given to a worker that works on a farm that needs that kind of equipment. They should be banned from all shops. They're being sold in B&Q. They're not even taking people's bloody ID. So for me, a machete should be taken out of the system. Got one, instant jail time.
I was joking, by the way, Tina.
I know. I know. It's your sense of humour. I'm used to it, Dan. I don't get offended at all.
Well,
that's my point.
I remember they did a knife thing in Easterhouse. It was the biggest estate in Europe at the time. And Frankie Vaughan, the singer who used to sing, he came and he asked all the gangs to put to give their knives up, basically. But that for years. I mean, that's, I don't know, but more than 40 years ago. So I think they've been, a long time in trying to get the knives stopped, and it still hasn't stopped. So I don't know what we're going to do.
Well, mine is, and bear in mind, I do like to collect some nice knives. I've had a machete in the shed for years because I found it in my job. It was the most effective tool for clearing and keeping tidy brambles, undergrowth, and I preferred using it even up to about 10 years ago to the new strimmers and that.
So why not license it, Roger, for those that need it? Put a license on it. You pay a fee to buy a machete. It's registered to you with your name and address on, your details, rather than B&Q giving it to some ramble teenager that walks in.
Up, she's coming again.
Bit of news from my daughter today. Not far from where she lives, a 10-year-old girl with a machete was threatening two other 10, 12-year-old girls. They had to go and hide in the local Iceland supermarket. The young 10-year-old girl with the machete was an immigrant.
Yeah.
Non-indigenous.
Can I finish what I was saying now? Most, and I'll be totally honest here, most of these weapons they're taking off the kids, they call machetes. They're not. They're these zombie knives, big survival knives, Bowie knives.
That's what they should license.
Manufacture of them. But as of yet, I don't think they've banned the sales of them. They're still freely available on Amazon.
Mm-hmm. You can get them anywhere.
These are the ones they're carrying.
Yeah, it's not the people. Well, it's not us lot. We never had a problem before. It's what's been imported. What are you going to do next? Ban forks?
Culture.
There's no sentencing. I was speaking to Dan a couple of days ago. In my town in Swindon, just only about 2 miles where I live, and another direction, about 4 miles. This kid in the 2 mile direction had a knife, a machete, as you call it. No, it was a machete. It said in the papers. He's caused life-changing injuries. He's 14, by the way, to a 16-year-old boy. Then he went to Walton Bassett, couple of days later, while on bail, and did the same thing again. Somebody else. He got sentenced at 14 years of age, 3 years and 8 months. Yet some guy up in, I think it's Manchester or Liverpool. I put it on my Facebook. It's in London. It's in London. Sorry, near the Ivy Club. Some rich guy. Not that it bears any relevance. Came out the Ivy Club. He's on his mobile phone, about to ring his wife. Some big lump come up, tried to take his phone off him. He resisted. Then this big lump smacked him a couple of times. He went flying, smashed his head on a corner of this concrete post. Went into a coma straight away. While he's on the floor, it's on a video. He robbed him out cold, and then the guy died about a month later. Got 3 years for it. That's 15 months.
Well, you think about it. They bought in the thing where you had to prove you were over 18 to buy a kitchen knife. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, most parents agreed with that. Now, what does the average parent do when they get home with a kitchen knife? It either goes in the cutlery drawer or it goes in a knife box where any bloody kid can pick it out.
Yep.
That's the whole context, though.
I agree with Simon. There's no punishment for it.
There's no sentences, no deterrent. I thought they brought in a law a couple of years ago. Anyone with a knife out or something, 5 years. What happened to that?
It's gone. They're saying that the prisons are full. The CPS are telling the police not to charge certain amounts of criminals. You know, I watched them pick up a car with 4 kids in it. They found enough drugs to supply half of fucking England in the car. They got let go.
They have actually licensed their guns in Scotland and have done for several years.
Oh, I need the license from the. But as far as I'm concerned, right, it comes down to the fucking context. It's no what you've got, whether it's a tiny fucking knife or a big machete or whatever. It's the context, i.e., where you fucking carrying it.
Yeah.
If you're carrying it out in the middle of the fucking, if you're carrying it out in the middle of the fucking street, if you're carrying it out and about in the fucking middle of the street, what's your intention behind that? There's no need to have it there. Whereas
you know what they say, don't they?
You were talking about, you were talking about Tina, if you shouldn't have a machete. Well, if you're out in like survival stuff, or you camping and stuff like that, you're using it to hack up, cut bits of wood, build the shit or whatever, and like you're camping, bushcraft, stuff like that. That's perfectly fine. You know what I mean? And the way I would deal with this whole fucking shit with knives in the street and all that would be bringing back fucking stop and search. And these idiots that are claiming it's racist, as a fuck, end of the day, everybody should be stopped and searched. If there's no carrying shit like that, then you've got nothing to fucking hide.
No, I don't.
They should bring back stop and search.
You can't say everybody should be stopped and searched. You can't say that. That is, you know, that's. I know where you're coming from, but that's an infringement on everybody. You know, it's an infringement on everybody's rights to walk around and do what the fuck they want. You know, providing they're not getting into trouble.
You should have a wee metal detector. See the police. They should have a wee metal detector and just scoop it. Know what I mean, don't have to touch you. Just
but then you'll carry a ceramic knife.
Yeah.
All right.
But you've got to think about the amount of people that walk about in the streets. I mean, I'm sure everybody's got a set of keys on them. They made them. That goes off. Oh, right. So what's that? Oh, keys. What's that?
Look, the police hit certain areas like in London, like Lewisham, Wembley, and all the other places like that, because and it's a high risk area with the drugs, and they know the knife crimes going on there. They get the black community, the mothers and the sisters that are crying to the police. You've got to do something about the knife crime. So they do something about the knife crime, and then it faces them because they're stopping young black lads. And the trouble is, the demographics in those areas are predominantly black and Asian. So what? You can't fucking win, can you?
I can remember many years ago, I'm talking about 30 years ago, they had a lot of the bad schools in London with multicultural groups going to the school. They put X-ray machines on the entrance and the exit to the school. And they literally emptied their bags out. And they took so many weapons of these kids going in. One, two of them had guns, real guns. And that's how they stopped it with a metal detector. This is the same as what America's now thinking about with these school shootings. Having an alarm system put in on the door with a metal detector. They're also looking some areas at building underground escape routes for the kids in each classroom. You go down a set of stairs, you get an alert, someone's in the building with a gun, and you're moved underground a mile away from the school and put on buses for safety. But they're now saying state by state they want X-ray machines on the entrance to the school. That would stop it.
They've been doing that already, Tina. That's been going on for years. But where I am in Swindon, where I do my security and that, about 4 or 5 years ago at my kids' school, when these terrorist attacks were happening, I've had to install like a panic button in each classroom and each corridor, and then what it is connected to these like air raid sirens, and one of them's louder than a 747 taking off. There's 4 of them. My mate, when I tested him out, he lived about 3 miles away. I said, go outside a minute. Tell me if you can hear something. Ready? 3, 2, 1. And I pressed it. He goes, is that you? I said, yeah. He goes, fuck, I can hear that from here. What can you hear? It sounds like we're going to go to World War III. Because and then the kids, and then what we've done with inside this is a primary school, by the way, little kids. Yeah. And then we've installed blinds that you pull down so you can't see in. And then the kids were taught how to turn, with the teachers, to turn tables over and hide behind them. And that was 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, but how many schools have got these alarm systems in? Because they certainly don't know where I am. They don't.
No. It took me a while to devise it and design it, but it works.
It's a good idea. I think it's great. Right. We got to protect the next generation because they're of the belief they can't be touched.
They actually believe they can't be touched by the law. It's not cocaine.
So, how about you? What do you think?
I think a lot of it's people are on the edge, aren't they? You know, so it's a kind of a mental illness, I think. And then you've got the media, right? Papers. I mean, a lot of people today don't get past the headline, do they? Really? So it's quite a deep, very deep subject about why it is that you've got this high rate of it in cities like London as well and around the areas. But then there's other people, like I say, it just happens, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think you can stop it. I mean, it's a bit like the gun thing. Similar kind of thing.
It's supposed to be illegal, aren't they? Guns in England.
They are illegal, but they've still got them.
It's more and more guns every day.
They come in on the boats. They bring the guns over on the boats.
Yeah.
I think that they're still going around people who have got licenses now and looking for reasons to take them from them.
That's why a lot of people have them in lockups. They have them at gun clubs rather than keeping them in their house. So if they're in a gun club, the police can't touch it because it's locked away. So
it's not these weapons.
It's still armory over there where you can leave your personal ones there if you want. Or if you
but they do need, they do need to do more to look into the mental health of the person who owns a gun because the one that shot 5 people in Plymouth 6 weeks before, they took his gun away because he had mental health problems. Now you're supposed to get a doctor's certificate, a psychiatrist certificate, and an authorization of a judge to clear it. The police didn't do that. They gave me a shotgun back. Within hours, he'd killed 5 people, including a child. That's himself.
So going back to the question the captain asked, I don't agree that everybody should be stopped and searched. I don't agree that stop and search should be increased as such. I just think that the police need to use it properly, not just use it to piss people off or because they're
draconian ways. It's draconian,
this isn't going to stop it because there's no way you're going to stop it altogether. You can't. There's no way you cannot do that. But the law, like Roger. So I agree with Roger in the fact that was it you, Roger? Somebody I can't remember who said it now. The laws are shit. No, it was God bless, wasn't it? Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, somebody said that the laws are shit. Okay, the punishment is shit. If somebody gets caught with a knife or a gun, in my opinion, okay, if they get caught with it, okay, there's no fucking explanation for that. Okay, there's no talking your way out of whether you had the knife on you or not, or the gun. So if you'll get caught with it, you should get remanded. You should get put straight into fucking prison because you're clearly a fucking danger. So you get remanded until you go to court. Okay, so you can't go back on the fucking street for any reason, right?
Yeah.
And you're remanded until it goes to court. Police have done their investigation. You go to court and you find out what your punishment is. And that time that you've spent in prison, I think, shouldn't be discounted from your term that you're given by the judge, in my opinion. It depending on, I mean, some crimes, yes. I think some offences that if you've been, if it's like I don't know, so let's just say you're a prolific shoplifter, for example, and you get locked up. Okay, that's completely different to fucking pulling a blade out and stabbing somebody or threatening to shoot someone or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So, in that situation, maybe you get, if you do get remanded, that gets taken off of the sentence that the judge gives you. But when it comes to a knife crime or gun crime or anything serious like that, I think you should get remanded straight away if you get caught with it on you or in your possession. Remanded straight away. And then obviously taken to court. The whole stop and search thing, again, the police need to be using it properly. The reason there's such a backlash about stop and search is because the police don't use it properly.
No, they don't.
All right. Yes, sometimes they'll come across somebody with a knife. Great, that's brilliant. On that's on an off chance. That's a potluck thing, right? They've stopped somebody because they're bored and they happen to have a knife on them. Okay, yeah, granted, you've taken the knife off the street. But think about the amount of people that they stop because they're bored or whatever it might be, who haven't had anything on them, who have been, had their rights infringed on just because the police want to stop and search them. There's far more people that have had nothing on them than actually have weapons on them. And it's because the police aren't doing it properly. They're not looking for the actual. They're not looking for the right signs.
When we go up the shooting range, it's a big range up there with different types of sports, so you do need a different type of gun at times. But when we go, we carry a minimum of 4. 2 that we carry air-powered, compressed air-powered, but quite often we'll run out of air. We can't get the bottle filled for some reason or other, so we always carry springers, so we haven't wasted our day. But the police did at one point stop people along the road leading to the range, and they gave up because they realised everybody was, going up the range, obviously. But they also came round on the odd occasion with a chronograph, which is a machine to test the power of the air gun, to make sure that anybody that had a gun with the over legal power had a licence, which you need.
And they use a 12 gram shot as well.
Yeah, and I mean, my argument has always been they license guns, but only responsible owners are going to license their guns. The criminals won't.
No, they reckon there's over 2.2 million illegal guns in London.
There's more illegal guns in this country than there are registered legal ones.
That's just in London, in the boroughs. Yep. And that's in the mixed communities. 2.2 million guns they're aware of, but they can't find them. So, but like Dan says, if they did their job more, they might save a few more lives rather than messing about. Their biggest target currently is college kids coming out of school, going to college. They are using stop and search powers they don't have every day at the college. They're just grabbing a load of kids with backpacks, chucking it all over the floor, stripping their coats off, making them take their top off, patting them down, and then they chuck it on the floor and say, "No, you can put it back in your bag."
But county lines are using kids to go and ply their trade in the schools. They're picking on a lot of now, what do you call it? White middle class looking children.
Yeah,
because they're less likely to get stopped. I mean, Roger Trader's been saying earlier on, to kill this, legalise drugs in England and take the money away from the gangs. That's not true. Because look at in Amsterdam, you go there, there's loads of black market going on there, and it's violent as well. And then you go to Spain, you're allowed to grow up to 5 plants legally in Spain. There's still a black market.
Yeah, there is. You won't stop it.
Lisa Stokes said that she believes. She says, "Sorry, I'll stick to upbringing. Kids have been brought up with big egos." I think we're still talking about the whole weapons thing here, and I think you're right in some respect that upbringing does account for some of it. Again, we're having a lot of people that are coming to the UK who have been brought up in areas, shall we say, where carrying a knife and dealing with your problems by stabbing somebody might be more commonplace than it is over here. And then they're coming over here, for example, and I'm not saying all of them by any stretch of the imagination, but there are people that are coming over that are still in the culture that, you know, in their brain, they're still running in that same culture that they used to be when they come over here. And, you know, as I've said before, when we go to a certain, if we went to Dubai, for example, we would have to abide by their culture.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, or you get locked up. Simple as that.
Yeah, you do.
So,
but not like that.
So why is it that we're not that we don't hold the same kind of standard here, and we're supposed to be a more, you know, a more progressive and whatever type of country that we are supposed to be? Why are we not following the same kind of footsteps that some of these other countries are using?
No.
You know?
Because it's not enforced. Because it's not enforced. When you go through immigration, and I dealt with immigration, and they talk about their traditions and their standards, and one of the questions that come up when part of the immigration goes through, they've got to go through like a test, and part of that test is to think about what the British standards are. And they would look at those. Well, why can't I have a knife? Why can't I do this? Why can't I do that? I do that in my own country. Why is that not allowed? Why is that not allowed? This is what we do in the United Kingdom. These are our standards of living. But a lot of people fail on that exam because they have other ideas, like in a lot of the, what's it called, Sharia laws, for instance. Sharia laws is they tried to pass it through Parliament, and luckily it got stopped. In Sharia law, and this is not being racist, it's a religious thing, okay? So anyone else in the chat? So it's basically down to, if someone steals, they take your hand. A woman is not allowed to divorce her husband. If she requests it, they can get stoned to death. They want to bring in very serious Sharia laws into this country. The culture of this country has been slowly degraded for centuries. We have a multicultural society, which I'm not against, I'm proud of, because without those different cultures, colours, food, music, we wouldn't have the beautiful place I call home. But there has to be an acceptable society they're coming into, in my opinion.
So, let's have some predictions here. How long do people think it will be before there are certain areas of the UK where the police and our normal legal system no longer works, and they're allowed to stone people to death in the streets? How long do you think that will be?
It's already happened.
Well, yeah, it's happened, except for the stoning on the street. But then you get honour killings, don't you? So it's happened already. There's no go areas already. You're in a Muslim area. Don't hold hands. Dress yourself. You know, you're a party out of here. You know, it's happened already. It's been going on for years. There's 141 Sharia. Tina, you said, I don't know why you say it that way. I don't know if you'll pronounce it. Sharia.
I was told to call it Sharia law by a Muslim. Sharia.
Oh, well, they've always said to me Sharia. But anyway, it's just probably different accents in different areas. But there's over 141 courts already in the United Kingdom. Sharia courts. Or Sharia.
The mum and dad was the first big case I heard of. The daughter refused to have an arranged marriage. She was born in the UK. She refused. She disappeared. It took years to find her body in a suitcase. And it was the husband, the mother, and the 2 sons that did it to her. Killed her and put her in a suitcase.
Yeah, it's an honour killing.
And there was another one on a beach. I can't remember whether it was Bournemouth or somewhere. A woman went to a domestic violence unit, reported her husband for DV. They found out where she was and stoned her to death on the beach. It does already happen here. That's what I mean by erosion of our cultures in this country. Respect for every human. It's hard for people to integrate into another country. But they have to understand there are laws here. If you want to come and live here, that is the process of living here. We go to foreign countries. We abide by the rules, like Dan said, of that country we are currently in. Because if you don't, you can find yourself in jail or dead. Okay? They'll cut your hands off, cut your head off, whatever. So why can't others do that when they come here and settle into this culture? We're not saying give up your faith, not at all. But follow the laws that are in this country for decency.
Well, look at London. Look at London conquered without one shot.
Yeah, exactly. It's manic up there, isn't it?
Hi, Bumble. 1 second, I'll bring you up.
Hi, Bumble.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Bumble.
Good evening, Bumble.
Hi. Don't know how this connection is. I think it's a bit too shit.
Evening, Bubble. No, it's okay.
No, it's not so bad.
No, I can hear you.
Yes, okay.
all good.
You're all sounding quite distorted, like Daleks.
Oh, that's Davros up there in the top corner.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Can't see the chat, so.
No worries. How are you, B?
Hey.
How are you?
I'm better now that I'm not on the floor for 6 hours. That was quite uncomfortable.
What was you doing on the floor?
Fell down.
Yeah, so my GP wouldn't prescribe my opiate pain relief, and as I transferred.
Yeah, a little bit Dalek-y, BT, if you can sit out. Yes.
I think we've lost you, Bumble.
Stand by a window. No, not that window, the other one. You got a chimney?
No, we've lost you, Bumble. Can't hear you.
That just was silent.
No. Well, she might be trying to find somewhere with a bit of a better signal.
Yeah. I would like to state, though, Dan, it's not the Muslim faith that creates this hatred. It's the individuals, the leaders of these churches. They are the firm believers of what was thousands of years ago. So a normal everyday, I've got lots of Muslim friends anyway, all from many different faiths, and they're not like that, because in the Quran, the original Quran, it says, like our laws, you shall not kill an innocent. You know, so the people don't think of me that all Muslims are like this, because they're not. It's just the crazy ones at the top. So yes, just a few.
But that's the thing, and I'm no expert by any stretch of the imagination. But you say that it says that we shall not kill an innocent, but it also says, if I remember rightly, that anybody that doesn't believe should be got rid of in some sense.
No, taxed. They must pay a tax first, a tithe, or if they don't pay that, then they must be obviously slaughtered.
An ideology.
Yes, it is an ideology. Yeah.
It's a cult.
But it is. Oh, don't talk about cults on here. Fucking hell. Isn't that the same? Isn't that the same as every religion, though? Every religion will have the fanatics at the top. Right?
Yes.
You know, this is why they get to the top, because they're fanatics about it.
God's little helper, any more of that, and you will be timed out. And if you carry on with it, you will be booted.
Go, Roger. Go, Roger. That's exactly right, Dan. It is the very few at the top that take the laws to an extreme. Any faith can have a dark side to it. Any faith, all right?
Yeah.
Everything's got a dark side, and it depends on what the majority do to get rid of the minority. That's where religions can change. Faith can change.
Sasha, you say no other religion tells you to slaughter the rest of the world, but almost every war
about religion
over millennia has been about religion. So
difference
in a
is
way,
we've evolved. Someone else from 1400 years ago, we're not evolved, because the Quran must be kept to the word that Muhammad was a perfect man, i.e. with the Aisha when he married her, blah blah blah. So that will never ever change. It's not Muslims, it's a Quran, it's the Islamic teachings that need to be brought up to date, and it won't be brought up to date. It cannot change. You know.
But you have got different sections of that. As I've said before, we've got a Muslim church here, and they are very dedicated to their belief, but they don't follow the old style. They follow the new. And when we had a major fire in our famous hotel here, the Royal Clarence, they got all their food vans out, which they feed their people with when they go to church, put it into the cathedral base, and they stayed there for 14 days and 14 nights and fed the firefighters, the police, and all the people that were required to put the fire out. They do things for the public. They invite people into the women can't go into the main hall, as you know, because it's men only, but they will invite you in whether you're Muslim or not. It's changing over the years, but it's a slow change. Progress has moved on. Because if you look at certain parts of the old Quran to the new Quran, they also had 3 wise kings who were Muslim, who found a star, who found their prophet in a stable. There's loads of different things in every faith that connects to the same thing.
But Tina, there's only one Quran, isn't there? It cannot be changed. There's no old one or new one. It's just one Quran.
The Quran you see now is the second one. The first one they had, it was a different name for their prophet. The Prophet Muhammad came in later on. It was spelt two different ways, one with a K, one with a Q.
Oh, that's true. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, you got me on that because I've seen it spelled differently.
Yeah, it's true. If you look at it, there's very strong variations in the first one to the second one. The second one's got a bit more milder as it goes on. So it has got more distinct alongside other faiths because the stories are very similar.
Surely, right? This is all all of these books, right? Holy books are supposed to be the word of God, that particular God, right?
Yeah, no,
right.
You're not.
So if it was the word of God, then surely God would have known that what was going to happen, in thousands of years' time, i.e., now, right, in the present. So what he said back then should cover now. So we shouldn't have to change the word of God, should we? Shouldn't we be living by the same rule that was in the original scriptures?
I see where you're coming from, but the word of God it's a creation. It's like any fable story that gets told by a shepherd to his children. Their children grow up with the same story. Their children grow up with the same story. Then it's written in scribes, and it's transferred to another organization, and they make a book, and they make a book. I'm not trying to offend anybody in the panel, but this is how it took place. Okay. If there is, as you say, a God, why is the Church of England trying to change the Lord's Prayer from our Father who art in heaven, just for the woke people? What are they going to call him? Him, she, they, or them? That's ridiculous.
Are you kidding me?
Fucking ridiculous.
Are you kidding me?
What? No, they're going to try and change it. Even the Roman Catholic Church.
Well, that's true, Soul. That's true. What she's talking about.
It's true.
You're joking. You've got to be kidding.
No, they're going to change the Lord's Prayer to suit these wokes. Him, she, they, or them, apparently. I don't know how they're going to get right. But it's ridiculous. If you have a holy scripture like Dan says, it shouldn't be damn touched. Leave it the hell alone. It's supposed to guide people, and no matter what faith you are with your congregation. Why are men changing it? Why are they trying to alter what they believe to be a holy scripture? It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't. You can't change it. I follow a Buddhist spiritual path. It's not a religion. Spiritual path. The scriptures I follow were written by one of the Buddhist monks or the head of the enlightened priests thousands of years ago. The current Dalai Lama is a man I can touch. He's called the Enlightened Man. He wrote scriptures when he was 4 years old. He knows 20 different languages, but he's never changed the original scriptures of the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Paths from thousands of years ago. It's still the same. They don't change it. They just learn from it. But I don't understand why all these faiths got to keep changing stuff. When I heard about the Lord's Prayer, I'm not a God follower, Saul, but I was disgusted with what I was listening to.
Yeah.
How can you do that?
Yeah. I hear so much of that, and then I hear in that, and I'm thinking, oh my God.
It's true that the Roman Catholic Church are looking into it currently, and the Christian Church have been debating it for 6 months.
If any fucking religion believed that God was real, and I'm sorry to the people that believe in God, I don't, right? As you all know, I don't hide that fact. If the people of these religions believe that God is real and God's word is law, no matter what gods that you follow, okay, or believe in, then nobody, there should be nobody ever who lives who can change the word of God to suit themselves.
That's what they've been doing for centuries.
They have. You're right. They have. But this is one of the reasons why religion. I don't bother with religion because it's all bollocks to me. Why do people take it upon themselves to change the words that God is supposed to have said, or the story of God, or whatever? Why? How are these people allowed to change stuff that is, their religion says is the law, is their law, is the word of God? They shouldn't be able to. Nobody should. Even the thingy of Canterbury. What's his name? The fucking
Archbishop,
or even the Pope. Even right. None of these people should even consider themselves relevant enough to rewrite the words in Bibles, in scriptures. But they are, and to me, that just shows me that they don't fucking believe it anyway. They just use it for their own fucking reasons.
Dan, can I just say, guys in the chat, you've got an absolute right to have your own opinion. You've got a right to give us it, but can you please keep it respectful?
I was laughing at there's Blazanov, whatever it said. Just
Can I bring something up to the panel, which was the biggest con in history done by the churches, Christian and Roman Catholic, and that is Malus Maleficarum, the witches' trials. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Basically, each religion went after rich people, rich landowners, farmers, whatever. They accused their wives and daughters of being witches. They tortured them. They killed them. And it was because of one man who lied. He was a Roman Catholic priest who said he had a letter from the Pope at the time to do this, and he didn't. This has been all stripped down over history. A group of church people got together, and the letter that was supposed to have been written by the Pope was fake. What they were after was the land. They took the land from anyone who was tried as a witch. Roman Catholic Church and the Catholic Church both became very rich organizations from that. And anybody that dislikes that in the panel, it's the truth. Read it.
Right, and for some people saying about the Lord's Prayer, and I get what I'm not going to say names, but I get where you're coming from. The Lord's Prayer is the Lord's concerns, but the fact that it was going to be changed is true in 2023.
Yeah.
In 2023, in this year, in February this year, I think it was. Let me have a look at the date. February this year, the Church of England is considering whether to stop referring to God as He, after priests asked to be allowed to use gender-neutral terms instead. The church said it would launch a new commission on the matter in the spring. Any potential alterations, which would mark a departure from traditional teachings dating back millennia, would have to be approved by Synod, the church's decision-making body.
Yep.
But it's unclear on what would replace the term at the moment. But as you say,
they're saying it's got to be something that's neutral to the new society we live in.
So they have to rewrite the Bible then.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Everything.
And all
And
the
don't forget,
outside churches and everything else. And oh my God.
But don't forget as well, you've got the songs that we have, the songs that were written talking about God. But you know, what's that musical thing they do? The Night of the Proms. A lot of those songs refer to God and the world and the heaven. That's going to have to change. Or if they say the word Father or Son. How the hell can they do this to people who are following a genuine faith in their heart? How can they make that decision for millions of people in this country? 68 million people live in the UK. What about the world? How can they do this and tear people's hearts out? I don't understand it. I really don't.
So does that mean that Muhammad might have been transgender? Are they going to do that next? I don't think so.
I don't think they would. No, they haven't touched this.
Oh,
They've only changed the scripture slightly.
Well, no, just can you imagine a transgender marrying a 14-year-old?
Mm-hmm.
Well, 12-year-old. 12, wasn't she? 12, actually. I think.
Yeah, there was one.
I think it was 9.
No, it's 9. No, they got together at 6, and he waited until she is 9.
Yep.
There was one that came here, didn't he, with a child bride who was pregnant. She was 12, and social services stepped in, took the child, took it to court, and they said, "You leave the country, but you're not taking that girl with you. She doesn't want to go with you." Yeah, the government intervened on that. So, but
it was white.
I know it upsets people to talk about this topic, but this is what's coming. If you want a woke society, this is what you're going to get. They're going to change everything you believe in, whether you like it or not.
They're changing everything else, so why stop there?
Well, they won't. It's disgusting what they're doing. How can you change a sacred document they claim it to be? How?
Personally, I don't bother with it because I don't give a crap about religion. You know, if people want to believe in something, they have that right. If it helps them,
you do.
Fair enough.
But how many people's faiths are going to be destroyed?
I don't read on
something
it.
that's so fundamental, though, as removing the title of the father, or in
Father and son. They won't be able to say father or son.
Yeah, I mean that to me is fundamental. And how you can remove that, I can't see that.
Well, the churches are discussing it. It looks pretty real sort, and it's quite scary. It's very scary.
I mean, if I was a believer, it'd shake me up a bit, that, because then it'd be saying, well, hang on a minute, it's a dichotomy here, you know.
So it's going to be our non-gender defined Lord and Saviour. No, Lord, because Lord is a male term as well. Our non-gendered, our non-gender assigned holy ruler. Holy ruler.
Lord Pat's gone.
I know the House of Lords are gone. I know.
Look, the thing is about it, we're all British. We're all British. We're United Kingdom. We don't. All right, we might not go to church every Sunday. We'll probably go there when there's christening or funeral or marriage. Yeah. But we've been brought up with Christian values like "Thou shalt not steal," "Thou shalt not kill," like "Honour thy mother and thy father." Where did that go? And so on and so on.
Yeah.
Well, it's I honour my mother and mother.
It's a weird situation to find yourselves in faith, but to me, it's the biggest blasphemy they could ever do to change this.
Yeah,
it totally goes against the faith. Are they going to change the? Are you going to change the picture of Christ on a cross? Are they going to turn that into a non-gender, non-binary?
Is it to appease us? Is it to not appease us, but appease certain others?
Get a woman up. Get a woman up there and have her nailed to the cross with nails through her tits.
Yeah, but with an X, not an X. One ankle on each corner.
It is ridiculous that they think without public view, they think that these people in the top of these churches have the right to make that decision. A friend of mine used to go to a Roman Catholic church, and she told her, as they call them, priest in a Catholic church, that she was actually talking to God regularly, and he literally called the police and had her put in asylum because there's no way she could talk to God. Only people like him, the man wearing the frock, can talk to God.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Isn't it strange how we've got onto a religious topic without the religious people in the chat?
Specifically
one. It's a good topic to have, though, because it is becoming a reality that they are changing the centuries-old traditions of the godlike image, the prophet, all that kind of stuff. How can they do that?
Can you imagine tonight if we hadn't knocked eyes off the channel?
There's a lot of bad people.
This is what I said about specifically. Where is he? Yeah,
Simon, 1 second. Saul was talking there. Saul, you talk quite quietly sometimes.
Yeah,
I think people,
sorry, I apologise.
Talk over, so that's all. I don't think anyone's being rude to you, by the way.
Get closer to your mic, please.
Yeah, sure.
You're handsome anyway.
There's a lot of bad people involved with the church. And there's a lot of bad things happen with the church. There's a lot of skeletons, in Ireland, you're digging them up and everything, and there's a lot of bad feeling about that, with the way that they want to change things now. And it's like, it seems that they're just self-serving. I mean, you talked about how the church took property and land and did a lot of witching and all this kind of thing. Well, that happened in Spain as well.
Everywhere,
happened all over Europe.
Yep,
it was everywhere. Right.
But the combination of the two churches is what scared me, Saul, because they went together. Christians and Roman Catholics worked together.
It's confusing, isn't it? But,
yeah, it is. That's why I chose Buddhism myself. Because Buddhism, there is no violence in Buddhism. There's no bloody history. There's no killing and mutating. It's a spiritual guidance that you follow. The Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path, helping other human beings, taking time to be with other people that can't do things for themselves. It's all about giving compassion and openness and talking to people. A true Buddhist monk will never ask you for anything. All they do put forward is a bowl for you to put a bit of food in. They don't take money. They have no major land premises, which are multi-million-dollar, processes. They live quite a poor life standard. So it's got mad now, absolutely nuts.
Is The world's gone woke since the introduction of Skittles sweets in 1994. That's where it started. Taste the rainbow. Taste the rainbow. Now, is taste the rainbow is taste the rainbow? Is taste the rainbow a euphemism for mouth fellation?
Yeah, but Smarties were racist because they withdrew the blue ones, didn't they? So it didn't make the complete set.
Well, the answer to that question is Smarties, because they have the fucking answer, didn't they?
No, they only removed the blue ones because they were sending kids hyper. They put them back in now.
That was, yeah, it was. Called the chat's going mental.
So, right, anything else people want to discuss this evening? We've still got time to discuss some more topics.
Politics.
Fuck off.
I'd like to chat about.
No.
I would like to chat about schools.
Don't even go there. Fleet might be lurking in the background.
I'd like to chat about schools.
Sorry, Fleet, if you're watching, mate.
There is a high movement, like me and Simon have mentioned before, of people now homeschooling their kids, and the reasons are clear. Teachers no longer teach. They have a script they walk into a room with, which is guided by government, and that is what they must tell those children. The idea of sex education being produced to children at the age of 4 is disgusting. They're not there to learn that. Children are not being allowed to be kids anymore. They're being trained and they're being taught to think in a very adult way at a very young age. I agree in homeschooling. I've got grandchildren and their parents are now looking to homeschool. Okay, because it's not so bad in their middle schools where they are.
I don't necessarily think they're being taught to think in an adult way. They're being taught to think about adult things, but they're not being taught to think about them in an adult way, in my opinion.
They're being groomed to a lefty, wokeism. That's it. Groomed in wokeism. And that's it. Simple as that.
Sasha chode train spotting. Sorry. I know that was a spelling mistake, but I couldn't help it.
Tina, the people that do the homeschooling. Now, I got a friend of mine that's. I thought he was rich because he sent his kid to a private school. No, because he paid. He can get funding for it because he doesn't go to a mainstream school. You can send your kid to, and it's only you can get special funding for it. So if you're homeschooling, will you get funding from the government for all the materials?
Yes,
and stuff
you
like
do.
That?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
And you could. Well, the thing that gets me is when it comes to education like this, you have the right to choose what your child sits in on. So if you don't want your child to learn this stuff, you can say no. You still have that right. Your children are your children. They don't belong to the bloody school of the government. When I was middle school for my kids, they brought in a sex ed between the ages of 6 and 8. I said, you're not teaching my kids that. And if you insist on doing this, I'm taking them out of school when it's being done. And I had the right to refuse in writing to allow them to get involved in any of this. This is what their parents need to do. If you don't like it, say something, do something.
Sorry, Tina, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at some stuff in the chat.
I can't keep up with it. It's moving too fucking fast.
Tina, wasn't there something I read years ago? I can't remember all the details right now because it's quite late. It's something about when you do the birth certificate, you'll sign your kids over to the state. That's why people use common law.
No, you don't. It just registers that child and you as the parents. You have control over your child until they're 18 years old. That's law.
Okay, because
if they want to leave home in England, they can leave at 16, but you still have a responsibility. I was kicked out of my family home at 15 and a half. Social services, in their wisdom, stuck me in a bed and breakfast. I stayed there less than an hour because the two people that were running it were prostitutes. They wanted me to go suck a man's dick for a $5. Fuck, staying there. So I slept on the streets for 6 months before I was picked up by a copper who got me a flat. But social services were shit back then. I'm 62 this year. But I survived on my own.
That's like 40 years ago, you were sleeping on the streets. Well, 45, whatever.
Sorry?
So that's like over 45 years ago. A young girl was sleeping on the streets.
Sorry to hear that.
That's okay, Gabby. I got through it. I'm a strong woman now. I was 15 and a half.
Was it? It's probably safer back. I don't know, and not safe.
No, it wasn't. What? Being stuck in a brothel by social services was safer. I don't fucking think so.
I mean, on the streets, sleeping on the streets.
You should
sleeping on the streets. I could sleeping on. There'd be too many volumes, Gabby. I slept in a park for about 4 months, and there was an old alcohol drinker there who basically, no, Webby, that didn't happen. So fuck you too. Hope you go to hell. I'll say a few prayers later for being a dick. It's okay. Basically, there was an old captain there. He was a military man. He used to like his rum, and he kept guard over me while I slept in a local park in the winter. I went to my oldest sister, who lived in local, went to her to ask for a roof over my head for a couple of days, and she turned me down. She closed the door. None of my family wanted to know, and I'm one of 10.
Tina, just going back to that question that Webby's asked.
Where's your proof, Webby?
It was filmed. The Dalai Lama, some kid sucked on his tongue.
Look, that was it's like you sticking your kid out to your. Has anyone watched that? I saw Rogue Trader mention that. So Dalai Lama, right? Yeah, it's in an audience of 1,000 people. It's on TV. He's not going to really want a kid to suck his. I mean, Biden's different.
Nope, didn't see it. No, not at all.
No, it wasn't. What? So basically, this little kid was sat in his lap, and he's in an audience with loads of other families and blessing or whatever they're doing, and you couldn't hear anything. All you see is sticking his tongue out, and it pointed towards the kid. Now they've interpreted it on the news that he asked the child to suck his tongue.
Yeah, right.
And make it
apparently, it's their belief that by doing that, you take on the wisdom of the Dalai Lama or something.
The wisdom and the power.
Really?
Yes.
What, by sucking the tongue?
Right. So when a Dalai Lama dies, they're laid in state for 14 days. The Dalai Lama decides, even in their death, who the next Dalai Lama will be. Basically, he's the 14th Dalai Lama now. So his head will turn out of north, south, east, or west, and that's where you will find the next Dalai Lama that's going to be put into the Buddhist faith. However, with China kidnapping the one that was promised to be and having him in prison for nearly 40 years, China was going to place one in because China's going to force it onto Tibet because they, as you know, they invaded Tibet. They took it out. The Dalai Lama had to flee with half of his population to India in a little place called Dharamsala, and he lives there. Okay, so the Dalai Lama is just a man. He's never pretended to be anything else, but he's a very well-educated man who's at the head of it. And everybody's tried to slag him off. Everybody. He asked the Americans, he asked us, he asked every country to help him against China, and they all turned their backs on him. So he had to leave.
Can I just say if there's any women out there that'd like to suck the wisdom out of me?
Oh my God, Dan!
then you'll have 2 brain cells. Yeah. Right. So, I just want to apply to you that I'm not defending the fact if he really did ask this little kid to suck his tongue, it didn't look like that was what was really happening. It looked like it being taken out of context and twisted by the media.
Yes. So what happens is when he was found, they went to the north where he lived. What they take is pieces of belongings from all the Dalai Lamas previous, so like a cloak or a necklace or a bowl or a book that they've read, and they let the child loose in the room, and the child will pick objects out saying, that's mine, a pair of glasses, that's mine. This man was only 4, and he picked out of a load of junk in a box an item from each Dalai Lama. That's how they say that he's the reincarnation of the previous Dalai Lamas. That's how they've always been chosen for centuries. They will never take up weapons against anybody. They've never harmed anyone.
I need to go make another coffee. It's getting cold in here. I'm not putting the heating on though.
The temperature's dropping down.
I can't afford to put the heating on, so I'm just going to go make another coffee.
It's gone down to about 7 Celsius at the moment.
If anybody's in the comments that's watching, there's 137 people watching, by the way, so thank you to everybody that's watching. Much appreciated. If any of you want to jump up, please feel free to do so. I'm literally going to go make a coffee. I'm going to be 2 minutes. When I come back, if you're sitting in the back office here on StreamYard, I might ask you to touch your nose or ear or wave or whatever, just to verify that you are who you know, a legitimate person, and then I'll let you on. But if there's anybody out there that wants to come on and join the conversation, please feel free, and I'll be back in just a second. Roger, you know what's coming next?
Yeah.
You're in charge.
Right then, you lot.
Right. You're all yours, Roger.
Sometimes I do come across as I take the piss out of religion. I do a little bit, but it's something I try not to do in public because I do believe, as I've said before, if people have got a belief, they're entitled to that, and I leave them to it as long as they don't try and bring it to me. I try to be courteous, as it were.
That's exactly right. And it's the same as me. I've always done dinner parties, and we had groups from many different faiths, and we were able to have a conversation. Just an adult conversation, eating a meal, having a few glasses of wine, sharing each other's company. We never got into arguments. We just literally listened to what each other had to say, and we agreed that we're all different. That's what we should be doing, but so many get angry about it.
That's beautiful that we're all different. I think it's beautiful that we are different, you know.
We are different, yes.
Yeah.
If we were all the same, it'd be pretty boring, Gabby, wouldn't it?
I know. Oh, God,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have.
Well,
we are individuals with a different mind and a different heart and a different soul. And if you can't respect somebody that's got a different opinion to you, then you're not human. You have to listen. You have to be a passive, assertive person. But an assertive person is someone who's willing to compromise to understand someone else's view. But you should never be aggressive with it. Not at all.
I mean, I've got a big Irish contingent in the family, and I used to spend many a year of my holidays over there. Now, from a very young age, as a young teenager, I decided that I was having nothing to do with religion. Every Sunday, they'd all troop off at the church for the Sunday Mass, but none of them ever tried to persuade me to go along because they knew it was what I didn't want to. And they would
that's right. Well, I never took my friends to church, but I did take them to a actual Buddhist area. It's outside of Exeter, Honiton. It's a retreat. So I took them down there for the weekend. I explained to them there was no smoking, no alcohol, speak when you're spoken to, and you get fed vegetarian food. But the Buddhist monks are very welcoming. They come from Tibet. They come from Dharamsala. They're not the Western side, but they literally took them through meditation, breathing, how to control certain parts of your life. They talked about depression. They talked about mental health. They spoke English really well, but they took people through different stages of what life can affect you as. Some of my friends that were Jewish, they were Muslim, they went on to do meditation classes. They learned about deep breathing exercises. They learned about how to calm themselves down in a really difficult situation. Some people went through divorce. They were there to give them what they needed. They'd listen and they'd feed back. Well, if someone's upsetting you, ask them why. They teach you how to talk to people. And that's what it's about. It's about sharing what you know.
Yeah, Bumblebee. Now, see, I went to a Roman Catholic school. That was only because, as an infant, my mother signed me up for it. Through that school, it was always drummed into me that if I wanted to get married, I'd have to be confirmed. So, as a young age, I had to take the class and it went to be confirmed. And the first thing I did was, you have to take confession. So I confessed to lying and said it was a week since my last one. You know, that's the way I treat religion.
But you should be respectful to someone else's faith. That's as simple as it is.
I mean, some of the weddings I've gone to, and I've always said, the only time I go to a church is for a wedding and a funeral. That is not out of respect to the church. That is respect to the people that have invited me to their wedding or funeral, as it were.
Have you ever laughed at a christening?
I've pissed myself at funerals.
Right. my grandson, I had to go to Kent.
No mothers included.
So this is why I get confused about churches. So I went to this church. It was a beautiful church, mind you. We walk in the door. He's 5 years old. It's his christening. It's my son's child. And he's wearing a Greek Orthodox gown. And I'm thinking, where the hell are we? So we just sat quiet. Then halfway through the ceremony, he went into a Jewish one. I said, he's not going to castrate him, is he? Then he went into a Christian one. And at the end of it, it was like fucking Lion King. He picked up my grandson above his head and it was like, Lion King, there's the baby. And I was like, what the hell? So as we're going out, I said to the person that was there, what religion was that? And he said, oh, it's Christian. Really? You've just gone through 5 different religions. I have no idea what you're talking about. So he said, well, what religion are you? I said, I'm Buddhist. Then he turned to my daughter, what religion are you? Pagan. What does that mean? I'm a witch. He didn't even want to shake her hand. So.
It's so funny to see. Reversed. It could have been a white witch.
She is a white witch. Yeah, she is. She's been ordained as well.
Heather's a white witch.
Yep, I've still got my ring and the 2 chalices. I was ordained as a witch up at Stonehenge, a pagan witch, white witch.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It was good. When you get to Stonehenge, by the way, because you can't get to it now, it's all fenced off. So that's a long time ago.
Wow, that's great. You should write a book, I'm telling you.
Oh, God, nobody would believe it. They think it was all fable. Because if I told you all the stuff I know about government, you'd be pissing yourself laughing. It would be a book of humour.
If you make a money off it, you know what I mean, then who gives a shit?
If I wrote stories about each government organisation I've worked for, it would sell fucking millions, I'm sure of it. But nobody goes, no, that's fake. That can't happen. It fucking did. Because I can back it up. So, yeah.
Aye.
I used to tell my bosses when they try and threaten me with the sack, I've got enough on you to sell it to the newspapers tomorrow. Back off. So,
you.
I've seen so much dodgy dealing, tell you, it's unbelievable.
Aye.
I don't like government. People make the mistake. Well, you took a job there. Yeah, because I want to know what's happening.
Aye, and
I want to get the information.
Sometimes you can only make a difference for the inside out.
Yeah, that's right. It's true. It is true. When I first got to work in the homeless department, there were 3 members of staff who were the local bitches, and one was a bloke, and they were nasty to any newcomers. So for the first 6 months, the boss that hired me said, don't show them your tattoos. So I wore long sleeves for 6 months. Then I got the full-time job. The next day I turned up, leather trousers, short sleeve shirt, fucking Harley, and I looked in it. Oh, I told you she was a drug dealer and alcoholic. Huh? I don't fucking drink, and I'm not a fucking drug dealer. They said, oh, we shouldn't have hired you. You're bad for the council. My boss came out the hive. He said, what are you lot talking about? So anyway, when I got to know them in a few days, none of them would speak to me. I had more knowledge on homelessness than any of them. So I got 5 books printed. When they come in the next morning, there's all these law books on homelessness. Right. This is what you're supposed to follow, not what you think should happen. Marion was one. I said, all you seem to put into hotels is people who are non-priority and young, sexy men. That's going to stop.
No one's put me in a hotel.
But they were doing deals to suit their needs.
I'm past getting the chance at my age.
But they were sending away people like military vets, sending away people with mental health. They are the priority clients, not some young, sexy fucking man she wants to go and see. No way. So I actually had to print all these books off, and I sorted out the office, brought in new computer. Oh, they hate my guts, but I didn't give a shit. I did 14 years of giving them hell.
Brilliant. Well done. Well done for that.
Yep. Now I'm still giving them hell by taking clients in. So
aye.
This person needs a house repaired. Oh, we'll get to it later. No, you're going to do it now. So yeah, this is the law. So I don't care. But the civil service.
Whoever's in charge, God bless you.
Thank you, Gabby. I enjoyed it, to be honest. I enjoyed winding the shits up. It was so easy.
Aye, they're very easy to get wound up.
You need to do as you are told, and who made you the law? And that was one of my bosses. I'm telling you to do as you're told. I'm telling you to go fuck yourself.
Aye.
So I'll do what I want. I do it within the law. I had one little guy called the Imp. He's only about 4'2". He didn't even reach my tits. So, and he pissed me off one day by walking in, screaming and shouting at me. I said, I'll deal with you later. He gets in the lift at 6 o'clock. So I picked him up by his throat and had him up against the fucking back of the lift. Talk to me like that again, I'll rip you a new one. I put him down, straightened his tie, walked out. Bye. Now he shits his pants when I rings him. When I ring him at the council. Oh, hi Tina, how are you? Scared much, Lawrence? So yeah, I do like it. I like helping people. When an organisation like government don't help people, I don't like it.
They're blatantly no helping you. You'll do something about it as well.
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, I've kicked enough ass over the years. Still doing it. I told them I lived to 100, so they got 40 years yet. Still going.
Aye, that's brilliant. Well done, you. Anyway, it's great.
The only way you can take something down is to know how they work. And that is true. And the money they pay for working there to get the hell of a lot of wages. I was on 37k a year.
Oh my!
It's the easiest job I've ever done.
They probably see the thing that you would be be like that the way you were because of your wage and that. But it seems to me you didn't bother your ass.
Well, the tenancy officers we got, they're on nearly 40k now a year. They don't even meet their tenants. When was the last time you saw a tenancy officer down?
Oh, I think I've had 8 years. I've had 2 knock on the door.
Oh,
In 40 years, I bet in 40 years, I have had 2, and that was in my new house here. 2 visits in 40 years.
And
they're paid 40 grand a year to do the job.
That's terrible.
That's why people's houses are falling apart. Damp, mold, ceilings collapsing, because they're not visiting. It's in their tenancy, it's in their agreement, their contract.
Aye.
You must visit your clients once a year with a buildings inspector to see if the clients are okay and need any help.
Aye.
Or to check the building for any disrepair.
They don't bother
No.
behind.
Civil service, isn't it? That's what you get. Well, local government officers, should I say. The best bit when they fired me, I went back in to get some paperwork one day, and I had my HMPS badge, which is Her Majesty's Prison Service and government badge on. And the woman said, "Who do you think you are coming in?" Right, you're a local officer, local council, yeah? Well, what does that mean? I'm a civil servant, so I fucking outrank you. So, get my shit.
Aye. So you were giving them it before, even when you left.
Yeah. Yeah. I only stopped the civil service in 2019. I retired.
Oh,
Now I'm the biggest pain in the ass to most organisations because I got enough time on my hands.
You must miss it. I know you must miss your worked it as well.
No, I've got enough work now with my website. I've got much work, too much work now. So yeah, I've got enough work that I can do. But if you want to know about what works, get inside.
Aye,
it's good pay to be a snooper.
That's true.
If I did write a book on some of these places, it would go tits up because that's how bad they are.
Yeah, you should think about it because you would help thousands of people.
Yeah, but who's going to do? Yeah, people will read the book. I don't think they do anything about it. The only way to stop it is
if you write your story, it depends on how you write it and you know what the ending is.
Well, I call it a comedy because they're all a fucking joke.
Well, I would leave the ending open so whoever it is that's read the book can go and try these things and they can make their own books.
Yeah. If you see what's going on inside any business like that, you'd be shocked.
Right.
And I hope somebody one day would actually write a real story about Parliament.
Aye.
A real one, not lies. That would be good reading.
They'll not be allowed to. There'll be no publishers for that book.
I have seen a few police officers, Dan, that have been pushed out for other reasons. And a couple of those have said on different organisations I go to, they're going to write books about what they've seen and heard in their time as police officers. So they're going to write they're going to write the truth about what's going on in big. One's from Manchester, and I think one's from up in Swindon somewhere. They're going to write what happened to them during their police time, the truth. Good. So that's going to come out hopefully in the next few years. But you've got to be open-minded when you go into a business. But finding out what I did woke me up. I never believed that these people would be backstabbers all the time. It shocked me for a while. But that's why I wanted to dig into it. I did drugs and alcohol services. I did Devon HIV/AIDS services, domestic violence training. I'm a TUC trained rep. That scared a company I went to before COVID and took somebody on with a disciplinary action against the client. And I went in and said, "I'm their advocate." And they said, "Which TUC level 2?" They went, "What? Mm-hmm. Shall we have a chat?"
That's brilliant.
They were like, "So happy to see me." Not. Well, they should have one of our reps. They're not in your union, so that's why they came to me.
Brilliant.
And I don't care what people think about me. I really don't. I know that when I finally peg it, hopefully, if I get reborn, I'm a bit concerned because I might come back as an ant and it won't last very long. So,
no, ants can last quite long if they sort.
Nah, no, I get stepped on the first day.
Oh, true enough.
But that's what they believe is reincarnation.
Right, a Buddhist.
They believe that you could be reincarnated depending on what you do with your current life. That defines what you'll be in the future.
My bloody luck, I'd come back as me.
I can't be too you're special. So, no, that doesn't happen that way. You're special, Roger. Come back with something better. So,
Well, no improvement on the last one, I can assure you.
Oh God.
Either that, me and Rog come back as each other, and that's the two. It's fucked.
Yeah, but then
Yeah.
you tend to lose something between all the test tubes. They trial it.
What would you like to come back as, Dan?
A Ukrainian woman.
I'd come back as myself.
Oh, that's good. That's a good answer.
I'd come back as myself, and then I can make all the same fucking mistakes I've made once already, all over again.
But surely, if you come back, you're going to know about the previous you, so you wouldn't make the same mistakes, would you?
Well, possibly.
Because with the reincarnation side of it, there was a memory of your previous life.
Well, if I had a memory of my previous life, then I'd probably still make the same fucking mistakes.
Yeah, you enjoyed your current life then. So that's what you're saying. It's a good thing.
Enjoyable mistakes.
Yes.
I wouldn't
If it was possible and I came back, I wouldn't change anything.
Right.
Well, if it was possible, I'd probably come back as Hamza Useless, hang myself, and then get a massive fucking promotion.
I'd come back with the knowledge of the winning lottery ticket.
Oh, yeah, no, it doesn't work like that. Sorry, Simon. What would you come back as, Saul?
I would come back
I'd be
and
happy.
be an Alsatian.
I'm happy.
An Alsatian?
I'm
Aye.
married. I'm happy. You know.
You're happy with your life?
Yeah.
Well, C6 Steve said I started out with nothing and I've still got most of it left.
Yeah.
Is there any way of boosting Saul's microphone?
Sorry.
Please.
Sorry, it's me.
Possibly.
Saul does talk quietly and a bit slower than some of us as well, Simon.
Yeah, it's just I turn him up, and then when he stops talking, then Dan comes on, and the neighbours are like, "Oi, fucking turn that fucking down!"
That's why I don't wear headphones.
Yeah, I'm happily married, mate. You know, so I mean, like, how can
If
I?
you have a
turn around
good
and
life,
change
yeah.
anything? How can I change anything? How would
Yeah,
why
you've got
would
a beautiful wife. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So. Yeah.
That's a good thing, though, isn't it? When you've got such a content in your life and you don't want nothing to change, that's really good. I don't want to change me. I mean, even though some people say you swear a lot, I don't care. It's in the dictionary. I'm going to fucking use it. Why waste it? So
yeah,
I don't care. If people don't like my personality, I ain't got to worry about that. When I get serious, you see a different side of me. When I fight for people's rights, I'm a different woman altogether. I'm still nasty, but I'm just better at it. I'm rude.
Yeah, I mean, like when you're in life, I think you got to understand the language of life. I mean, I don't think people really fully respect it until they're probably like in their late 20s.
No, not anymore.
You
like
learn about life by
maybe.
living it, not reading about it.
Yeah.
You're right, Saul, because
on
when you got a council person telling a man in a wheelchair who served his country, lost his leg, that they're not going to accommodate them, that's not going to make me be very happy with that person. Do you see what I mean? I didn't swear. I just said, look, you're wrong. You made a mistake. You go upstairs. You take these details to your manager. There's my business card. Tell her who's here now. And she went upstairs and brought the boss down. And she's like, hi, team. How you doing? I'm fine. He's not. This has got to be done today. But that's what I do. I go in with the law. I literally know what I'm doing. I go straight in. And I wouldn't change that. I would keep doing that as long as I could.
Admirable.
Thank you.
You know, it's admirable. As I say, like some people find their niche in life and some people don't.
That's where I found mine. I met 2 Tibetan monks at the university. They gave me some books to read. I studied the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path, and I made that my life decision. And I do practice meditation. I swear a lot, but I'm allowed to do that because I'm a practicing Buddhist. All I got to do is light a candle and say sorry later. So, yeah. So I can get away with that. But no, I'm fine.
Like most religions.
Yeah, you're forgiven. I'll never be a real Buddhist because they literally train intensely up to 16 hours a day in all the scriptures. I'd never be able to do that. And I don't want to shave my head either. No thanks. You can go to Dharmasala and you can do scriptures and practice over there. And after 3 years, they'll make you a Buddhist monk. And they said, "Do you want that?" I went, "No, I'm not going around with a bedroom."
Are Buddhist monks like hard bastards, isn't they? They're like Bruce Lee.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
are.
you want to a Buddhist monk.
You know, like these Shaolin. You heard about
Yeah,
that?
they are.
Yeah.
Right.
They are trained in all styles of martial arts to protect themselves. They don't believe in weapons, but they will take care of their own.
Yeah,
So
some years ago,
Buddhists are pretty badass. So watch it, Sasha.
There was some.
Well, wasn't it having quite a bit of persecution about 3 or 4 years ago, Tina? Where was it? They had to retreat to somewhere, and they was getting a lot of fighting with the. Who was the other people they were fighting? Was it Chinese? I can't remember now.
It was in the 1950s, sorry,
Recently.
when China invaded. Well, China's invaded Tibet. The actual most of the population live in Dharmasala in India. India gave them part of their country to save them. They had to take hundreds of thousands out. So China went into Tibet. They've destroyed all Buddhist temples. If you are a monk in Tibet and you're seen giving a practice to anybody walking by, you will be killed on the street. They're killing them in the street.
Wow.
Sorry, guys, I was a bit absent, and I was just trying to sort something out. So
did you get it done?
Sort of half done.
Yeah, Tibet, the Lhasa, which is the capital of Tibet, is now crushed. They've smashed all the temples. They've killed half of the people there, and you cannot go round anywhere near Lhasa and Nepal safely on your own as a Buddhist monk. Because if the Chinese find you, they're going to talk to you.
Oh, how come NATO didn't get involved then? Or Biden or Bush or anyone else, eh?
When the invasion took place, the Dalai Lama went to over 20 countries begging for help, and they all turned their backs. Every one of them.
Bizarre.
Yep, didn't want to know.
Hi, Mans.
Hi, Mans.
Hey, Mans.
Evening, Mans.
Hi, Mans.
Hi, everyone.
I love that.
I was going to say, a few years ago, I remember a case that came up in Madrid. Hi. This guy was a Shaolin monk, right? And he'd been on the YouTubes and stuff. He got himself like with knives and all this kind of thing, and he was really fast and all this caper. And one day, right, he was seen knocking 7 shades out of this woman. He dragged her out of the car, and he's going into his dojo, right? He had this dojo. Anyway, the police arrive. They get in, right, and he's already fucking got her comatized, man. He's already, you know. And then he starts looking around, poking about, and they're finding body parts and shit everywhere.
Oh, damn. Damn, that's not good. Ugh.
Yeah, but like the guy, you know, like he'd been on TV, you know, he'd been on YouTube. You know, like he had his own dojo and everything, and he was getting away with this forever. You know what I mean? Right in the middle of Madrid.
What's a dojo? Sorry.
It's a martial arts centre.
It's like a gym.
It's like a gym, but for martial arts.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So the body parts, Saul, were down to him or the woman that he's beaten up?
There was some other bodies, some other women he'd been chopping up, man. He did about.
Oh, him! He was doing it.
Yeah.
Yep. Simon.
Yeah.
Nothing like practicing on the real thing, is it?
There are some in the Western world. They don't follow the strict rules of the monasteries. They don't. In the Western world, I've got a centre in Exeter, which is supposed to be a Buddhist centre, but they charge extortionate prices for any help. Now, that's not true in Buddhism. You don't charge money. You give them what they need. They would do meditation classes for free, teaching about the scripts. So when I went down to this centre, it was like £400 for a course on meditation, which lasted 6 weeks. And if you want to stay there and have discussions and chats, it was like £200 a meeting. And it was like, damn, that's bad. The true Buddhist never takes any funds. All they would ever ask for is a scrap of food.
And
Okay, Tina, am I getting confused?
Holy monkey on the way out.
Sorry, babe. Am I getting confused? So the Buddhist, was that the guy that stuck his tongue out? I'm sorry. I'm just being innocent because I don't get it all.
It's okay. Yeah, there was somebody saying that he stuck his tongue out.
Yeah.
There's confusion over that, and I think it was all played out with media, and everybody else turned it the way around. So
the official explanation has been published, Mans. It's part of their belief and religion that if you suck a person's tongue, you take their wisdom and spirit into you as well.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Roger. Thank you, darling.
It's not actually.
It didn't happen.
And I'm not a religious person, but I just looked into it to see if there was any background to it.
Well, let's be fair. At least it was done while he was still alive. That would have caused a whole heap of other problems, wouldn't it?
The other thing is he done it deliberately knowing that there was media watching as well. So
yeah, exactly. That's what I thought, Roger. It was too blatant.
Yeah.
It was just a stunt. It's not what they do. The true Dalai Lama is found by the deceased Dalai Lama on the 14th day. The head points where they got to go. That's how they find him. That's how this guy became the 14th Dalai Lama.
So springs.
If that was the only way I could put anything else into somebody else, I'd give up.
He will be the last. He'll be the last Dalai Lama. When he dies, the Chinese will not allow another Dalai Lama to be put in place.
What?
They're trying to wipe out the faith.
I'm sorry. I thought it was nothing to do with the Chinks.
They owned Tibet. They overran Tibet in the 1950s. They kicked all of the Buddhists out.
Yeah, but okay.
The Buddhists, the ones that left Tibet when they were invaded.
But I thought the Buddhists won that war.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They had to leave.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Lhasa is the capital. The Buddhist encampment where the Dalai Lama was raised as a child is now rubble.
Oh.
You're not even allowed to carry a picture of the Dalai Lama in your pocket. The Chinese will kill you for it.
Fuck's sake.
Shit.
Wow. I got a book. Tiny little pocket book sent over. Oh, yeah. But that's how it happened. The Dalai Lama was forced to take his out of his own country, which was invaded by the Chinese, and they now live in Dharamsala in India.
The greater good.
Sorry.
Pat, you behave when we're having a serious conversation. Can you not just like reel it in a bit?
Fucking children.
Hello. No. Yes, man.
You need a cat, babe.
I'll get another one.
When you're a pussy, take it.
I'll get another one once I've moved. There's no point in getting it. It would be wrong to get one here, and if I move in a couple of months' time, after it's got used to being here, it's going to be stuck again.
Okay, I didn't realise you were moving. Sorry.
No, it's fine. No, I'm in the process of trying to get moved.
Remember what I said, Dan. Make sure it's kept indoors. Don't let it go outside.
Yes, indoors only.
Yes, you can get a little kitty toilet now, Dan, which is connected to your loo. It's an emaciator, and you don't even have to clean the litter tray out.
Pat, I've had my cat. He's now looking at me like. Anyways, I've had him for 17 years as an indoor cat. He's beautiful.
He is beautiful looking.
He's stunning. He's energetic. He's amazing. 17 years.
The only thing is with an indoor cat is that so with an outdoor cat it's different, because if you've got to disappear for a night, for example, right? Or if you go into hospital for a day or two or whatever it might be, you might go and stay with somebody. Then you got to get somebody to come round and fucking sort the cat out.
No, you don't, Pat. They have an indoor loo.
They have an indoor loo, like Man says. You can buy them.
Yeah, they have an indoor loo. As long as they have their beds, make sure you put the dinner well away from the loo, the water well away from the loo, because they need to know how to find it. Monty has been left here for 3 days. He's fine.
My daughter's going away in September. She's got a local lady, cat lady we call her. She does the feeding of the cats twice a day, in the morning, in the evenings, and she pays her £10 per day, and that's all she asks for because she loves her cats. Yeah. My daughter Amanda's got 2 Mancoons.
Oh, mine's a British short hair.
He looks beautiful.
Don't you mean they coons?
No, mancoons. They
I
weigh
just wanted
7
to thank
kilos.
Mans for mentioning cats, because mine goes out for about 5 minutes at a time, and it reminded me I let her out an hour ago, and I haven't opened the window to let her back in.
I don't think
Actually,
calling them Bacons is racist.
I know.
And
I
it's
just,
raining here.
as soon as I said that, I just thought to myself, actually, that's probably the worst word in the entire dictionary, isn't it? Mancoon.
There you go.
British short hairs are the best.
Well, it is
British
because
short
it's
hairs are
because you're talking, like, you're
stunning.
talking, you're being
Man and coon.
fucking, yeah, you're being what's the word?
Yeah.
Fucking gender phobic and also racist at the same time.
And it is a breed
I
cat.
thought it was
Oh, well done. It'll be in a Sun newspaper tomorrow about how it's going to be removed from the dictionary.
So if you do that, all dog breeds and all cat breeds would have to change their names to them, hey, she, whatever, because you've got Siamese cats. Is that going to affect the Asian community? You know.
No, babe, but
Harry,
Siamese are
I know-
really
Did
too
you hear that
loud.
today?
I know it's,
about Diane Abbott?
I know it's Maine Coon. I know it's Maine Coon. It's just everybody calls him a man coon. That's all.
Yeah.
That's why I said it.
Did you hear about that today? About
I hope
Diane
we
Abbott?
don't get done for misgendering cats.
Read what, Saul?
So, did you hear that today about Diane Abbott?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
got the whip taken away and suspended from the party.
Woohoo! The racist cow.
Oh,
She'll
man,
get back in.
honestly.
She'll get back in. She'll claim that they're being racist towards her.
No,
because she's black.
I hope not, babes.
What,
I hope
what,
not
what,
this
what
time.
happened? What happened? What happened? Talk
She's
to me.
been
Tell me.
struck. She's been struck off. She's suspended.
No,
She's
she's
had her
only
whip
been
removed.
She's been
What
suspended
for?
from the party.
So,
She's had the whip taken away.
So I bet
She
she,
said that
did,
Jewish
did
are
she,
not subject to racism.
did she miscalculate her comment?
No, she basically said how Jewish people weren't, badly treated, kind of thing, compared to black people about racism and stuff like that. And it's just, so they removed her at long last.
She'll get back in because she'll use the race card against
No,
them.
I
She'll
can't
get back
see.
in.
She
She's
will
been
use it.
suspended. This isn't
She
her
will
first
use it.
time though. She's been suspended before. She always gets back in.
Does that mean
Yeah,
people
but
who
she's
have
an
the
old
use
broke
is
now.
you're
She's an
racist?
old fucking fat.
She's done, man. I mean, if this is her way out, she should take it. Really, I think.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She
She's
likes the money.
over
She
it.
likes the money, Saul.
She's got away
Yeah.
with too much. Look what happened with her son. What's the stuff with the drugs and hitting the emergency workers and writing. Oh no! She cannot get back in. She's done too much.
Yeah.
Exactly. God
We
bless.
hope she
exactly.
doesn't. I hope she doesn't, Simon, and there is justice because I can't stand that woman.
Look at
She's been a racist for years. Why did no one pick up on it?
Yeah, she has.
Yeah. No one picked up on it though.
Oh, they know exactly what she does.
She's
It's
a
all,
race baiter.
newspaper
She's a
stuff.
race baiter.
Yeah, but she's not the only one, is she? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that other one? The black dude.
I knew about the one that said there's no police, and in the background there's a coppers walking around behind him. What was it?
Well,
He's
it's
got.
It's the same one. Yeah, he's the same one that fucking he's like a. It's everyone's race. Everybody's racist.
Yeah, David. No, not David. He's on LBC.
Lammy.
Yeah, David Lammy.
David Lamb. That's it. That's the one.
Oh,
No,
hate
baldy
him.
fucker.
Hate him.
Worse than
I'll be
Lenny
right
Henry.
back. My dogs need my attention.
Okay. Yeah, I hope she doesn't get in all honesty, because she is nasty. But my two cats, daughter's cats, man, she's not going to have any kids. They're my grand fur babies. So
Oh.
Topaz is the male, Opal is the female. I named them as the kittens because she's a white witch, and I built her a sign.
Oh.
I built her a sign for the house which says Witch Haven, and she's got a picture. It was engraved by Woodcrafter.
Stop.
Proper
Danny,
crafter.
stop. Look, all this pussy talk. Leave your arm alone.
Shut up.
Fuck off, God
So-
bless.
Sorry.
So
Tina.
basically, she's got a big sign on the wall which says Witch Haven, and he found he crafted with a burner to make the same identical head of a male cat. It's amazing what he did.
Oh,
And that's the sign of her house, Witch Haven. She did get told off for putting a mat outside her front door to any visitors who come to this house to piss me off. You'll be stuck in a cauldron and boiled.
I'm not
Right,
a
sorry,
witch.
sorry, guys. I just need to deal with
I'm
something
not a
at
witch,
the moment. Right, the moderators on the channel. I'm not going to say your name out because I'm not going to highlight it. But the moderators on the channel have been told by me to be a little bit more proactive, shall we say? And that
sorry.
is that.
Sorry.
No, it's, I'm not talking to you, man. It's all right. I'm just trying to clear something up going on in the comments. So I've asked the moderators to be a little bit more proactive. Now, my levels of where I think what is okay and what's not okay are still the same, but we've been getting a lot of shit from different places recently, and for that reason, unfortunately, we need to be a little bit more vigilant. Yeah, we need to be a little bit more vigilant with some of the things that are said on here.
And it's not just in here; we're actually doing the same on Discord and cleaning that up a bit as well.
And you've not been timed out. Sorry, you've been timed out, but you've not been banned. So nobody's actually banned you. Because they don't want to ban you, because you the person I'm talking to, you're a regular member of the community on here, and nobody wants to ban regular members of the community. Nobody wants to ban anybody. And I think what they're doing is the mods are just trying to be a little bit more vigilant with what's going on. I've got no issues with people saying you're talking shit, for example. If you don't agree with somebody and then have your say, they have their say, then we get over it, move on and deal with something else. Do you know what I mean? But as I say, although you've been getting timed out, I've seen you've been timed out a couple of times tonight, but you've not been booted from the channel. And I think this is just, to be fair, I think the mods are doing a better job lately. It might seem like you're being picked on, but you're not. They've been asked to do the same with anybody that they see. So so don't take it personally. It was my decision for them to be a little bit more vigilant on here, and they're just doing what I've asked them to do.
In the chat as well, but you got to it before I did.
No way.
So basically, sum up what this cunt here's trying to say. It's petty name calling. Turn it down a wee bit. I'm going for a pass back and forth.
Yeah, I'll call me a petty cunt, you fucking Scottish twat.
Where did Man go? She dropped out.
Oh shit! Oh, she hasn't she? No. Oh yeah, Bo. Oh yeah, Man's has gone. Where you gone? I didn't even notice she'd gone. I was looking at the camera rather than looking at the screen.
She may have dropped out.
All right. Well, we wasn't talking. Oh, she's back. It wasn't directed at you, by the way, man.
It's okay. It's fine.
Welcome back.
No worries.
We have mentioned it on the last couple of lives as well.
Well, you have to keep it. Dan's always kept it where you've got an openness on this channel. We can all agree to disagree sometimes, but you've still got to be polite to each other.
Yeah, but
we've all got our own opinions.
Perhaps I've been absolutely hammered the last couple of days with some freaks, so it's okay if you want to bop me, but
No. It was nothing. No, it was nothing about you, man. What I was just saying was got absolutely nothing to do with you whatsoever.
No, not at all.
Thanks,
So,
babe.
so don't, it was something that was going on in the chat that I needed to deal with. I don't want people arguing and falling out. So and I'll let the mods deal with stuff normally, but sometimes I'll need to step in just to make a point. And I really didn't want to have to. I didn't really want to have to mention that stuff's been going on other channels, because that will now get used as content on those other channels that we've been talking about them.
But there's no reason to worry about it, Dan. You have to address these issues head on.
Yeah,
exactly.
I've had to mention it, and hopefully now we can just we can move on with what we're talking about. Sonic, I'm not letting you back on unless you get on your knees and pray to Allah that you're sorry for calling me a name.
Nice. So yeah.
I like the night bot. Night, was it night? Yeah.
Fuck hour.
So there we go. Anyway, yes, moving on.
Yeah.
Piss be upon you.
Oh,
Fuck you, come again.
I've got to shoot in a second, mate. I've got to. I mean, like figuratively speaking.
He's on a vinegar stroke. He's going to shoot in a minute because he's on a vinegar stroke.
I've got to take Tiny Tim to the hospital after I've done a school run tomorrow. Tiny Tim, she's got to go to the hospital for a checkup on her foot or something. I don't know.
Right.
Oh, bless.
Fair enough. Have you spoke to her about coming up to Liverpool? Well, hopefully Liverpool.
Yes, I have actually. Oh God, I shouldn't really say it on the live stream, but she said, "Listen, if we get a night away from the kids, we ain't going to someone's house. We're going to a hotel and doing mushrooms." I couldn't really argue with that. We're going to get to spend much time on our own, trust me.
Well, no, because we'll go to the pub first.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back here and do mushrooms, and then you can go to a hotel.
That's good. Yeah, that's
anything you do and say will be videoed for evidence.
or I'll just charge you to stay here, and I'll
I'll charge you to watch.
I'll just set the camera.
I'll charge you to watch. You OnlyFans channel. Anyways, moving on again.
Surf, I need to see your face, my friend. I need to see your face. Right, can you just give us a wave with your left hand for me? Lovely stuff, right? Brilliant, thank you.
Tell him to take out of his hand first.
How you doing, Surf? You all right?
No, not bad. I thought I'd just pop on and say a quick hello.
No worries, mate. Always welcome. Always welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Evening, Seth.
How you doing,
Welcome.
God bless the UK.
Yes, mans. Go to your messages, your Discord. Yeah, go on. What?
I was just
I
going to say.
did. There's nothing there, babe.
Oh, there is. I've both of them. I've messaged you on them. Anyway, I have done it. Right, fucking hell. I'm going to do it now. Right, carry on.
Email me. Email me.
I haven't got your email. I've got your.
Right, hello. Stop. No. Right. Amanda.
No. Stop. Don't do it now. Put it in a private chat or go to your Discord. Don't dox yourself on here. You know what's going to happen. Don't. I'm being protective over you.
I don't care anymore, babe.
No. If you mention it,
yeah.
you go la.
Yeah, if you're going to give any, if you're going to give any personal information, do it somewhere else, please, rather than on here.
Because I know what's going on. I don't want anything more directed to you.
There's some absolute fuck knuckles that are watching this channel, waiting for things.
Yeah.
Right, Surf. Sorry, mate. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I really enjoyed watching you on Simon's channel last week. You did really well there.
Oh, at Simon's place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was well, it was okay. It was okay after I'd had a drink. If you suffer from social anxiety, don't get me wrong, it doesn't stop me from going to the local shop or getting in a taxi and stuff. It's not that bad that I can't leave the house. But if I'm going somewhere, especially, fucking hell, 4 hours on a train absolutely fried my head. But being there was really comfortable because I've been speaking to those guys for ages anyway, so I felt like I knew them. So I could just be me when I was there.
I have exactly the same. I have exactly the same problem with like social anxiety, and it really puts you off from wanting to go anywhere or do anything. But when you get there and you start joining in, you start having a laugh, and you're glad you've actually done it. I saw you go through that change. I could see you was nervous. I could see you wasn't liking it. But then as soon as you started having a laugh with the guys, you just blended in and you were just like, right.
Brandy.
Yeah, but well, the brandy helps absolutely.
Yeah, well done.
It is. Yeah, it is. You're right. When you overthink things.
Yeah.
Which is what I was doing before I left and on my way down there. But again, as I say, once I was there, it was because I
But
felt
once
like I
you
already knew
started
them.
talking to them, it put you at your ease, didn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and they understood as well because they'd been through similar, or Simon go through it as well sometimes. So it's something that we related to. Do you know what I mean? So.
Did you see what Paz put the next day? Like he wasn't going to turn up. He was going to make excuses, and he was really like going, "Oh, I'll go a bit further," and he kept going, "I've got to go back. I've got to go back," and then eventually he just turned up at the door and he just went, this is the thing.
Things might be a bit different on the next one because he's invited me down.
It's what was I going to say?
Yeah, but that's sorry.
Fuck it, I've forgotten it. Oh no, I haven't. Yes, I have. No, hang on. It's there on the tip of my tongue. Come on, come out. Come out. I know you've got
Somebody
to there.
his tongue quick.
Yeah, that's what she said.
It's a ginger whirly on the end of his tongue. Go on.
Comfort zone. That's what I was going to say. Comfort zone. You get yourself in a comfort zone. Okay, and you're in your house. You're safe. You haven't got to deal with people. You're not going to get anxious and all that kind of stuff. Well, sometimes you do, but you're not going to get anxious because you're out and about and then panic because people are going to see you and worry what they're thinking. So you're in a comfort zone. You're stuck in your little bubble. And I thought to myself, I'm in all the time. Literally, I rarely go out. I think last year, I only went out. I think I only left the place really for about 4 times in the entire year to go places that I wasn't familiar with. Everywhere else I had to go because I was familiar with it and because I had to go. But I had to force myself out of my comfort zone. And if you don't force yourself out of your comfort zone, you get too reliant on it. And and I think that's where the issues come in. When I first came out of work, I had a business and I was in a relationship. We were living together and I had my own business, and I went home one day and she kicked me out at 11 o'clock at night. She kicked me out and I ended up losing. I didn't have anywhere to live. I ended up losing my business. I lost everything. I was sleeping in the doorway of a post office. And then I got a bed sit, and I went into bed sit, and it took 7 months before I realised that I hadn't left the place. I'd been in a bed sit in one room for 7 months, hardly opening the curtains. And I had to force myself. And again, comfort zone. I felt, I was safe there, but I had to force. This is when I got the first dog, Daisy. So I had to force myself to go out and to go and get Daisy and all that stuff. But if you don't force yourself out of your comfort zone, you're going to be fucked. Basically, you're just going to.
Yeah, but Pat, can I say something?
Go on.
I forced myself out of that comfort zone. So, like 2 years ago, I had no idea what YouTube was about, who the people were, and all of a sudden everyone was like, hey you, yeah, hello, yeah, we agree with the same thing. But recently they fucking have slated me. I don't understand. We all have different views, yeah? That's us, that's people. We're not stupid, for fuck's sake, we're normal. But I have been absolutely obliterated, and I don't get it.
Look, Matt,
2 years. Hang on, Simon. 2 years ago, it was all new to me. I didn't get it, so I was asking lots of questions. I was like, "What the fuck?" Because it was new to me. I'd been a girl that just lived my life, worked my life, and all of a sudden, we were fucked. And then all these people just, like I said, they slated me. And I know they're on here now watching me because guess what, Simon? Tomorrow and the next day, I will get emails telling me what a nasty bitch I am, what a horrible person I am, how
Told you not to
stupid
listen to
I am. I get it
Man.
every day. I've had it for 2 fucking years.
Man, they're on here watching. They're not just on here watching you, by the way, tonight.
I know, babe. I know, but I'm just saying.
When you get poisoned people in your life, the best thing you can do is cut them off.
Yeah.
Man,
Man,
can I say one thing to reply?
Yeah, go on.
I'm quite new to this YouTube stuff. You get some really, really nice people on here that you can spend a lot of time with, but you also get some very horrible ones.
Yeah.
And it does your head in. Because
People
you
are
don't know what you're going to get.
Sorry, Surf, carry on.
No, just saying, you don't know what you're going to get. You are going to come against people that are really horrible, but you're also going to meet people that are really nice.
Yeah. I was so innocent though. I just thought everyone was on my level. What
People
a fact.
People feel emboldened by the fact they're behind a computer screen.
Yeah.
I mean, I always try and be as honest as possible. There's some things that I don't say on here, but it's stuff that is nobody else's business, for example. But I will always try and be as honest as possible. And I've said things on here which are quite embarrassing sometimes. Do you know what I mean? But I believe that being honest is important.
Well, how many embarrassing stories of me and you shared personally, Dan? But they're never anything that would be discussed or talked about on here.
Oh, I don't know about that. Don't fall out. But yeah, but people feel emboldened. If I've got something to say about somebody, I won't tell somebody else in order for them to tell them. I'll say it to them. Granted, we all talk about people privately, right? Nobody can say different, right? For example, I've got absolutely no doubt.
Yeah, but Pat, I never did until they hit on me.
No,
what
I'm saying is we all talk about people in our private, in a private capacity. I might be on the phone to Roger, for example, and I might say, "Oh, I spoke to God Bless. I spoke to God Bless today," or I might be speaking to God Bless and say, "Oh, I spoke to Sonic today." We all talk about people. It's just that some people are like, "Oh, you can't talk about me behind my back," and it's like, well, hang on a minute. Yes, we can, and yes, we do. The same as everybody will mention somebody in a private capacity to somebody else, right? But if I've got something to say to somebody, I'll say it to their face. I don't say stuff behind people's backs that I wouldn't say to their face. But there's a lot of people out there that will do exactly that. And
the thing is,
that
too
pisses
easy
me
nowadays. If we wanted to slag somebody off behind their back in my day, we had to go and put money in the bloody phone box to do it.
Yeah.
You couldn't do it for free on the internet.
Yeah,
that's right.
And the sad thing is, it's fucking hurtful. Why would you want to do that to someone? It's nasty. It's
these people don't matter. People that want to slag you off, they don't matter. They don't want to take the time to get to know you properly. Okay, so they don't matter. What their opinions are irrelevant. All that matters are the people that you class as friends and who class you as friend. Right, that's all that matters. Whatever anybody else has to say, fuck them. Who cares? You know what I mean? They're saying it because it makes them feel better. By putting other people down, some people feel better about themselves.
Yeah, they do.
Can I just say one thing? When I first joined going to YouTube panels, right, I saw people saying some absolutely disgusting, revolting, horrible shit. And I bit to it right at first. And I was told to thicken up and get a thick skin and ignore it. And there were people that literally go out there and say some horrible, disgusting things. In real life, you wouldn't stand for it. Yeah. And I'm saying, I don't think they're targeting you personally, but they're seeing you as someone that
she's a target. Sir, she's a target. I've known her. It's not 2 years, man. It's longer than that. You know as well as I do. I've known her for a while now. And the thing is, Mans is a genuine person. She wears her heart on her sleeve. And the trouble is, it attracts the narcissists.
But I've had it done to me. And I've had to harden up. And I'm not perfect. I'm not there yet. But I still feel it. But I just have to ignore it and just go ignore them.
Yeah. The first year of me being on YouTube, I wanted to quit twice. And it actually took, I don't know if some of you remember, Current Climate. It actually took him, phone calls with him, and he said to me, look, he goes, listen, man, he goes, you're going to get it. He talked me down, basically. I was going to quit, and he talked me down, and he made me realise that, and he made me realise that I've got to thicken, I've got to thicken up, grow thicker skin, and ignore it and deal with it, or joke about, make fun of it, and take the power away from them. That's why I'm quite happy. That's why I'm quite happy to sit here and say I'm a fat bastard, because I'm putting on weight, and I'm classed as obese now. Now I could lie about that. Nobody really sees me from here downwards, so you can't see that I'm not wearing any trousers. No, I'm only joking, by the way. But if I take that power away from them and say, yeah, I'm a fat fucker, so what? You know what I mean? Yeah. At least I could go on a diet if I wanted to. You're going to be an ugly cunt for the rest of your life. You take that power away from them if you can.
It is a perspective, man's, and throughout my life, I've had a lot of friends on a journey that I've been through. But these friends, for some reason, for no reason, have turned because of what I used to do with my jobs, how I enjoyed life, traveling, that kind of stuff. And they turned on me, and I said, I am not prepared to take toxicity from you after all the things we've done for each other throughout. I've got rid of friends 40 years we've known each other, and all they ever did was use me. They would only turn up when they wanted something, and there comes a time when they started spreading rumours about me that I wouldn't talk to them, wouldn't do this. That's it. You're out. Don't ring me. Don't call me. Don't email. You're gone. 40 years of friendship out the window, because I won't tolerate toxic people. We are not on a planet where we can afford to be nasty to each other. If we don't stand together and understand someone else's needs, that's not a human being. That's a narcissist with a nasty attitude, and you should dispose of them as soon as you can.
I had someone that I was going to say one last thing. I had someone that kept picking on me all the time every time I'm going to chat, and I was told the best thing to do is send him emojis of unicorns and rainbows. And as soon as I started doing that, his tune just completely changed.
I've done the same by silence. I've actually got rid of people
through silence. Tina.
Yes.
So I just want to say, so I was so ignorant to all this shit. I was
that.
called Anonymous who keeps telling people I'm a shill. I had to look up what the fuck is a shill. What the fuck is 77th Brigade? I had no idea.
I didn't.
But then after this evening, I found out that how can I be polite about this? So, somebody had been trolling me all along. What's the thing when someone does something to a girl? To wind her up, and I'm gonna cry. So anyway,
don't cry, hon. Take a breath.
I'm taking it.
Yeah, take a breath.
I think if somebody's annoying a girl who's a prick.
No. So he what's something about? Oh fucking hell! I'm sorry.
Just say it as it is in your head. Say it as it is in your head. I'm sure we can work together to make out what you.
And don't
trying
cry.
To say.
Don't cry.
Just take a breath, honey.
It only affects your man if you
watch it, right? He's been getting bullied and targeted.
I'll start crying if you cry.
Catfishing.
Yes, you got that babe catfish. So, and I trusted that guy for 2 years. I'm sorry. Anyway, you guys carry on because I get blamed for being a softie and a stupid.
No, listen, it's fun. Listen, I know.
Cool, chill out.
Cool. And I hold my hands up and say, I was stupid. I didn't get it.
Yeah, it takes a strong person to show their emotions to others, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You're not, it does. It takes a lot of strength to show your true feelings, all right? And that's what you have to do. Narcissistic people will always find the most vulnerable, okay? When you go onto any group, they
I
will
didn't even know what catfished was.
No,
I had to look all this shit up. Obviously.
So it's not about being
I couldn't
stupid.
get
It's
it.
not about Mans,
No.
it's not about being stupid. Okay, it's
No.
not about being stupid. So get that out of your head, right? Yes, we can all be a bit naive, okay, but naive and stupidity are two different things.
Two
Okay,
different things, yeah.
I came onto YouTube. I was naive. That's why I didn't realise the shit that I was going to get from people. I thought it was going to be fucking brilliant. I'm going to meet all these lovely people. You see other channels. These other channels have been going for years. They've had to deal with all the trolls and shit, you know, for years. I'd only had to deal with them in the first year, and it fucking nearly got me to quit. But it's the naivety of it. We think that people are genuine. We, as human beings, we want to believe that people are genuine. Unfortunately, as we very quickly learn on a platform like YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, that's very rarely the case. The majority of people, and I say majority of people because I mean the majority of people, are absolute arseholes. Okay? Now, it's taken a long. I've said this. Did I say this to you the other week? I said the thing about being online is you're meeting hundreds of times more people than you would meet in real life. Okay, so in real life, throughout your life, you might meet, I don't know, let's just say 20,000 people. Okay, out of, you know, pluck a number out. Yeah, throughout your entire life, you might meet 20,000 people. Okay, on here, you could meet 20,000 people in a week. Okay, and that means that the however many trolls that you'd find within that 20,000 people, you're going to find them all in a very short space of time. Then you're going to find another 20,000 people, and again, you're going to deal with all of them trolls again in another short space of time. So it feels like a relentless attack all the time.
Yeah.
You need to put it into perspective. If you know, if these people don't matter, number one. Number two, this is only because we're meeting more people. It's a law of averages. The more people you meet, the more people you meet, the more fucking knobheads you're going to come across, unfortunately. And because this is, because of the type of platform this is, all of those knobheads come in a short period of time, and it seems like we're just getting hammered and hammered and hammered with fucking dickheads.
If you don't rise to them, they get fed up and go away because
they need attention.
They're not getting anything off you to feed on.
Yeah, that's right. They need attention.
The problem is
they're
these
like a
two.
pack of hyenas. They feed on the weak and the injured, and that's how they sustain themselves.
But the one thing I will say is you can block people that are doing horrible things to you, and you'll find that you'll meet more nicer people than bad people. The more you go on channels.
Problem is, Surf, is it's human nature to be curious about what people are saying, and it's very difficult. It's very difficult to cut people off like that because you know they're going to be talking about you, and because that's playing in the back of your mind what they're saying. So although what you're saying is absolutely correct, you should block them. It's very difficult for a lot of people to do that because you're so worried about what people are saying about you and you're not there to defend yourself. But then it starts to really get to you and it brings you down, and you know
Exactly, especially when it's a couple or three that have been following you for like over 2 years, and then they all one at a time, 1, 2, 3, just
Sorry, man, Stan.
they
If you're
just fucking.
on the chat, I'm going to have this, mate. It's an extra.
All right, mate. No worries.
Also, say, man, just how many nice people have you met on YouTube compared to how many bad people you've met on YouTube?
Yeah, you're right, sir. The bad are very few and far between. I've become a tough cookie over the years, and I don't let people get under my skin. I know it's not easy to say, man, and I can't express through just this panel how I did that, but I hardened myself up because of the way I was raised. And the way I was abandoned by my family. So because of that, if somebody's talking about me, I don't care, because if they're talking about me, they're leaving someone else alone. But if they want to do it to my face, they're going to get the wrath of God after them, I can tell you. They're going to get a mouth from me. I don't take no nonsense from these people at all.
Why do you think we only have a very small group of close friends in real life? Why do you think that we've only got a small group of close friends? Because the majority of people we either can't trust or we don't get close enough to become, a close friend, or they're dickheads. And it's exactly the same on here. So just because you talk to a lot of people, it doesn't mean a lot of people are your friend. That might sound a bit heartless, right? But just because you talk to a lot of people and then they might be nice to you for a while, it doesn't mean that they're your friend. There's lots of people on here. No offense to people, but because I've not met most of the, 99% of the people on here, I've not met. I've met a very small number of people on here in person who have, some of them have become good friends, some of them haven't. But you only have a small group of friends because the majority of people don't make the cut to be a friend, or you don't have a chance to get to know them properly, or as I say, they're just dickheads.
It's like the first time I came on this panel. This is the second time on, but the first time I came on, the person that come across here was not very nice, and I ended up trying to argue with him, and I shouldn't have. I should just let it go and just logged off. But unfortunately, he made me look bad, and I'm not a bad person. I'm not a horrible person. I don't say nasty things, but this person was pressing all my buttons.
Exactly, babe.
And they do it on purpose as well, sir.
Yeah,
they do. You need to close it down. You need to shut it down by disposing of them to get some energy back into your life in peace, man. You need to tell these people, that's it. I'm blocking you. I'm getting rid of you out of my life.
I mean, as difficult as it might sound, right? If you bear in mind, put it this way.
Kind of, because it was all new to me, all this shit was so new, it's starting to ruin my life. It's like I don't even want to go on YouTube because I'm scared what someone's going to say.
But when you go
and I can see a couple of people who are from channels that absolutely fucking ruin me. It's kind of like, where do we go? I don't get this.
You take the power back for you. You take control of it. That's what you do. I go on multiple chats to do with business, work, the ethics I've got. I go on to multiple chats with different religions, different faiths. We all get together in groups. Some of us will agree to disagree. We get the occasional troll in, and we deal with it by switching them off. If you take away their power, they don't have anything.
Man, so one thing I will say, sorry to interrupt, is pick your panels. Like, for example, if you come on Pap's channel, Pap will protect you. He won't let anyone come on and troll you or be nasty to you. Yeah? And there's other YouTubers that are very similar. I'm just saying, pick where you go and talk. That's all I'm saying.
If you think about it this way, right, with these kind of people.
Last week or the week before, and there was one other channel, and they absolutely slaughtered me.
Come off
it. But I was like, oh my God.
Sorry, I do know because I've heard them talk about it, man. Sorry. Just before.
I don't know why. What have I done?
We don't need to do anything. We don't need to do anything. This is the thing. Sometimes people just need somebody to pick on for a bit of drama.
Yeah.
It's so easy to go over when you're, when people are slagging you off. It's easy to say, right, I'll ignore it, but then you keep going back and looking at it and watching what they're saying and all the rest of it. Right. And what all you're doing is helping them. That might only be one extra view, but all the people that get slagged off on other channels, if all those people go, well, fuck it, I'm not going over there to watch, right? They're unsubscribe, block them. Their subscribers would go down a bit, their views would go down a bit, but people don't do that. People, again, it's a human nature to want to know what's going on. It's very difficult to say to yourself, no, enough is enough. Yeah. But you need to cut it off. You need to block them. You need to unsubscribe from them and give it a few days of searching on YouTube, and all of a sudden, none of them will pop up in your feed anymore.
You've got to think it this way, right? See, with people like that are targeting you, that hate you that much, right? Their lives are so pathetic.
I don't get why. I've not done anything.
It's because their lives are so pathetic and fucking miserable. The only way they can get any enjoyment or to make themselves feel better is to target other people.
That's right.
And if you show them that you're reacting to that shit, ignore them. And if their lives are fucking that consumed, but they're constantly picking and targeting you.
Man, so I lost my mum. So on one of the streams, and Pap, I lost my mum, and I was a bit like, okay, I cried on stream, and I was a bit traumatic. And all they did after that was laugh at me and block me, and keep Anyway.
See you later. God bless. Sorry, mate. Sorry, mate.
You know what, man?
Love you, God bless.
What
Bye-bye,
you're
good
doing
night.
now and what you're going through is learning about modern life and what it can hold.
Yeah, definitely.
But do you remember when you
I
was
know
at
that,
school? You had people that treated you nice and treated you as a friend, and there were people that were
Yeah.
bullying you. You know, it's the same thing, but just later on in life. You know, you've got to learn like who respects you, who gives you time of day, who will listen to you, who will let you in the group and protect you. And then the places where you go and like hang out, if you're getting treated badly, don't go there again.
I get that. I just hope that someone will just, stick
They
up for
will
me.
probe and probe till they
I'm
find you
stupid. I get it. I'm stupid.
You're not stupid, man. Not at all. You're not stupid. People take, like I say, people will go after people who are vulnerable. That's what you have to understand. It's about you taking a stand and saying enough is enough and get rid. And that's what you need to
hear
do.
about your mother.
And you've done a good thing. You've come to Pap's panel tonight, and you know you're having people that like are on your level, respect you, and like don't want to bully you because that's not what they're about.
Yeah,
and there are many on this channel as well that have been through the same as you, man. Believe me.
I've been getting called a charity scammer recently, and that I faked my strokes. Okay. Now, you know, I'm not being funny, but you know, number one, who steals from charities? But putting that aside for a moment, who the fuck lies about having strokes? Right? I've already proven that I've had the strokes. Okay, because I showed the form on a live stream a couple of years ago that I got from the hospital. But I still have people that know that pisses me off because I don't lie. Right, so that really pisses me off when they say, "Oh, you pretended to have a stroke so you could steal charity money." Right?
It's so sick. I don't get it.
Of course it is.
I'm sorry, guys. I just don't get it.
But the thing is to stop trying to get it. You don't need to get it.
No.
You just need to say, "Dick, head, block." Right? You don't need. You will never understand what is going through their head. Right? They'll never be honest with you. They'll never tell you the truth about why they're being assholes. Okay, it will always be fucking nasty. They'll always try and gaslight you and all the rest of it. Okay, so it'll all be your fault in the end. So there is absolutely no reason, no point in trying to figure it out. Absolutely none whatsoever.
Well, as DJ said, these people have problems with their own life, and this is a projection of how they feel themselves. Their life's not going to be comfortable. Their life's not going to be good because they're creating hate for another person. That's what they're doing. And they will pick on anybody random, mans. It doesn't. I mean, I go into lots of chat rooms and I get people coming at me. I just switch them off. I don't need to listen to that. If they come back again, I switch them off again. I just keep blocking them. And like I say, it's just getting away from that kind of person. I mean, I've been on the site now since.
Some of them are nice to you is because they're working you through, trying to find what triggers you and what sets you off.
There's a few people that have been blocked from this channel that I've unblocked recently because I think it's funnier to let them come in and just completely ignore them. Just completely imagine that.
It's true though, Dan. A narcissist has to have attention. A narcissistic individual must be the top of the ladder. They have to have everybody frightened of them. They have to be allowed to express
violence. This guy, one of these persons is like, "Oh, I'm a fucking fire brigade, whatever. I'm so cool." Yeah. So everyone loves him, but I have all these chats and emails of what he put me through for the last year. He was a fucking freak, and I'm not the sort of person to let that out and let everyone know. But when he goes in other channels, he's happy to slate me and slag me and everything else. And I'm like, what do I do? What do I do?
He's a liar.
He's a liar.
Right. What you can do, mans, harassment and malicious communications, you can take action against him.
I'm not that sort of person, though, babe. I don't like to. I'm just
Just ignore him.
To cut him off. Don't take any more nonsense. I'd be going around telling all of his girlfriends he's got a small dick and don't bother him. So,
top 3 people on this panel have took more shit over the last couple of months that you wouldn't even entertain. Believe me.
I'll tell you what else I'd do if I knew that somebody was in the fire brigade and they were being that way, I'd fucking go and report them.
I would.
If I've got evidence of it, I'd go and report them. Go, fuck you, mate. You're not treating me like that.
The London Fire Brigade is already under, well, same as the police.
Yeah, so you don't report
them. He goes
them.
on stream and he laughs about it. And
So
he
you don't
talks about TikTok.
So you don't report. So you don't report.
Sorry.
So you don't report it to the. So you don't report it to the fire brigade directly. You report it to the HMICFRS. And yes, they are bent as well, but at least they will take action more than other
and
organisations.
you can send the evidence in that you've got.
He goes online like today and takes the piss about it. Oh yeah, I was banned off TikTok because us guys were doing this, that, and the other. Rah rah rah. And I'm just like, are you serious?
But the reason this is upsetting you is because you've gone and seen it. If you hadn't seen it, you wouldn't know any different.
I didn't see that. I just heard it, but that was enough. I couldn't even go there.
Where did you hear it from? Where did you hear it from?
On another alternative channel. That's where him and Divine Empress.
Get rid of that.
And Divine Empress, they absolutely slaughter me.
You need to cut all ties.
Can I ask Mans a question?
Yeah, babe.
If you know they're going to do it on these certain channels, why bother going there to trigger yourself?
Well, I didn't until today, but feel free, you guys, to go on to another alternative because they fucking hammered me.
Talking about you now, we're interested in what's affecting you and what's hurting you personally, and we're trying to help you to find a way to get around this. And what I think people are trying to say is you seem to be picking up areas that are like what they're doing. You need to cut yourself free from all that.
What you've got to stop doing is going looking to see what they're saying about you.
This is
wasn't looking. I'm a mod. I was on there, and I'm sorry. Right. Okay.
If the channel owner isn't
slaughtered for being a crybaby, I'm sorry.
No, Mans, if you're a mod, if you're a mod on that channel, then the person who gave you that position should have your back, right? If they haven't, then I would just fuck them off completely. I wouldn't even go on that channel anymore. Okay, because the person who runs the channel clearly doesn't give a shit about you either, and therefore you shouldn't give a shit about them.
By the way you're showing your true emotions, Mans, these people have hurt you emotionally, mentally, and non-physically by their abuse. You need to report this. You need to report this, honey. Get the support. There are organisations that can help you do this.
I don't want to go that far, Tina. I'm just saying these were people in my life with the lockdown. I was new on YouTube. I didn't get everything.
But that doesn't give them a right to abuse you. No. I don't know nothing about YouTube. I only saw Dan's channel 2 years ago, Dan?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
So, and Dan introduced me to I don't even know how to do a YouTube channel. I have no idea. I'm tech-minded, but YouTube scares the fucking shit out of me. So, and I want to do some podcasts this year about my site with all the help I give people. But it's scary. It's frightening, man. Yeah. But I won't tolerate bullshit.
As soon as I log on, I know as soon as I log on tomorrow, guys, I'll have actual coverage. This one, that one, and they'll all be slating me, and I'm sitting there thinking, what the fuck? What have I done?
Don't go on there. Just don't go on there. Find another group.
Yeah. Man, you got 7 people here that are on your side that want to help you, including me.
Thank you, darling.
Have you been to anybody for medical help, like a counsellor?
Yeah, but that wasn't to do with this, darling. That was more important.
if you explain to what you're going, this is a very serious issue. This is against the law to bully someone to this extent on YouTube or any chat program. It's illegal to do what they're doing.
Have you reported any of the videos to YouTube? For bullying?
A couple, babe, but not had anything.
Well, you need to report every video you come across where it's bullying you. You need to report it, okay, and give them the timestamp of where the bullying starts. It'll ask you in the process. You need to do that with every video. Okay, don't say, oh, it's not worth it. Do it with every video. Okay.
No, I've done it with screenshots and all sorts, but I haven't.
Now, although YouTube won't take action on every single one, there will be ones that they will take action on, and that is a win for you. Okay. Eventually, if a channel gets too much, because if it's bullying, they don't just get a channel strike. They don't just get a copyright strike, which is this doesn't affect your channel. Okay. Bullying is a breach of the terms of conditions, right? They've got a bullying policy. If you breach that, okay, then you will get 3 breaches in 90 days, I think it is, and you get booted off the platform.
It's not happening.
Yeah, you get a week, then 2 weeks, then 90 days, and then booted.
But you need to talk to somebody, man, to away from it.
Pussy. Sorry.
You just need to report as many as you can. Okay, as many of the videos as you can. If you hear about them, don't go looking for them. Okay, that's the first thing. Don't go looking for them.
No.
I know you say that, and I'm not being funny, but I know I'll put my hands up here and say that recently, and even on One Woman Vigilante's channel, every time a video goes up on there, I will go and look, because I know out of the last 100 videos, about 90 of them mention me and Tina. Right. Yeah. So I do go looking, right? And I shouldn't, but I do, right? Because to be fair, in that case, it's more funny. It's funnier more than anything.
Yeah.
Although it's annoying, it does make me laugh. But you do need to. So you do need to say to yourself, right, fuck it. I'm not going to get involved in any of those channels, right? If the channel owner is not supporting me as a moderator, then fuck them. I won't go and watch their content. There are going to be other channels out there that do similar content that you can get involved in, okay, where people will generally be nice. It's just a case, unfortunately, of having to sift through this shit to find those decent channels.
Yeah, it is. I mean, in regards to the 100, she's got 350 videos on her YouTube channel, Bryony, and there's I think there's about 150 mentioning me and Dan, and I've not taken any notice at all. I don't have to download her videos; it's done automatic for me. I'm not downloading them to go through. I'm downloading them for evidence because I intend to take the bitch to court. So I'm just collecting all the information. I don't see what she says about me offensive. I don't, because she's full of shit. Okay, she is full of crap. The whole thing she started her YouTube channel on was bullshit. She's never been homeless. She had a property to go to. She chose to put herself in a hotel, and she's come right. It's just everything she comes out with is she's a narcissist. If she doesn't get the attention she wants, she attacks. That's what these people do. If you don't give them attention, they will attack you. That's what they come back with. The best way to deal with a narcissist is to cut them off at the neck. Literally switch them off. And she gets frustrated with that, by the way. She hates not being us getting back to her. So I'm on silent mode. They've been since last March.
Yeah. She's probably is
that a picture of your cat, by the way?
Sorry?
Is that a picture of your cat, Mans?
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
It's my monkey.
Has he got amber eyes, Mans?
Yeah, he's a British short hair. Guess what? He's the only thing that keeps me going.
I'm a British short hair as well.
That's bad.
He looked like a little panther. He did. He was so like
gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
He's an indoor cat. He's 17 years old.
You must have looked after him and fed him well.
I'll send Dan a picture. I'll send Dan a picture, Mans, of my daughter's mancoons. They're 9 years old now, but they're fucking humongous. They weigh 7 kilos each.
I'm not being funny, but to get a cat to
Monty's
17,
9 kilos. He doesn't look it, but he's 9 kilos.
It's beautiful.
My mother's
Absolutely
cat lived
stunning.
until she was 20.
I know they do live to a grand old age, don't they?
Yeah. He keeps me going. I don't know what I'd do without him, to be honest. Bless her.
I lost my dog Lilu in 2019. She had epilepsy in the end, and I'm now so badly disabled now. I can't get another dog because I can't walk it. So
get a lap dog, babe. There's
no,
plenty
thank you.
out
I'm
there
not.
to be
I'm not on the
rescued.
little snap around my ass. No fucking way. I kick it with a spoon. Honestly, I couldn't. Someone said I've got a Chihuahua. Go kiss my ass. I'm one of them little. They're really nasty. They're a Chihuahua and a Rottweiler's body. They like to bite everything. No, I don't want one. So I can't look after it. There's no way I can, because dogs need to be socialised outside, go and meet people, and I just can't walk up. I can't leave the house without support because I've chronic disability. So top half looks all right, but the bottom half fucked.
It took Heather months to house train me.
What's that say down the bottom? Just Sprinks. Tina would be the last person to try and troll.
Tina.
What man's?
Can I just say,
yes,
there's a lot of lap dogs out there that would love a home and a beautiful person like you. Just research. They don't have fuck off. They don't have to keep going walks for hours on end. They just want someone to love. And
I understand that, but my dogs were Rottweilers generally, basically Rotties.
Yeah, but that was then.
Yeah, but she was about medium size. She was a Cairn Westie mix. I can't go smaller than that. I just don't like the toy dogs.
Just get a Yorkie.
No.
I've not got a lap dog, but I've got a hand hedgehog.
Man, so one thing I've done is I've got my cat. She's like 13 now. And she's still going strong. And I buy the most expensive food I can get for her, because I know the stuff you get from the supermarket is a big con.
It's shit.
Yeah, I get
so Monty has like king prawns twice a week, normal prawns twice a week, chicken, fresh chicken, and once a week he has what do you have, Bubba? I can't remember. But anyway, don't feed your animals the nasty shit that goes in
cat food,
Kit Kat, and all that shit. It's nasty.
I touch it with a barge bowl.
The same as I did.
But the thing is, this is what's really annoying, is they put something in the food to make the cats crave it. They lap it up.
Yeah, it's that grain stuff, babe.
But it's only got 4% protein in it, and it's just like so unhealthy for them. But they will eat it because they're so nice to them. That they're like
it's that grain stuff that they feed cows. Oh, what's it called?
What they do in cat food and dog food, they add a thing called crude ash and crude oil.
Oh.
Crude ash and crude oil comes from dead animals. It could be zoo animals, it could be dogs, cats, birds, roadkill, and that is used as a bulker to put into cat food and dog food. My dog had hyperallergic issues with that, so I cooked her myself minced beef little muffins, one in the morning, one at night, chicken, and her favourite was tin tuna. And even when I open up a tin of tuna, I go looking for where she is. She'd be in my kitchen at 60 miles an hour. Tuna. So tuna
my cats used to love. If I ever cook cod, if I cook fresh cod,
they love fish. They do like
give me some of that. Give me some of that.
You got to watch out for the small bones, though. Make sure you check out there's no bones in there.
You have to mash it up and make sure there's nothing in it.
But essentially, I didn't like dog food for that reason.
Monty is absolutely addicted to a cup of tea.
Yes.
As soon as I put the mug down, he's in there.
Yeah.
He's like, oh yeah, Mum. Thanks a lot.
My little dog used to have a little tray of tea and a bit of toast after she had her first meal in the morning. They are funny, and she loved fruit. So when I wanted to teach my dog not to bite things because they go teething, so I've always trained dogs as well. So I got a tray of ice cubes and I put bits of fruit in it. So in the summer, when dogs don't drink enough and cats don't either, I put bits of fruit in the ice cubes. She'd chase it just to get at the fruit, crunch it.
I used to put half a melon out the fridge for Monty.
Nice.
And
Yeah.
he'd just sit and lick and lick and lick.
The thing I bought for my daughter's 2 cats is the water bowl was constantly getting tipped over. So I bought her a water fountain. It's got a flower on it, a daisy.
Mm-hmm.
And the daisy trickles down, which keeps the water circulating and it keeps it cool. It's such a cool piece of kit. It's a square one. And I turned up one Christmas and I bought a gift for the cats. They were like, what's that? So turned it on. And you can hear this little trickle of water. They love it. They go mental for it. But it's a beautiful piece. But yeah, I've learned throughout my life, if toxic people in your life, you just get rid, because they feed on your pain. They feed on you getting upset. That's what they enjoy. That's why they're called narcissists, darling. Oh, she's gone. Where'd she go? Nice to meet you, Surf.
And you, I've met you.
Sorry about that, folks.
Mans has just gone off. Don't know what happened.
Oh, she's back. She's
There you
back.
go.
5 seconds.
Welcome back.
Sorry, guys. Monty just jumped on the fucking keyboard.
Got you. Yeah, they do that.
Monty.
Dog biscuits are good for the black dog biscuits are made of charcoal. They're good for your stomach, for settling your stomach. So
No,
dog biscuits is not a weird thing to eat. As I say, it's got charcoal in it, which settles your stomach.
Well, dog food 20 to 30 years ago was genuine food for dogs, and it was well preserved. The first thing they brought out was tins of tripe and other bits and pieces, and there was no additives in it. Over the last 15 years.
Tina, do you remember dog's poop would turn white?
Yes, I do.
Way back when, yeah, because there was no shit in it.
That's right. There's no crap in it. But yeah, but they had organic food. They were fed vegetables, and but you got this new fancy food now. I don't know whether you've seen it, Mans, where they're putting in broccoli, cauliflower, red squash.
No.
Dogs don't eat fucking fruit and veg. They don't like it.
That's why their farts stink.
Yeah, it does.
Do you know originally when I got a cat, I used to give her the I thought it was better cat food than Whiskers. I used to buy the something better, yeah.
Whiskers and all that is shit, man.
And I thought it was good, but their poos smelt so bad. I was like, what's going on with this? And then when I went to real cat food and give them something real proper, the smell went.
What are you doing sniffing their poo?
I'm not sniffing it. You just smell it. You're just like, oh my god.
But it is the profit they make from dog food. It's $1 billion profit over the country. I mean, why do dogs need herbs and additives?
Disgusting.
Why do they need herbs and additives?
He's trying to contact you privately.
Say again, sorry.
BT's trying to contact you privately. She's got something she wants to tell you.
BT?
Bumblebee, sorry.
Oh, I thought you meant fucking British Telecom a minute there.
I know, Bumblebee, sorry.
Yeah, you're better preparing your pet's food, no matter what pet you got, yourself, using the correct food they need to eat.
Just cook it yourself, exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I used to freeze mine, for my dog, so she had a 7-day supply of her food. So if I was ill, someone else could defrost it the night before, take it out and make sure she had it. But she had a good life.
Tina, I'm lucky enough I don't have children or grandchildren. So I just do it every couple of days.
Yeah, mine's
every time I walk in with shopping bag, he's in it within seconds.
Oh yeah, they do, don't they? I live on my own. All my kids are grown up because I'm my daughter's 37, my son's 14. I got 10 grandkids, 3 great grandkids. So, and I'm 62 this year, so I became a grandma at 34. So that was a scary time.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Roger, where does it say that Bumblebee's trying to get hold of me?
Yeah, so basically I live on my own. So when I've got friends coming as carers, and they help me out if I'm too ill to do anything, because I have both problems. So everyone says to me, "Don't look unwell. Can you see inside my body? Do you have X-ray glasses on? Don't look. That's rude."
Oh, bless her. So Monty wakes me up even though they're indoor cats, they have this nighttime thing, as you know.
They do, yeah.
And every Okay, I'm not going to swear, Pap. Every freaking morning, he wakes me up, licking my eyebrows, my eyelashes, my eyelids, waking me up. And I look, and there's still food there. And he's just like, yeah, Mum, wake up, see ya. And goes in the other room and goes to sleep. I'm just like, what the
that
fuck?
one on the floor down there is laid there ignoring me because she's been bugging me for the last 2 hours, telling me it's past bedtime. Come
But
on.
man, it's like I'm saying to you, not everyone on YouTube is a nasty person. There are nice people out here, and you have to find the nice people. And unfortunately, you come across the bad people, and you have to learn how to get rid of the bad people.
When you wear your
Thank
heart
you,
on your
sir.
sleeve, when you wear your heart on your sleeve, man, the right people will turn up. Now, I hope to meet some of these panel members over the next year, and definitely invite them down to Devon and get to know a few people. And I won't be any different to what I am on screen. They're gonna have a fucking shock when I meet me face to face. So they give me any shit, they're gonna get a smack round the fucking ear. So
Several of
Okay.
the mans have met each other.
yeah, once they start meeting me, they were saying, "Don't invite Tina, she's horrible." So we get told off. It's like having your mum in the house.
Well, you've given me some good advice, Tina. You have in the past, so
Yeah, she does.
Thanks,
she gives
Beth.
great advice. She does.
I try to.
You do see all the benefits and everything. You've helped me. You know.
I'm glad of that.
And
I'm glad.
Roger, Roger, I think
Thank
Roger
you.
knows where I've been and what's happened. And
Yeah, I've
I love
seen
you
some
for
of
that,
it.
darling. Thank you.
yeah. But just remember,
All
man,
you
you
gotta
can't do
do
anything. You
away
can't do
from the
anything about the
channels
past.
that do it to you.
You
That's
can't
all
do
you
anything
gotta
about the
do.
past. But what you can do is connect with the future and
Yeah, thank you.
learn to
Well
make new
said, sir.
friends.
Well said.
New friends, new connections, and make your life positive. Get rid of the negative people out of your life, and reach out to people that make you want to feel good.
Basically, it's about how you feel as a person. With me, I am black and white. I tell the truth. People don't like it. They get offended by it. I don't care. If you don't want the truth, don't ask the damn question.
That's the
Okay?
problem. I was so strong until I came on all this bloody
You can be that again.
lockdown bloody shit.
You just got to get that strength back inside you to say, look,
Yeah.
this is me. I don't give a shit what you think about me. Go away. I don't want to talk to you. I learned that
Yeah.
long ago, and I don't take nobody's nonsense. Nobody.
If you're around people that are
It's
strong,
like I
you will
say,
be
innit,
strong. If
Tina?
you're around people
They
that
can
are
try
idiots,
and hurt my feelings, but they've got to make sure I've got some first.
Yeah.
honestly, man, I promise you, your problem could be over quite quickly if you get rid of people in your life that are causing you horrible feelings. Get rid of them.
Because they will
Thank
give
Unless
up
they-
eventually.
Unless they're beating you over the head with a dictionary, words cannot hurt. It's just a fucking
I
word.
think
All
it's
it is.
just a case of habit because it's been like 2 years.
I
and
understand.
I
It's a lot of
just-
pressure.
Yeah. I just
You need to get some help outside of that. Talk to somebody. You need to express your feelings to somebody you don't know, a stranger who has the experience to be able to help you. That's what you need, darling. Your cat's your therapy cat, so that's going to help you in a lot of ways.
Yeah, but Tina, I work long fucking hours every day, every week. I'm YouTube isn't everything to me, but then when I go and chill and relax, it's like the same people.
Yeah, but
But you
when
don't need-
wait, answer that question. When you do go out and chill and relax, were you chilling out and relaxing in people that are toxic or people that are friendly?
I'm just like streaming, flicking through.
Well, if you see them on there or their channel on there, don't click on it.
Yeah, don't click on it. I avoid people that are rude. I've cut people off on certain chat sites I've gone to. I used to be a moderator on one when one of the new people took over. They were like a manic, depressive, narcissistic.
That's what I'm saying, Tina. So I've been a moderator on 5-6 streams, And at least 3 of them have blocked me and absolutely slaughtered me. And I don't even know why.
Moderator doesn't mean jack shit. Like,
I know, but
somewhere where you're going somewhere where you're talking to friendly people that are like-minded is far better for your health than going to a place that's toxic.
Maybe that's what caused a lot of the problems, was you being a moderator on so many channels.
Yeah, I get that, babes. But back in the day, it was fun. Roger, it was fun.
I can
we all had a
understand that.
laugh.
Yeah, I can understand
moderate
that, but
this
people
one,
turn.
and I moderate my own, and we've got the same mods on both, and we all work together. We all know each other. On my channel, I set the tolerance levels, and on Pap's channel, he sets his.
I think that's the problem. Back in the day, it was fun. 2 years later, it's not fun. It's got nasty.
As a mod, you've got friends in the chat, you've got friends on the panel, but when you're modding, you can't show any bias. You're there as a mod to protect the channel. End of. I mean, I got timed out once on here.
But I can understand what Pat said, that the one that gave you the moderator's role should be the one sorting this out, not you.
Man, there's certain channels that I'll never go live on because I realise the people in the chat are going to just take the mick. But there's other channels that I will go live on because I know it's being controlled by the people that's in the channel. The moderators are controlling it.
And it's hard because you've got to learn, and it does happen, not very often in here, but sometimes you do have to learn to sort of, it's a friend, but you got to stop now, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's me, Roger. I was so ignorant and silly.
It's you've got to have a certain capability to put things behind you and move on.
Thank you, Serenity.
You take it one step at a time, Mans. That's all you do, one step at a time. You have to remember, honey, you're in control of your life, Mans. That's what you've got to start thinking. You are in control, not them.
And don't let people bully you. That's not nice.
That's the thing, though.
You need to take that back off the bullies. Take it back off the bullies and bring it back to yourself and go, I'm in control. And you decide where you go. Don't let them tell you.
That's why I say that's why I do what I do sometimes. I will happily take the piss out of myself to take that power away from people that want to take the piss out of me. You know, and if you can laugh at yourself and if you can joke about yourself, then it's easier to deal with the dickheads.
Well, look at the other day. Someone passed a comment calling me a grumpy old git in a chat. I say my opening lines on my videos are welcome back to the grumpy old git in the corner. So
just don't mention the war.
Calling me a grumpy old git, you know what I mean?
Right, I'm going to shoot off, Dan. All right. So it's nice to see everybody tonight. Right, everybody, Roger.
Thanks, Tina.
Bye, Tina.
Okay, Tina.
Take care, everyone. Peace and blessings. And I'll catch up with you guys soon. All right.
And to you.
See you later, Tina.
Bye.
What's this? Been a good chat, and normally I would have been long gone catching up on my notifications. Well, I'm glad you've stuck around, Springs. Thank you. My nipple's hurting.
Hurting, or is that in excitement?
Don't touch it.
No, it's hurting. It's my pierced one.
For some reason, it's hurting.
Could be. Oh dear. Well, that was. I mean, we've covered a lot of topics there as well.
Yeah.
You know, the whole bullying thing. You know, as I've said, if I've got something to say to somebody, I'll say it to them. But there are a lot of people out there that will talk about people whilst they're not around to defend themselves. I think that is partly what causes a big problem, because you're not able to defend yourself, and it's natural instinct to want to defend yourself. And when you can't, it it angers you and it causes
Frustrates.
more issues. Yeah, frustrates. Sorry, yeah, better word than angers. Yeah. But you know, as we've all said, you've literally got to suck it up. Sometimes you just got to go, right. They're all dickheads. I can't change the fact that they're dickheads, and they're not going to change. So therefore, I need to change my behaviour somehow in order to avoid, you know, what's happening. And we shouldn't have to change our behaviour. Don't get me wrong. I'm not, you know, I don't agree that we should change our behaviour, but sometimes we have to take the steps in order to remove ourselves from that situation.
I did that and got slated for doing it, didn't I?
Yeah.
But, you know, I put it behind me. It doesn't bother me anymore. You know, I don't go looking for what they've said about me. Yeah, some people will get in touch and say, oh, so-and-so said this, so-and-so said that. Well, let them fucking get on with it. I ain't give a shit.
As far as I know, I've not done any shit. But if I had, I ignore it. You know, probably if I have, then I've ignored it.
Well, I do normally, and I'll tell you something. I've mentioned, you know, I've not mentioned names. You know, definitely not mentioned any names. So anybody that I'm talking about can't be identified tonight, so to speak. But I've mentioned that other channels have, you know, done stuff, and the reason I've mentioned that is because I know that they're now going to talk about it, and for me, that's quite funny.
And believe it or not, some of those channels are some that you wouldn't think of, but.
And what's the best it is as well? It's because like we're not taking much to do with them now.
Well, with no disrespect to anybody I talk to, it is so easy to be a false person on the internet.
Oh, I love it, but it's like because when they haven't a go at us, and now that we're not there for them to have a go at, they turn on each other.
Careful! Don't want to give away who we're talking about.
Not naming names.
Be careful.
Not naming names. No, not naming names.
You don't
This is why I like This is why I like meeting people in person, because you meet people in person and people get to know you. You know what I mean? It's all very well sitting here on a screen. I could, and this is why I don't mind drinking on stream either, because when you've had a drink, it's very difficult to pretend you're something you're not, which is why many people's true colours come out when they've had a drink. So I don't mind having a drink on here because I've got nothing to hide. Do you know what I mean? I haven't got to sit here thinking to myself, "Oh, I've got to be careful in case I let the facade slip." I just have a laugh, you know. And when you meet people in real life, which is why I invited people to my birthday. Was it last year? Yeah, last year. No, yeah, last year. Which I invited people up here for my birthday last year is because I've got nothing to hide. I want people to get to see me for who I am, and you know. Not only do I make new friends that way, but then people will say, "Well, I've met him, and he's you know, if they don't like me, then fine. But if they like me, they can say, well, I've met him, and
you look what that led to. We've now got a little circle of friends that are actually opening up. We're starting to visit each other.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
Pat, one of the things I'm doing at the moment, right, is I've got like a regular bike, yeah. And I'm literally every day going a 2-mile bike ride, and it hurts me like hell. I come back and I just want to lie down, and it hurts.
Yeah.
But I'm doing it every day. I've done it for the last 2 weeks. And I'm going to keep pushing it and going further and further and further. And I want to get my fitness to a level where I can just like go anywhere. And
I want to get my fitness to a level where I can. Need sleep afterwards. sorry.
No, I'm saying to you is like we've all got our problems and we've all got whatever. But I'm saying to you is I'm literally forcing my body to get fit, get healthy, and eventually I don't know if it takes 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, wherever it's going to take. But I want to literally make my body heal. So I've got the stamina, I've got the strength, I've got everything else. And I'm just going to keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it and see how far I can take it.
Well, this is why I won't stop walking to the shop. I mean, it hurts. I went to the shop earlier today. I only went to get 2 bottles of milk, and I had to stop 3 times on the way there, and I had to stop 3 times on the way back, and then I had to have a sleep this afternoon. right? And that's just going to the local shop, which is normally a 4-minute walk away.
Yeah.
Which now takes me 25 minutes to get there and back, right? So, you know, it's not ideal, but I refuse to take that very little bit of exercise that I do away. I'm not, you know, if I give up on that bit of exercise, then I might as well just fucking give up on myself.
What I'm saying to you, 12 months ago, I could barely walk 200 meters without feeling so like done, and it was my own fault. And now I'm going, right, I'm gonna literally push myself. So, you know, I hear people that can ride to like 70 miles in one day on a bike, and I'm just like, I'd love to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Not so long back, Surf, and not many years, I was still racing downhill mountain bikes, and that was after a bypass and a blood clot on my lung and a destroyed shoulder. But the stroke brought that all to a finish last year in an instant.
Well done, Roger.
But if you don't push yourself and you don't stress your body every day and try and do a bit more than you did the day before, you're never ever going to progress.
Yeah, but it's hard to do that when you've got chronic fatigue.
Yeah, I know that. I'm not.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to push myself so I can get fitter, and I'm trying to go a little bit further every day and try and get better and better and better.
If you're capable of it, yeah.
If you would have spoken to me 6 months ago, I would have said I'm not capable of it. But I'm literally going out of my way and going, right, you got a choice. Do you want to eat or do you want to go hungry? There's the bike. Get on it. Get your food. And that's basically
I did. When I had the bypass, I started literally riding 100 yards down the road and back.
Yeah.
And over the months, I got the confidence to do a little bit more, ride a little bit off-road, and then eventually I got back into the downhill. The only thing I done different was I refused to hit the big stuff like I used to.
Yeah, it's hard. The hills are killing me at the moment.
But I have asthma, so I really do struggle. I try.
Yeah, I've got asthma, and that's the cue for all of the secret fucking doctors in the chat to tell me that I shouldn't be smoking. But yeah, I've got asthma. I've got sleep apnea. I'm overweight. There's nothing I can really do about that at the moment because of the what I've been left with since the strokes, the fatigue and the hurt, the mobility issues. So it's unlikely that I'm going to lose weight, you know, anywhere near as quickly as I'd like to, if at all. But I, as I said a minute ago, I refuse to give up that walk to the shop that I have to do, even though it hurts like fucking hell.
Exactly.
And I mean, some days it's easier than others. Other days I've had to message people afterwards and almost in tears because the pain was so bad. And I needed to take my mind off it. So I've, like, for example, Lost Souls Paranormal. If I go back through my messages and play it, all you'll hear is a voice message of about 30 seconds of me going down the phone, and it fucking hurts. But if I stop doing that, then it's going to get worse. So I have to keep pushing myself and saying to myself, right, I need to go to the shop. I'll go to the shop. I'll get to the end of my road and I'll need to sit on the sign at the end of the road because my back will start hurting. But then I'll push through that, and I know that it's going to fucking affect me afterwards, and I know I'm going to need sleep afterwards. But if I give up on that bit of exercise, then I might as well just sit down and never get up again.
Exactly. Don't give up.
Dan, put that up for Surf. That was taken 3 years ago, if I remember rightly.
Oh.
Was that you?
Yeah.
He was out dogging in the forests.
I've got a neighbour next door. Who's got Emmy, and I go to the shop and I get her electric, gas. I get everything for her, right? And I go out and do it all, and she won't come out of her flat. And she just come out of a flat. She gets really badly ill. She go to the shop and back, and her legs just swell up, and she get all sorts of problems. And I literally try my best to like help her get everything right. And I just want to make myself fitter so I can be able to do a lot more. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to push the boundary and not rely on the
Surf, but sometimes it's just being there, just holding them, just, you know, being company sometimes.
I just try and help people around me so I know they're okay. You know, I could just turn around and go, oh, the last thing I want to do is go and ride a bike and go and get like gas or electric. And I just go, you know what, I'll go and get it for her.
Yeah. But if
Sorry,
you've got
but who's Lord Chud?
Don't worry, he's just trying to be funny.
Oh. I've just recognised it.
Yeah.
Perhaps so I've just
Go on.
Sorry, Monty. No, hang on.
No, Monty, stop it.
I've just subscribed, baby. I'll pay whatever it takes every month because you know what? You have been the most wonderful chat and made me feel so secure. I'm not pissed. I'm just very, very tired. And I thank you all, especially you, Roger. Known you for a long time.
I just think that people, I've said it before, people should look at other people and see them as people rather than, you know, whatever compartment you want to put them into. Everybody is a human being, and we should all just fucking respectful to each other. And for me, if somebody disrespects me, I'll disrespect them back. That's, you know.
See, that's me. I can't do that. But I did today. I fucking bit back for the first time in a long time.
It takes a lot for me, to be honest. Ask Roger will tell you. It takes a lot for me to say, right, fuck you, that's it. I'm not giving you any of my time anymore. It does take a lot. I've got broad shoulders, they say. I've got broad shoulders, and so I will be like that. I will give people chance after chance after chance, but then eventually it just comes to the point where I'll just go, no, fuck you, and that's it. And they'll never come back from that. They'll never come back from that. Once I get to that point, that's it, forever.
But Pat doesn't hold people around him that are like horrible people. He never does. He won't have them on his panel. He won't have them like talking to you because that's what he does. He literally anyone that's disrespectful or got some sort of attitude or whatever, they won't be on this panel. So if you ever come on this panel again, I'm not trying to take over what Pat's saying. I'm saying if you ever come on the panel again, you'll find that people that are on here are friendly and welcoming, and it's a place that you enjoy coming to. So that's all I'm saying.
Thank you, sir.
We're very, very tolerant, mans, and with anybody in here, not just you. If there's a sustained attack and people are deliberately trying to wind you up in the chat, we will deal with that.
They'll get dealt with.
Thank you, babies.
We don't see anything, and you do. Highlight one of us moderators, let us know, and we will deal with it rather than you rising to them.
Thank you, sweetheart.
That does mean, however, just to be clear, that does mean sometimes that some people might think that something is enough for them to be kicked off of the channel. If the moderators don't feel that way, then they're not going to take action. If the moderators look at something and they think, well, actually, no, that person's just said you're a dickhead because you called them a dickhead, for example, then they're not going to act on that. So sometimes you might tag a moderator and a moderator might not necessarily take action at that point. But if it does continue and it is sustained, then they will see that and they will take action eventually.
Anyways, perhaps, no problem. But may I just say one thing?
By all means.
With those broad shoulders,
Oh, where are we going with this?
Get a fucking cat. You need a cat, Pat. Come on.
Yes, he's getting one when he moves.
I don't want to. As I said earlier, I don't want to get a cat and have it get used to being here and then
When are
have
you
to move
moving?
it. Well, I don't know yet. It could hopefully this year, but
You know, once you get a cat, you never go back.
What he doesn't want to do is drag pussy from one end of the country to the other.
Roger,
It's got 2 or 4 legs.
Roger.
Yeah, I left pussy behind when I left Essex for pussy in Liverpool, and now I need to leave Liverpool to get back to the Essex.
Pat, where do you want to go, Pat?
Going back to Southend.
Really?
Yeah. Hopefully, but that's where I need the area that I need to be around. So it's either going to be Southend, Shoebury, Rochford, Rayleigh. One of those sort of areas, Leigh-on-Sea, something like that.
The one thing I will say, Pap, I've had 3 cats in my life, and every single one of them has affected me in a different way, and made me stand back as a human being and go, I'm looking at life in the wrong way, because they've had a real mental impact on me. I've had
you have one that's given birth to a litter on your lap.
I've had other people come round and look at them and just go, oh my God, I didn't think cats were like this. I even had one person offer me £1,000 to buy my cat, and I went, do one. No.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, cats are much more sensible than dogs. Dogs are fucking thick as fuck.
You can
I
train
don't know
a dog, but not train you.
I don't know about that. Daisy and Alice never got squashed by a car, but Smudge went out and fucking managed it.
Yeah, but Pat, you have to have an indoor cat.
Yeah, an indoor
cat. They will love you forever. They'll never leave you. They'll always be there. And you know, because I've seen previous channels with your cat.
Yeah, I do miss little Smudge.
If you ever bond with a cat, sorry, don't mean to interrupt, but if you ever bond with a cat and you really get on with her, it'll be like a friendship in like heaven. It'll be like the best thing you've ever had.
Yeah, but the thing is,
That's what I said, this thing sat here.
I don't need a dog.
The thing is, if you die, the dog will. If you die and the dog loves you, it'll just lay there with you, and the cat will probably start fucking eating you.
No. I don't need a dog. As soon as someone pulls up outside my front yard, Monty stands up, looks up, stares out the window, and he tells me someone's out there. Watch it, Mum. Who needs a fucking dog?
I've got 2.
You have. I love dogs and cats. I love animals. I was brought up with animals. At one point in my life when I was younger, we had 500 birds in an aviary, 30 odd chickens, 2 cockerels, 2 ducks, fuck knows how many rabbits and guinea pigs, 2 dogs and 13 cats. So I like
family for years.
The best pet is a goat. He'll just trim your garden for you. You have no stresses, no worries. Get a goat. Perfect.
I'll tell you something, Pap, right? I had a pure black cat, and he looked like a little mini panther, and he was the most loyal creature I've ever had, and he was so cute, right? And I had a friend that died a few years earlier, and if he would have ever met him, he would just fall in love with him. He just would have went, I want one of them. Because I tell you, if you get the right cat and you bond with it, and it like gets loyal to you, I tell you what, they're amazing. I can't
exactly that. Totally.
Somebody who's never had one, they will literally make you feel so good.
Yeah, I will say when I first got Daisy, I remember I was not when I first got her. When I moved from the bed sitting to a house, I didn't have any money, right? So I was struggling.
Yeah,
and I think I had I think I brought like a £3 steak or something from fucking from Asda, and I cooked it, put it on the side in the kitchen. The daisy had never been up on the sides in the kitchen before, but I put it on the side in the kitchen and I pushed it back, right, so it was against the wall. Went to the toilet, come back down, went in the kitchen. It was the last thing I had in the house to eat for about 4 days. Went back in the kitchen and the plate was empty and there were fucking footprints on the work surface. And I felt like wringing her bloody neck.
There's a bloke I used to work with, right? And he's like, Mrs. made his sandwiches for him, and he put them like, because he worked well, and he put them in the bedroom. And then he ate the sandwiches, and he says, "Why didn't you put any ham on it?" And she says, "I did." And it turns out the cat had like ate all the ham off the sandwiches and kept it all back together and pretended that nothing like was missing. And he did these sandwiches thinking, like, what?
All right, guys, I've got to go.
No worries.
I'll be in touch.
I think I just made them sick with that one.
No worries, Sol. Listen, you look after yourself, and I hope the missus gets better soon, mate.
Yeah, I hope your missus is better as well.
Yeah, thanks very much. All right. And I'll catch up with you later.
Take care, gorgeous.
Bye. Bye for now. Bye. Bye.
To be honest, I'm going to be wrapping this up myself shortly. 20 to 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
Fucking 5 hours. Excuse me, sorry.
Oh, you wait until we go on to 8 and 9. We see the sun go down and we see it come up. But it does depend on, especially on Dan. He suffers a bit more from the fatigue than me. And you just get to that wall, you feel fine, and then all of a sudden you just get to that wall and you get the grey mist and it's hard to concentrate on what you're doing.
Yeah, if I didn't have that sleep this afternoon when I had one, and in fact I had to ask some of the others to give me a ring because I knew I'd have slept through my alarms, and I did. I slept through 2 alarms by the time I got 3 alarms by the time the phone call woke me up. But if I hadn't done that, I'd have been.
Did you get the 3 p.m. alarm?
That's the alarm. No, not 3 p.m. 7 o'clock. It was about 3 o'clock. It was about 3 o'clock that I went to get some sleep, and I said, "Give me a shout about 7." And had I not had that sleep at that point, if I'd have gone to sleep earlier in the day, because sometimes I wake up at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, and then by 10 or 11 o'clock, I'm fucked again, and I need to get. And I haven't even done anything. All I've done is made 3 coffees, and sat down, and then I need to get into bed again. And if I do that, then when it gets to the evening time, if I'd have done that today and I didn't sleep in the afternoon, I'd be fucked by now, and I probably would have had to shut this down an hour and a bit ago. But because I slept later in the day, I've not been so bad. But I am going to have to wrap this up soon, just to.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I'm still awake because, as you know, it's Heather's birthday, or was yesterday. So we had sort of family and friends around most of the day, and
so they have
belated birthday, Heather.
They have mornings. They have morning sex, not night sex. You see.
Oh yeah,
I wanted to get on there before it was a year older.
I disabled the 3 p.m. alert, and luckily it didn't go off on my phone. It wasn't that push message that we might have got.
Oh shit! Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying about the 3 p.m. alert. Then, man. Sorry, thanks, Surf. You just reminded me. That's what you was talking about, man. I thought you was talking about the alert, the phone call or the alarms that I was getting, but no, that alert didn't go off on my phone.
Well, he usually asks us to do multiple calls because he has quite often slept through the calls as well.
It did me. I forgot to turn it off. Monty went fucking ballistic and woke me up. Yeah, not quite sure what it's all about though.
No, it's not important. You don't need to worry about it.
Right, well, I'll take this opportunity to say good night to you all. Thanks for having me, Pat, as usual.
Thanks for being on. Thanks for being on, Gabby. Nice to see you again.
And I'll have you again. And
Always welcome.
Mans, listen, don't let these people bother you. Don't.
Oh, thank you.
Right, so I'll see you all later.
I don't know.
Thanks very much, Baby and everybody. Thank you. Cheerio.
That's my regal.
Thank you, darling. Thank you.
I'm going to
Oh,
shoot
see,
off.
there are nice people.
I'm going to shoot off as well, but I just want to tell Mins, just remember that this is a nice place you can come to. If you ever need a chat or talk to anybody, there's nice people here, and they're not going to say anything bad about you, and you can come and vent feelings and say what you want to say to them.
Nice reality.
They are nice people. I trust Pap. And I know, sorry, I forgot your name now off the top of my head.
That's a bit cute, actually.
And they will help you, and they've got other people there that will also help you. So I'm saying they are nice people to deal with. So if you're having a bad day, come here.
Well, we might remember we might not always be able to help, but we can listen, and sometimes that's enough help. Sometimes, so.
And if you're getting any bad shit with anyone,
Sunday of every month is a private member's live.
Yeah.
Thank you, darling.
Other than
Thank
that, they're
you.
all public. And you're not under any obligation to be a member.
Pat.
But you do.
Hello.
Sorry, Roger. Roger. Pat.
Yes, ma'ams.
DJ Sonic's doing my nutting. What the
He
fuck
does
is going on?
I'm just about to join another live, so I'll see you later.
Sir, thanks for joining us, mate. You look after yourself.
Let me on, mate. Appreciate
Take care,
it.
sir. Love you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
Have a good night.
Take it easy, mate.
Oh.
Sonic does
Sonic
everyone's head
annoys
in.
the hell out of us. Don't worry about him.
Think yourself lucky you haven't got to deal with him off of here.
Yeah. Or in person.
I've been doing it to Steve twice. He's still a cunt.
But that's Sonic. You know, you love him or hate him, or we just keep
I
him
don't
on
know,
lead.
Yeah, well, sometimes you just tolerate him.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty accurate, actually.
Oh, bless him.
Like that. There we go.
And we're like this all the time here. Yeah, it does get a bit deep on some subjects, but then that again depends on who's in the chat.
So is he really DJing somewhere or what?
Yeah, I've got my own YouTube channel. Yeah, about mixing and shit.
Sorry?
Do you know DJ in his context? DJ means dick jockey.
Oh,
only because I let you jockey on my dick. I'm actually a DJ.
Bless him.
Sorry.
Oh, Sonic, if I could, I'd get those fucking fat little cheeks and do like that. Oh dear, oh
I
dear.
went out with the DJ for many years. They are very strange.
I'm more than just fucking strange. Oh, no, Sasha, you clearly not seen my fucking channel yet then.
Oof.
But I'll tell you now, man, the reason I can put stuff behind me is that I spent nearly 30 years as a doorman, and you hear every insult going, and you just learn to deal with it.
Get a proper job.
There was one or two that did carry on that regretted it, but most of them I just let it go behind me.
Oh, bless you, Rog. I love you.
Thank you. Well, I haven't messed around with my box too much tonight, so I've been behaving.
You haven't messed around with your box tonight?
What the fuck?
Oh, that box.
Just don't tell Heather.
Well, hopefully
Unfortunately, she's still sat behind me.
Huh?
well,
What?
hopefully mine will be
Fucking hell,
done.
I
Mine will be
understood
sorted
that.
out soon. Mine will be sorted out soon. I hope this Stream Deck. Well, again, that's a little toy for once everything's up and running, and then I can program some things into it to make it easier for me to do
Yeah,
stuff.
somebody
So
said earlier on, can I reprogram mine with different things? And it's just a cheap little toy, so I don't think you can.
well, they must have programmed it somehow. There must be some way of doing it.
I dare say someone could reroute it and put a chip in there or something, but it was part of the mic set, so I just thought, yeah, it'd be a giggle when I do me lives, you know.
Well, I suppose it's better to put a chip in there than mashed potato. Mashed potato will get in all the pieces, isn't it?
Plus, if I use those, it means I don't have to sit here laughing all night. I can let the box do it.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Right. So how much do you reckon you'd be able to pick one of them up for? Like, on a budget?
You can pick them up for under 30 quid, mate.
Or if you go on Alibaba or what's the other one? Wish. You could probably pick them up for slightly less than that.
Yeah, they on eBay, they've cottoned on to the fact that they weren't asking enough money for the mic and the sound card as a kit. So they've started splitting them up now because they're asking more for the sound card than they are for the microphone. And that's not an expensive one. You know, that was under 25 quid.
Right. Guys, I'm gonna call it a night there.
Okay, mate.
I'm not tired. I'm not tired yet, but I want to, if you know, rather than wait until I get too tired, by the time I've shut everything down and had a last cigarette and whatnot, then I generally end up sitting
As
up.
long as I remember to shut the bloody thing down tonight.
So,
Night, Michael, buddy. I was thinking more for music, by the way.
2 o'clock. I have to be up at 7. Love you all. Take care.
Right.
Thank
Good
you
night,
so
man.
much for your support.
No worries,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Look after yourself.
Be safe out there.
Thank you, babes. Thank you.
All right. Good night. So let me start with those in the chat and those still watching. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us this evening. Another Sunday night live stream. The next live stream is a members live stream. Okay, so next Sunday, it's not a public live stream. It's a live stream for members only. We do tend to have a laugh in there. It's slightly different to what it's like on a public live stream. It's a lot. It's a lot more relaxed.
It's a night off for the mods, more or less, as well.
Yeah, it's a lot more chilled, a lot more relaxed, and we generally have a pretty good laugh in there. But again, there's obviously no expectation of anybody becoming a channel member or supporting the channel in any way. But those of you that do, obviously, I want to give you something back, and if I can give you some of my time back in a bit more of a private setting, if you like, then I'm happy to do that. But for the rest of you guys, I'm sure you'll be able to manage next weekend without us. I'm hoping that as of Wednesday or Thursday this week, I'll be back to doing my normal stuff and putting my daily content out. If it's not Wednesday, Thursday this week, then it will be Monday next week. But I am coming back. I will be back. And I can't wait.
Just before you wrap up, Brian PC. Now, my missus does a little bit with computers, and she's looking for some advice on how she can upgrade something that she's got. So if you can get in touch with me through my channel, the email or something, I will pass the message on to give that to her so she can get in touch with you direct, if that's all right. Sorry, Dan.
That's all right.
I just remembered Heather asked me about it earlier. We were chatting about it earlier. That's all right, carry on. He'll reply to me in the chat, mate.
Well, worries. So, yeah, you've also, I think, yeah, he is. Well, Brian's on Discord as well.
Oh,
So he's
okay, yeah, fine. Heather's in there, so
he's got that way of getting in touch as well, if need be. But yeah, to everybody that's still watching, again, thank you very much for your time this evening. I know you've spent an awful lot of your evening with us, and I appreciate it. It's a shame a lot more people aren't getting involved. I know a lot. I'm grateful for the people that comment and get involved, but I know there's a lot of people that sit back and just watch. It'd be nice. Yeah. Nice to have more involvement going on in the chat or even on the panel if
well,
hopefully people can
always make room for newcomers on the panel.
Yeah. So
even if one of us step down for a while and give someone else a blast if they're in there,
So with that being said, I shall bid you adieu. And if I don't see you through the week on somebody else's live stream, then I'll see you on Wednesday or Thursday. If I don't see you on Wednesday or Thursday, then I'll see you on some of you on Sunday. And if I don't see you on Sunday, I will be back on Monday. Back to normal, daily content. Looking forward to it. Can't wait.
I might even put a stream up Friday afternoon. Depends on how I feel.
No worries.
If he doesn't see through the week, he'll see through the window. More likely the fucking toilet one.
Right.
He'll do that as well.
Good night, everybody. Thanks again.
Take care, everybody in the chat. Be safe. Be strong.